Read by Lisa Cordleon.
For Salida and Kapiputs, you have not been forgotten. Here, 120 men, women, and children were massacred in cold blood early in September. They were from Arkansas. Inscription by U.S. Cavalry marking a mass grave at Mountain Meadows, Utah. Author's note: this was not an easy book to write. The story that follows is fiction. However, it is tightly based on real events that took place in southern Utah. What happened during that 5-day attack in September outside Cedar City was one of the deadliest massacres on U.S. soil prior to September 11, 2001. Despite this fact, most people are not familiar with the story. Those who know it are typically the descendants of the ones who perpetuated and hid this heinous crime. That's the reason I know this story. And that's the reason I'm telling it now. Noel W. Eiley. Content Advisory. This book contains some graphic descriptions of violence, including violence against children, the death of a child, and a non-graphic scene involving the death of an animal. It also includes outdated and racially insensitive phrases and words about Native people endemic to the time period. Note on historicity. This novel is firmly rooted in real events. I relied heavily on research from historians including Juanita Brooks, author of The Mountain Meadows Massacre, Will Bagley, author of Blood of the Prophets, and Barbara Jones Brown and Richard E. Turley Jr., authors of Vengeance is Mine. That said, I have taken some liberties for the sake of clarity, pacing, and coherence. For instance, some character and location names have been changed or consolidated. There were a lot of people named Joseph in this particular story. I've also condensed the chronology of events in some places to maintain pacing and narrative. While all quotations used in this book are drawn from real historical documents, I have condensed and edited some for brevity and to enhance readability for a contemporary audience. Any deviations made from real names, events, or quotations were made with careful consideration and the goal of preserving their original spirit and intent. Noel W. Eiley. Nancy Huff. Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. The sky, then weeds and dirt, spun in front of my face. All I could see through the brush in the meadow were bodies falling down. And red. So much red. All I could hear was crying and screaming and lots of booms. "Mama!" I screamed, but my voice got lost in 100 others. She was already pulling me down to the ground, scrambling into the sagebrush. The branches scratched my arms, and the sharp smell bit my nose. "Don't look!" Mama Whisper cried, turning her head to me, her voice so upset it frightened me even more. There were tears on her cheeks. Her brown eyes were wider than I'd ever seen. "Stay quiet, baby. Follow me." Then Mama started crawling on her hands and knees, belly low to the ground. I wanted to ask where we were going, but I was too scared to do anything but crawl after her through the grass and around trees. We were headed toward the front of the group. It was the last place we'd seen Aunt Louisa and Mary. I tried not to think about James and William and Uncle Yuri. Any second, I just knew that one of the evil men was going to leap on top of us and bash our heads with a club too. When we got to a thicket of brush so dense we had to part the weeds to look, Mama peeked out. She didn't stop me when I did the same. The red-stained meadow turned blurry in front of my eyes, and my body felt floaty and heavy at the same time. No, no, no. That was when I finally saw Mary and Aunt Louisa. They were holding on to each other, trying to run this way, then that. Mary's braids had come undone, and they whipped across her face. A man with a big rock in his hand ran straight for them, showing his teeth like he wanted to bite them. I knew I was screaming again, knew Mary was screaming too from the way her mouth moved, but I couldn't hear any of it anymore. Just my heavy breaths and heartbeats in my ears. Mama was shaking. I was shaking. There was nowhere to look that wasn't bad. So I closed my eyes. 6 weeks earlier. 1. Katrina Huff. Corn Creek, Utah, August 1857. 60 days to California. Whoever said that little girls are made of sugar and spice and everything nice never met girls. Not mine, anyway. Over the past 4 months, they'd turned fully feral. 6-year-old Nancy had been dragging a dead snake through the wagon ruts for the last 3 miles, insisting her daddy would earn a good price for the rattler when we traded for supplies next. I couldn't argue that the demand for rattlesnake tails and their supposed medicinal properties was surprisingly high. But Nancy's 17-year-old sister Mary knew full well it was a gopher snake. If I had to guess, this was Mary's way of keeping her brothers away for the afternoon. Both of my Snips and Snails and Puppy Dog's Tails boys were terrified of anything that slithered. I sighed and slowed my pace to avoid the worst of the dust our wagon wheels churned up a few yards ahead. I could only imagine how tightly my mother would have clutched her pearls to see my girls wearing nothing but loose-fitting nightshirts and dust-caked bloomers, their hair in raggedy braids, playing with a dead snake. When we'd left Arkansas in the spring, I would have joined her in giving the girls a lecture about young ladies and unseemly behavior. Even my mother would have taken off her corset by now, though. Over the past 4 months, we had walked nearly 1,000 miles. Peter and I had forced our 4 children to drink the putrid, grassy contents of a heifer's stomach when we ran out of water outside Nebraska territory. I'd seen one of our family's wagons and 2 of our oxen burn when a prairie fire swept across the sun-baked grass, racing us to the Rocky Pass. And I'd watched the Haydens, our neighbors back in Arkansas, lose 2 of their children when a wagon tipped, crushing the boys. There would be time to tame my children again when we reached our destination in California. For now, I focused on the fact that Mary's cough, the one that sometimes turned the sleeve of her dress red when she covered her mouth, was getting better day by day in the arid desert. Just like we'd hoped. Most of the members of our sprawling wagon train had packed their bags with dreams of fertile soil and orchards that gave twice what they did in Arkansas. But Peter and I had been content with our modest peach harvest and our cocoon of family who visited for Sunday dinner every week. That was until the rattle in Mary's lungs got so bad she could barely get out of bed. Dr. Jarrell finally put it like this: "The tuberculosis loves the humidity. It isn't going anywhere unless you leave it behind, and you'd better do it soon." Ba-da-da-da, and joy be to you all. Nancy's strong, clear baby voice rose above the sound of the lumbering wagon. She flicked the bedraggled snake side to side with each word. I smiled in spite of the sweat dripping down my back and the ache in my feet. It was the song her father, Peter, sang while he unyoked the oxen at night, insisted it calmed the animals. That line was Nancy's favorite, and the lyrics tumbled out of her mouth at random most days. At least she hadn't pestered me to ride in the wagon today. I hated to tell her no when she asked, But forcing the exhausted oxen to pull any extra weight was out of the question. The animals had started the trip fat and sassy, but were shriveling into lean, weary versions of their former selves, a mirror image of the land around us as it withered. The dry, sagebrush-choked Utah territory we had now reached seemed to get hotter by the day. There was hardly any grass, and the last so-called creek we'd crossed had been so dried up it was mostly mud.
"Mary, can you see Uncle Yuri and Aunt Louisa's wagon?"
I called, squinting through the dry silt suspended in air.
"Are you doing all right in this dust?"
We'd spread out farther than usual today to avoid the worst of the dust. It had driven Louisa to wrap her 18-month-old baby in blankets from head to toe, despite the heat. Mary flashed me a smile.
"I'm all right, Mama. Just a few little coughs."
Then she turned her head and pointed at the back of our wagon.
"I can hardly see anything ahead. James probably can, though."
James was my 14-year-old son. Mary wrinkled up her nose and laughed.
"Did I tell you baby Tryphena said Papa this morning? But she was looking at James when she did it, not Uncle Yuri."
I smiled.
"I bet Yuri lost his mind."
Peter's brother was the proudest papa I'd ever seen. I was thrilled when he and Louisa decided to come along to California. They were one more bit of home to hold on to. I still told myself maybe my parents would make the journey when the railroad finally spanned east to west. James held the reins in the driver's seat in the wagon ahead. He always drove the oxen when Peter was helping the cattle hands wrangle the steers. I should have been the one driving, but I still balked at the idea of sitting on that tiny wooden bench above the enormous four-legged creatures who had the power to tip us if they wanted. Bang! A gunshot cracked in the distance and I jumped. I should have been used to the sound by now, but my insides seized up anyway. I scolded myself for startling over nothing.
"It's okay, Mama,"
Nancy called to me, dragging the snake past a cow pie in her path. Even the milk cow, lumbering behind the wagon, barely flinched. She'd been as nervous as I was at the start of the journey, bawling all day and tugging at her rope. Now she just sighed. We're safe, we're together, we're nearly there. I'd been repeating those sentences to myself since we left Arkansas for California. I hated nearly everything about the trail west. But as long as those three things stayed true, I could last one more day. 2. Katrina Huff. Corn Creek, Utah, August 1857. 60 days to California. Like most of the women in our wagon train, I'd had soft hands and a soft bed all my life. Marrying my Peter was the first wild thing I'd ever done. This arduous journey was the second. I'd grown up practicing the piano, reading poetry, and learning to manage a home. He'd grown up with his hands in the dirt, tending to peach trees in his family's small orchard near the Tupelo gum swamps, and selling them at a roadside stand on the main road through Benton. I loved peaches, and I loved Peter from the first day I saw him sitting there surrounded by all that ripe fruit with his dark curly hair and baby blue eyes. When he asked if I'd like to walk with him through the orchard that evening, I said yes. I'd been saying yes to him ever since, even when it meant walking halfway across the country in the dirt. Part of me envied him and the children for how easily they'd shed their skin and become wild here. A bigger part of me just wanted to cook a meal over a real stove and sleep in a real bed again. Every day on the trail to California felt like holding my breath. But every day, I watched Mary breathe a little easier. Even with all the dust, it was just enough to keep me moving. I watched as Mary whispered something to Nancy and waggled her fingers at the poor snake. Nancy squealed in delight, then suddenly shrieked. Like a ghost materializing through the dust, 9-year-old William brushed past me and dashed toward his sisters. Then he yanked on one of Mary's braids before darting just out of her reach.
Better watch out, or the Mormons will get you both.
Before I could open my mouth to scold him, Mary had snatched the dead snake out of Nancy's hands and lobbed it after her brother as hard as she could throw.
You leave us alone, William Huff, or the next one will be in your bedroll.
The snake hit William squarely in the chest. He howled and thrust out his hands, pitching the poor dead creature into the sagebrush, where it disappeared. Nancy stopped walking.
My rattler! Mary, my rattler!
It's all right. It had a small tail anyway, Mary soothed, glaring at William. I sighed. William Thomas Huff, leave your sisters alone. I won't have that kind of talk about the Mormons, either. He pushed out his lower lip.
But Uncle Uri said—
I don't care what Uncle Uri said, I insisted, rolling my eyes. The farther we moved into Utah territory, the more Peter's brother Uri had been filling the children's heads with stories about Mormons. I'd heard some of the rumors back in Arkansas. 12 wives to each man, a militia that planned to overthrow the government and place their prophet, Brigham Young, as king of the entire country. There was even talk about human sacrifices in their temples. I suspected that some of the rumors were meant to keep children from wandering too far from their wagons. For instance, the stories about Mormons kidnapping young women in order to hypnotize them into becoming polygamous wives. Mary took Nancy's hand and gave William a withering look as she fell back to walk alongside me. I stifled a laugh. With the girls' dust-caked hair and clothes, they practically faded into our surroundings. The only color they had to set them apart was their wide blue eyes. If Mormons were roving around looking for young women to kidnap, my children would be passed over if only for how well they blended in with the earth itself. Listen to your father and Captain Alexander, not Uncle Uri, I insisted. According to Captain Alexander, who had led another wagon train through Utah just a few years earlier, the Mormons were friendly people and eager to trade. It was part of the reason we'd taken the overland trail this way. With nearly 140 travelers in our group, 250 head of cattle, and wagons loaded for a new life in California, all of us valued safety over speed. The local Indians had been some trouble, but everyone traveling west knew to expect that. We'd already had 3 cattle raids so far since crossing into the territory. The cattle hands we'd hired to defend the animals did their best, but our herd was so big that we were still vulnerable to careful thieves at night. A breeze cleared the dust for a few moments to show the molten horizon, where the earth sizzled in the heat. My shoulders hunched in relief when I saw that the dots I'd caught sight of earlier had taken shape into horses, cattle, and the first wagons circling up near the shimmer of a stream, Corn Creek. With 15 more minutes of walking, we'd be there. But now that I could see the creek more clearly, it was smaller than I'd hoped. And I knew that by the time the cattle finished tromping around, it'd mostly be mud. My neck itched at the idea of fresh water in a bath. Even little Nancy, who could hardly ever be bothered to bathe anymore, had started asking when she'd be able to swim again. The lakes and ponds we'd taken for granted in Arkansas, then Kansas, had long since disappeared. The water we gathered came from muddy ponds and the occasional shallow river now. I tried to pick out my Peter's lanky shape and dark curls before the breeze and the wagon wheels kicked the relentless dust skyward again. He'd ridden ahead with the cattle hands hours ago. Once the steers had smelled water, there was no holding them back. Weary as they were from the drought and poor forage, They'd flared their nostrils at the scent of water, then lifted their tails like calves and ran.
"Just a little farther,"
I called to the children, wondering how many times I'd repeated those exact words. Even Bright and Belle, our little red oxen, seemed to understand me from the way the wagon wheels rolled a little faster. 2 more months until we reached California. 60 more days of 1 more mile, feral children, and the cursed dust. I followed Bright and Belle's cue and picked up my pace, eager to see Peter again and eager to find the end of another endless day. I'd tucked away my parents' efforts to raise a woman of society, just like the first editions of Jane Eyre and Wuthering Heights I'd wrapped in quilts and brought along. Beautiful, but frivolous compared to our spare wagon axles, food, and clothing. I could recite poetry by Emerson. I could turn fabric into a quilt with my confident stitches. I could teach my girls the proper way to set a table. But there were no tables to be set anymore. No spare fabric for quilting. And all the Emerson in the world couldn't fix a broken wagon axle or deliver a calf. When I said this in tears to Peter one night, a week into the trek, he fixed me with a look so serious I was afraid I'd convinced him. Instead, he said, "If I wanted someone who could deliver a calf, I would have married one of the cattle hands." When I refused to laugh, he pulled me to him and kissed me, tasting like leather and sweat. "What was the line from that poem? The one about the honey you recited on our wedding night? I need that a whole lot more than I need a wagon axle right now." I finally softened, leaning closer to his ear to whisper, "Come nigh to me, limber-hipped man. Stand at my side till I lean as high as I can upon you. Fill me with albescent honey." I let that memory carry me 20 more minutes until the wind lifted the swirling brown clouds in a gust that sent the girls, and William, who was walking a few paces behind his sisters, laughing as it made their loose shirts billow. Mary's cough drew my ear like it always did, but the sound was dry, nothing like the terrifying wet rattle from before. When the dust settled, I could finally see the circling wagons, riders, and cattle right in front of us. A smile softened the set of my jaw. We'd made it 1 more day. We're safe, we're together, we're nearly there. My eyes found Peter just as the wind set the dust back down. Then the smile died on my lips. He stood over one of the steers. The black and white animal was sprawled on its side, unmoving. Peter's rifle lay on the ground at his feet. I darted my eyes to the blood pooling from a bullet hole in the steer's stomach. At first, I thought maybe he'd shot it for meat, but that didn't make sense either. Butchering a steer would take time we didn't have. There were nearly 200 head of cattle that needed grass and more water, and we wouldn't find much of that for another 100 miles when we reached mountain meadows. When my eyes locked on Peter again, I saw what I'd missed at first glance. There was a stricken look on his face, and a bit of red dripping through the curls at his neck. I picked up my skirt and ran past the wagon where James had pulled the oxen to a stop. "What happened? Are you all right?" I couldn't get the words out fast enough. Peter shook his head, still staring at the dead steer. His hand went to his neck. "I'm okay. I didn't expect him to charge. Caught me with his horn." He kept his eyes locked on the animal. Poor forage and bad grass is making them crazy. My heart stayed in my throat until I got close enough to verify for myself that Peter truly was all right, and grateful to see it was just a nasty scratch across his neck. Just a little blood.
"Daddy! Daddy, I had a good little rattler earlier, but William made me lose it,"
Nancy called from behind us. I turned to tell Mary to take Nancy and William to collect sagebrush so we could start a fire. Before the last word left my mouth, Peter dropped to his knees.
3. Katrina Huff, Corn Creek, Utah, August 1857. 59 days to California. Within an hour, the wound on Peter's neck went from a scrape to a weeping ulcer. His neck swelled up like the throat pouch of a toad. After another hour, the fever and chills took hold. Then the vomiting. Then the stillness. His breathing became so shallow, I kept my ear against his chest all night to feel for the rise and fall. None of it made sense. He'd been fine one moment, suffering the next. My throat constricted in what felt like an inkling toward panic, but I couldn't fall apart. He was sick, but he'd get better. He had to get better. That was all there was to it. We're safe, we're together, we're nearly there. The words galloped faster with each passing hour, a prayer that lasted all night. While the children slept at the front of the wagon, I crouched beside Peter in the back with a wet cloth for his forehead. Every so often, I dipped my fingers in the sticky salve Yuri's wife Louisa had given me and applied another layer to Peter's injury. His skin was so hot to the touch. The ointment melted in drips that ran down his shirt and under the collar. When I ran out of words, I whispered the lyrics to the song he sang to the cattle each night, the one Nancy loved. The tune was sweet and simple, an old Irish melody that reminded me of Auld Lang Syne. The words always brought a lump to my throat. And tonight, they closed it altogether. Of all the comrades that e'er I had, they are sorry for my going away, and all the sweethearts that e'er I had, they would wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and I'll softly call, good night and joy be with you all. At the crack of dawn, the Paiute Indians at Corn Creek demanded we break camp and leave. Their chief, a man named Kanash, rode out to deliver the message himself. They'd been polite when we made camp, but that was before our herds of cattle had overwhelmed Corn Creek, churning the water into mud as the animals frantically ate up the precious grass. The captain of our wagon train, Alexander Fancher, didn't argue with the Paiutes. We were in their territory for the next 200 miles. We didn't need any trouble. 3 more of our steers had died overnight, bloating up so quickly that they almost looked like their former fat selves. There wasn't time to butcher any of them. I stayed in the wagon beside Peter while James drove the oxen. I no longer cared how much I asked of Bright and Belle in carrying our extra weight. When Peter woke up after barely a mile, he cried out so loudly that James pulled back on the reins. "Mama!" James called. So many questions in that one word. Questions I felt creeping around the outskirts of my mind, too, but refused to entertain. "It's all right," I told James in the strongest voice I could, even though Peter's breath came in shallow bursts and he arced up like he was trying to escape his own body. His neck had swollen to twice its usual size now, mottled red and purple. It hurt just to look at his stretched skin so hot and tight. I let my hand drift up to my own neck, startled to find the color of my dress wet with tears. "Stay with me," I begged him in a whisper. Then I lay my head back gently against his chest, not wanting to add any extra pressure at all. I closed my eyes, willing him to be well again. Your body to me is sweet, clean, loving, strong. Your eyes are more to me than poems. Your lips do better than play music. The lines of your cheeks, the lashes of your eyes, are eloquent to me. I choked out the last sentence, but Peter's breathing had turned shallow and calm again. "Mama, is Papa any better?" James called every mile or so from the front of the wagon. Mary and Nancy echoed him from the back. "He might be," was the best I could manage. Less of a lie and more of a refusal to let myself believe anything else. We circled the wagons as soon as Corn Creek was out of sight. I knew Captain Alexander was stopping because of Peter. I also knew that, no matter what happened, we couldn't stop for long, not for the sake of one family. Yuri set out to find a doctor in Fillmore, less than half an hour's ride. James rode with him on our sweet-tempered sorrel mare. While they were gone, Peter asked for whiskey in a raspy voice, even though he couldn't swallow much more than a drop at a time. Mary, Louisa, and I took turns sitting next to him, dipping a cloth into the bottle to dribble a little into his mouth every time he cried. At first, I wouldn't let Nancy in the wagon, worried the sight of Peter's neck would be too much for her. But she put up such a fuss, I finally let her nestle beside him. "I need to sing to him, Mama. It'll help." "Ba-da, da-da," she whispered again and again. "And joy be to you all." The sound of it made me choke up. And so I went to the back of the wagon, standing with eyes on the horizon watching for James and Yuri until the sun dipped low. I'd sent them with enough money for 10 doctors, so why weren't they back yet? When daylight slipped past the hills to the west, I finally made out the silhouette of 2 horses riding fast toward our camp. Nancy and William ran out to meet them, waving their hands as if they might miss our sprawling wagon party. My breath hitched when I saw James's face, bracing and dazed like he'd been kicked in the stomach. "Damned Mormons," was all Yuri would say at first. My stomach lurched. What happened? James's eyes were wide as he slipped from the saddle. "They pointed their guns at us, Mama." When Yuri finally calmed down enough to tell me what happened, he said they'd been stopped by a group of Mormon riders in uniform, a raggedy militia, at a long border of rocks stacked chest-high outside Fillmore. "Plenty of Indians in these parts," one of the uniformed riders had said ominously. "You should go back to your wagons." "Ain't that a gun?" Another man had piped up before Yuri could answer, indicating the pistol at his side. "The gun?" Yuri had asked in confusion. "The one you used to kill Brother Parley P. Pratt back in Arkansas." A third man spat. When Yuri had tried to tell him he didn't know who Parley P. Pratt was, that he just needed a doctor and medicine, the riders raised their weapons. "Move along, Gentiles," James said another man had warned. And then Yuri told me that when he and James rode farther south in search of another town, the uniforms followed close behind. Gentiles. I blinked in horrified confusion. What did that mean? Back in Arkansas, I'd only ever heard that word used in Bible verses, Jews and Gentiles and the like. Here, it means anybody who's not Mormon, Yuri explained, tight-lipped. "We're the Gentiles. Dirty outsiders." Yuri and James were told there was no doctor. There was no medicine, not in Fillmore, not in Meadow, not in any of the cities or forts in southern Utah, not at any price, not for Gentiles. When the tremors that racked Peter's body let him go in one last violent shudder, I dared to hope he would come back to me. But when I lifted my head from his chest and looked into his glassy eyes and gaping mouth, the hope withered. "Kid," was all he said, half groan, half gasp. "I'm here," I told him, trying not to let my tears fall onto his skin. The wagon jostled a little, and Yuri came to crouch beside me. He lay a hand on my arm. No. I watched for Peter's chest to rise again. My eyes blurred, but I refused to blink in case I missed it. But his chest stayed perfectly still. Peter, come back to me," I begged. "No such thing as an easy death, kid," Yuri choked out. He said it like he was revealing some truth about the world, like death was just one more thing I'd been sheltered from back in Arkansas. But he was wrong. I already knew death didn't take anyone gently by the hand. It ripped from the roots. Even my grandmother, who died in her sleep at 75, didn't pass easily. We all insisted she did. Everyone talked about peace and dignity and the blessing of dying in your bed. But I'd been the one to find her, tangled in the quilt that morning, after clutching her chest so hard she'd ripped the pearl buttons off her nightgown and broken the skin with her seashell-smooth nails. My grandmother's passing, and the other handful of losses we'd had on the trail, lapped at my feet like the Mississippi in winter, icy and sharp, but bearable once you warmed yourself by a fire. Peter's death was different. His death swallowed me whole, like the swamps at the border of the peach orchard we'd left behind in Arkansas, the place we'd told the children never to play, with warnings of quicksand, gators, and snakes as thick as your thigh. Yuri and some of the other men began digging a grave to bury Peter an hour later, 3 feet down in the hard earth, already scorching with the first rays of daylight beating on the desert floor. James and William helped, even though Yuri kept trying to guide them back to the scant shade of the circled wagons where Mary and I sat with Peter's quilt-wrapped body. Nancy refused to be comforted, or watched. I could still hear my youngest daughter's cries coming from within the sagebrush a short distance from camp. With each strike of the shovels, my heart shuddered, and I gripped the quilt edge a little harder. When the men finished digging, sweat or tears dripping down their faces, the grave looked so shallow that Mary cried, "But Mama, the coyotes will get him!" There wasn't time for anything deeper, though. We had to keep moving. Captain Alexander warned that there wouldn't be any more grass for the cattle for another 100 miles. 2 more oxen had died early that morning, bloating up so quickly that Captain Alexander warned us not to eat the meat. The steers were going mad, maybe from bad forage on the drought-choked plains, maybe from the water at Corn Creek. It was impossible to say. All I knew was that everything in Utah Territory, it seemed, was mad. 4. Kapeputs. Sally. Corn Creek, Utah, August 1857. Just go, Sally. You know the way. Bake bread. Numa told me, pointing at the well-worn trail that led to the white Mormon settlement in Fillmore. I glanced east, where the sun hadn't yet appeared over the distant mountain peaks. The morning air was already buzzing with cicadas and scorching hot. Then I looked back at Numa, confused. I'd only been to Lucy Robinson's house once, having just arrived at the Paiute tribe in Corn Creek. I was pretty sure I remembered the way, but I was shocked that Numa and Povey, Kanash's third and second wives, who had been put in charge of watching me for the day, didn't insist on coming along. If they were going to let me walk to Fillmore alone, I wasn't about to complain, though. I took a step away from the wickiup, where Povey was gathering everything they'd need to butcher 2 of the 4 dead steers the wagon train had left behind. Kanash, my new husband, had forced the group to move on earlier that morning.
"Heavenly Father, thank you for this bounty,"
Povey murmured, bowing her head but keeping her eyes open.
"Amen,"
Numa added happily. I stayed silent and kept my gaze toward the mountains. All of the Paiute Indians at Corn Creek, including Chief Kanash, were Mormon. They'd been converted by missionaries over the past 3 years. I was Mormon too, technically anyway. I wasn't Paiute, though. I was Bannock. Not that anybody had asked. Not that I would answer. I looked around, but Kanash's first wife, Enola, was nowhere to be seen. Of the 3 wives, 4, now that I was here, she was the most diligent in Kanash's orders to keep me in sight. They all thought I might run if given the chance. Still, I suspected that they knew deep down that I had nowhere to go. Povey looked at me and smirked, studying my ridiculous outfit, the one Chief Kanash still insisted I wear around the Paiute camp. The only thing I liked about the ugly dress was that it had strange, large pockets on the sides that hid the little yucca spine horses I'd had for as long as I could remember. One horse was mine. One had belonged to a little boy named Tai. I couldn't remember who made the horses for us, someone among my Bannock birth tribe, but I liked to think it was my mother. I was proud that I'd managed to hide them all these years, tucked away and unseen, like every other tender part of me I'd pushed down deep. I ran one finger along the rabbit skin mane of the horse in my left pocket, then the right, feeling instantly calmer. Povey was staring at me when I met her eyes again. "Brigham's strange little doll," she clucked for the 100th time since I'd arrived 5 weeks earlier. I held my tongue and kept my face blank, pretending not to understand. Numa snickered. "Not much of a doll with that scarred face," she murmured, and the 2 women laughed out loud. "Should we let her change into moccasins at least? Those ridiculous shoes are going to fall apart on the walk to Fillmore." Povey put down the knife she'd been sharpening and studied my feet in amusement. "I guess so. Kanash will be angry if she ruins them." I clenched my jaw but took my hands out of my pockets and gratefully accepted the moccasins Numa handed me. I hated my new husband almost as much as I hated the pinchy shoes and scratchy black crinoline dress he insisted I wear, instead of the softer, simpler dresses the Paiute women wore. Even Brigham Young's wife, Clara, who I'd attended as a servant since I was 8, hadn't made me wear these clothes in the Beehive House, except on special occasions, like a baptism. However, Clara had dressed me up like a doll the day Brother Brigham sent me to the Paiute camp to marry their chief, Kanash. Kanash loved how I looked in the high-necked, long-sleeved, lace-colored dress. It was the dress I'd been wearing when he first laid eyes on me in Brigham Young's meeting room, where he gathered up the local chiefs once a month. Kanash also loved that the other women called me Brigham's little doll, thinking they meant it was a compliment. "Brother Brigham could barely stand to let her go," my new husband crowed to anyone nearby whenever he saw me wearing the dress and shoes. "Sally was like a daughter to him." I couldn't tell if he believed his own words, but I knew for certain that nobody else did. "Brown on the outside, white on the inside," Numa and Povey said, not even bothering to lower their voices when I passed by. I kicked at a rock and intentionally scuffed the side of one shoe as I took it off. Like Kanash himself, The shoes were unyielding, unsightly, and unpleasant to touch. I wanted to fling both away from me as far as I could. I gladly replaced them with the pair of soft, worn moccasins Numa had given me. When I put them on, my feet relaxed and my heart caught. They felt like home. But this wasn't home. When you get to Fillmore, tell Lucy Robinson that 2 of the dead steers are hers. We have no melons, no corn to spare. 2 steers, Numa told me, nearly shouting the last part. You know she doesn't understand you, Povey grumbled. I kept my face blank, happy to prove her point. The Paiutes assumed I spoke only English after having lived in Brigham Young's household since I was a child. On the other hand, the Youngs had always assumed I spoke only Indian. They were wrong. Not that I'd ever felt the need to correct anyone. I'd lived with the Youngs for 9 long years, long enough to learn English, long enough to scrub plenty of pine floors in what was called the Beehive House, a mansion made up of endless hallways and rooms, long enough to master the preparation of buttermilk donuts, a delicacy served once a year on Brother Brigham's birthday, long enough to wash endless trousers and petticoats. It turned out that even prophets produced their share of dirty laundry. Sally was what the Youngs always called me, a little louder than necessary. It was the name they'd given me, one they could pronounce. Sally Indian. Sally here, they'd say. Then they'd gesture wildly, repeating the same words over and over until I nodded and did whatever they asked. Brother Brigham's youngest wife, Clara, I'd been gifted to her as a servant, never once asked about my native tongue, my childhood among my people, far away from Utah. My family. Those were the only things I really wanted to talk about, but wasn't allowed to. So what was the point? I pretended I'd forgotten about my life before I came to the Young household. I never did, though. Even when I put on the stiff shoes and itchy cotton dress, a far cry from my soft deerskin shift and moccasins I'd worn among the Bannock. Even when I was baptized as a Mormon at age 10 as Sally Indian. But today, in the Paiute village, I was desperate for a few hours on my own, even if it meant pretending to have a sudden breakthrough in understanding the Paiute dialect. Yes, I said to Numa, nodding my head vigorously and smiling. 2 steers. Numa and Povey looked at each other in surprise. Clever little doll, Numa said, mimicking my pretend smile. Off you go, then. I'd only been walking for half an hour when I caught sight of the wagons circled up. There were so many of them, with so many head of cattle, that I knew it was the same wagon train that Kanash had forced to leave Corn Creek in a rush earlier that morning. The ones who'd left the dead steers behind. My heart beat faster, and I slowed my walk. It was strange that they'd made camp again such a short distance away from Corn Creek. Were they angry that Kanash had insisted they leave? Would they think I was here to steal their cattle? I might have spent most of my childhood cleaning floors in Brigham Young's mansion, but I knew that when it came to people like me, the men in the wagon trains liked to shoot first, ask questions later. I hesitated for a few seconds, then started walking again, deciding to cut around the trail of worn wagon ruts and skirt through some scrub oak to stay out of sight. That was when I heard the crying. Not soft, quiet, careful tears, like the ones I'd long since learned to cry, but snuffling, loud, hiccuping sobs. I took a step closer and peered through the brush. There, sitting in the dust, was a little girl with dark curly hair. She knelt with her head in her hands beneath the shade of a dead tree. I hesitated again, tempted to tiptoe back through the overgrowth and give the crier a wide berth. I needed to get to Lucy Robinson's house in Fillmore to bake bread. The Paiutes needed the food. There wasn't time to stop.
Joy be to you all, the little girl wailed, half song, half cry, and my heart thumped so hard against my rib cage that I couldn't help but move toward the sound. I remembered crying like that once, just once, when Tai died. It had earned me a bloody face and a beating. For a moment, I felt those old sobs bubble up from the place I'd locked them away. I carefully pushed them down with a practiced resolve and walked a few more feet, staying silent like the doll I was supposed to be. The little girl whimpered again, and I turned around. Then, against my better judgment, I moved back toward her. I studied her face in the seconds before she saw me. It was red, and her eyes were puffy from crying. When I parted the sagebrush, she scrambled to her feet but didn't run away. For a few seconds, we stared at each other curiously, and for a moment, it was like I was looking at a mirror of myself. A sad, skinny girl with dark hair and red-rimmed eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Oh," the little girl said after a few seconds had passed, her brows knitting together in confusion, and voice thick with tears as she took in my brown skin paired with my crinoline dress. Then she added, "My papa's dead." Her bottom lip trembled when she said it, like she was about to cry all over again. "They dug a hole for him." I nodded to show I understood. So this was why the wagons had stopped again so soon. "I didn't want them to put him in that hole with the dirt and bugs, so I ran away." She said the last part of the sentence coming out as a shaky sob. "I'm sorry," I told her quietly, even though I'd promised myself to speak as little English as possible. What good would it do me? Her big brown eyes widened at my words, and her eyes went back to my ridiculous dress. "Are you a princess?" she asked, shyly, wiping her tears and standing up from where she'd been sitting in the dirt. She took a few steps toward me. "Uncle Yuri told me that the Indians—" "No," I said gently, wishing I'd answered differently the second I saw her face fall. I wasn't the daughter of a chief, and even if I were, the word princess didn't make sense in my world. "What's your name?" she asked. "Sally," I responded automatically. "I'm Nancy," she said, wiping her nose with one sleeve. She glanced back in the direction of the wagon train, and her lip began to quiver again. "I want my papa." "Here," I said, and before I could think better of it, I reached into my left pocket and pulled out one of the yucca horses. Tai's horse. Her eyes went impossibly wide when she saw it. She blinked, and more tears slipped down her dusty cheeks. "Is that for me? I love horses. We have 2. She took the horse in her little hand and gently stroked the rabbit skin mane the way I'd done for the past 9 years. "That always makes me feel better, too," I told her. "The boy who made that horse died a long time ago, but the dead are never really gone." I touched my hand to the place where I felt the lonely ache in my own chest, only half believing the words I spoke. "Your papa is still with you." She nodded like she was willing to rest on those words for a moment, wiped at her eyes, and touched the horse's mane again with a fingertip wet with tears. "Go back to your mama," I said, feeling my throat close around the words. And then, before my own tears could breach the part of my chest where I'd walled them off, I turned and walked away. 5. Lucy Robison, Fillmore, Utah,
August 1857. I eyed the rising sun through the window, wondering what was taking the Indian women so long this morning. Today was the 15th, which meant some of the Paiutes from Corn Creek would be coming to bake bread in exchange for corn, melons, and moccasins. Usually they were here at sunup on baking days. Shrugging, I turned back to the pile of trousers on the kitchen table. There was plenty of work to do otherwise. "The girls are lucky they get to wear skirts," Proctor grumbled from where he stood across the room, loud enough for me to hear. "You'll count your blessings, Proctor Robinson," I told him, but when I looked up his brown eyes were playful. "Just look, Mama." He pointed back to the kitchen table where I'd lined up his younger brother's trousers. "They could stand up all by themselves." I snorted. He was right. The rough cotton on the boys' trousers was so stiff the pants didn't even need a pair of legs to prop them up. I meant to patch the knees before the other children came home from swimming at the pond. They each had one pair of school trousers, and if I didn't take care of the holes before the little brick schoolhouse opened up next week, they'd be sent home with a note. "Go on and water the apple trees with your daddy," I told him, wiping my forehead. I'd started the clay oven heating an hour ago, feeding the stacked firewood into its greedy belly, and already it was hotter inside the house than out. "Yours are the only trousers without holes in the knees anyway." I swatted him on the behind with a piece of kindling. "Thanks to those new long legs of yours." He beamed. At 14, he was already an inch taller than his father, Vic. I knew he was proud of it. One of our horses whinnied outside, a sure sign somebody was finally coming down the dirt lane. I wiped my hands on my dress and looked out the window. Looks like we're baking bread after all. I'd come to look forward to this time with the Paiute women each month, even though we usually spent the hours in silence. Most of the Paiutes at Corn Creek had been baptized Mormon in the spring, when Apostle George A. Smith visited Fillmore. Those once wild people were one of us now, and the idea that I was baking bread with descendants of the ancient Lamanites made goosebumps pop up on my arms. The Lamanites in the pages of the Book of Mormon were wicked, cursed with a dark skin so the Nephites, or white folk, knew to stay away. But Heavenly Father promised that in the last days, right now, they'd turn righteous and become our allies. It was a miracle to live to see it happening. Proctor lingered in the doorway, and I gently swatted him again. "Waiting for somebody?" I'd seen the way his eyes went wide at the sight of Chief Kanosh's new wife Sally last month. She was only a few years older than him, and with her brown doe eyes, high cheeks, and long black hair, I could see why she'd caught Kanosh's attention. And Proctor's. Proctor's cheeks turned red, and he shook his head. "No, Mama." A shadow moved across the open front door. "Hello, Sally," I called and raised an eyebrow at Proctor. The slip of a girl smiled, but didn't come inside, wearing the same bulky crinoline dress she had last time I saw her. Proctor ducked his head and hurried past her. I strained to see beyond her, out into the yard. Usually at least 3 of the Indian women came to bake bread, but today it was only Sally, and she was empty-handed. Seeing me glance at her hands, Sally whispered, "Melon's gone." Then she quickly raised her hand and pointed at the milk cow tied up outside. "But steers." It took a moment for me to find my tongue. I didn't realize she spoke English. "Steers?" I asked, not sure what she meant. The Paiutes had some horses, but not steers. "Dead steers. We take the meat, you take 2 skins?" she said hopefully. After a little more back and forth, I learned that the Gentiles who had passed through Corn Creek had left 4 steer carcasses untouched that morning when they broke camp in a hurry. 2 were ours for the taking in exchange for the bread this month. I nodded at Sally to show I understood, still shocked by the fact that she could speak a bit of English. She was making a generous offer. Leather fetched a good price in Salt Lake. I'll send Proctor for the skins. He's strong as an ox and growing faster than I can keep up with. I chuckled and pointed at the pile of clothing waiting to be mended on the table. All my boys could use a second pair of trousers. Even with dust devils on the horizon promising a windstorm, Proctor had saddled his fast blue mare and was off to skin the steers before Sally and I moved into the kitchen to start kneading dough. We baked 10 loaves that day, all in all. We didn't talk any more while we worked. Sally had gone silent again, but from the way she followed my directions, I could tell she understood what I was saying well enough. When she left that afternoon, I sat on the porch of our fine 3-room house, putting up with the dust if it meant getting a breeze. I expected the younger children to come skipping home at any moment, smelling of muddy pond water. Then Vic, soon after, covered in dust after spending the day in our apple orchard. I sat on the rocker to patch the first pair of trousers, wanting to soak up the silence but needing to keep my hands busy. I dropped the needle in surprise when I heard the blue mare's high-pitched whinny after only a few minutes. Proctor must have made quick work of the steers. There he was, nearly home, a mountain of skins that was nearly as tall as my boy himself, draped in front of and behind the saddle. Before I could lift a hand to greet him, though, he slumped against the mare's neck, doubling over at the stomach. I set the trousers down, thinking the pile of skins had gotten away from him. "Proctor, you need help?" He didn't answer. Just let go of the skins he'd worked so hard to scrape, letting them slip from the horse's back. "Proctor!" I ran from the porch, too late to catch my boy before he tumbled off the horse like a rag doll, landing on top of the hides. The blue mare just stood there, looking at me like she was worried too. When I got closer, I realized that my boy's whole face was red and swollen. I thought maybe he'd been sunburned. Until I saw his eye. It was so puffed up he could barely open it. 6. Lucy Robison, Fillmore, Utah, August 1857. "Come on back to me," I whispered to Proctor in the dark, quiet bedroom that smelled like sick. His hand gripped mine back, so that meant he could still hear me. The house didn't feel calm anymore. More like it was holding its breath with me while I crouched by my firstborn son's bedside. The sky had gone coal-black hours ago. After much urging, I had finally convinced the younger children to go to bed. Vic had yet to return with the help I prayed would save my child. I closed my eyes and bowed my head in prayer for the 100th time, but the only word that came now was, "Please." All I could see, even behind my eyelids, was Proctor's poor, misshapen face. I tried to hold the hot tears back so hard. They burned me up from the inside out. He didn't even look like my boy anymore. Over the past few hours, his head had swollen so badly, I barely recognized him. Even his lips and throat had bloated so much he could barely swallow the spoonfuls of broth I offered that instead dribbled down his chin. I dipped a fresh cloth in water and laid it on his feverish head. Then I dabbed some arnica oil on the cracked skin around his eye. I couldn't help thinking that the oozing, puffy skin looked like a split melon in the darkness. The thought made me sick. Earlier, once I'd managed to get him cleaned up and in bed, Proctor told me the trouble with his eye had started right after he got to Corn Creek. He'd settled down to separate the hide from the first steer carcass, hurrying to get out of the swirling dust. The flies had settled in too. When he'd swiped at one of the insects that landed on his head, a drop of steer blood got into his eye. He blinked it away and kept going, but after a few minutes, his eyes started itching like the devil. He'd said he set down the knife, washed his face and hands in Corn Creek, then went back to his work. Before he'd finished skinning the first steer, his head started to spin. By the time he finished with the last, he could barely see straight. It was a miracle he'd made it home at all. When Vic had gotten home from watering the apple orchard, pulling barrels back and forth from the muddy pond where the children swam, he'd become as panicked as me and hurried after Bishop Brunson, who was also our doctor. I'd always taken comfort in the idea that the leader of our church in Fillmore was a proper physician. With the power of God and medicine in his hands, I felt safe from all kinds of harm. The last time I saw him, standing on our porch, was the exception. He'd stopped by unexpectedly after supper on Sunday to speak with Vic and me. The reason for his visit was to encourage Vic to submit his name for approval to take a second wife. It wasn't the first time he'd hinted at it. Just last Sunday, during service, Bishop Brunson had read a letter from the pulpit sent from the prophet himself. The words he spoke were addressed to the women of the congregation, who were usually the sticking point in adding another wife.
Sisters, you must round up your shoulders and fulfill the law of God in every respect. I have found that there is no end to the everlasting whining of the women in this territory. But if the women of Utah continue to turn from the principle of plural marriage and despise the order of heaven, I will pray that the curse of the Almighty may be close to their heels.
That was the first time he'd asked me and Vic outright. I'd sent the bishop on his way with a firm, "We'll pray about it." The words he'd read in church rang in my ears now as I heard the sound of the front door opening, then boots tromping down the hall. Vic and Bishop Brunson. Thank you, Heavenly Father. But then a prickle of fear wormed its way into my heart. I hadn't prayed about Bishop Brunson's requests. A lie and a sin, all by itself. Was this the curse of the Almighty for my wickedness and wanting Vic for myself? "I'm sorry, Heavenly Father," I begged. A few minutes later, Bishop Brunson sat at the edge of Proctor's bed and began his examination.
Might just be the heat,
Proctor said while the bishop prodded his swollen face. My boy's raspy voice sounded so hopeful. It cut me up. Bishop Brunson patted his hand.
Might be, son,
he said softly. Proctor's whole head had swollen so big that all I could recognize was his dark brown hair, sticking up in a cowlick. When Bishop Brunson finished his examination, he ushered me and my husband out of the room and closed the door, putting us on the other side, his mouth turned down at the corners.
Can't do much for him, Sister Robison, Vic. I'm so sorry.
I stared at him, trying to make sense of it. Can't do much? I repeated. But what's wrong with him? Bishop Brunson shook his head and set his mouth.
Poison. I'm sure of it.
Poison? The word made me shiver in spite of the sweat dripping down my back. I don't understand, I said. We'll take another wife. I wanted to scream, knowing it wouldn't help. I'd already failed that test of faith.
Has to be. Nothing else spreads this quick, this violent.
Bishop Brunson said softly, so the other children couldn't hear if they were listening at the door of the second bedroom. The dark hallway swam in front of my eyes. How? I barely got the word out.
Must have gotten in through his eye. He said he felt just fine until he started skinning those steers and wiped his face.
Was it the Paiutes? I asked, choking on my own words. I hated to ask, especially when we had a tenuous peace with the Indians, allies I'd thought earlier this very day. The Paiutes were Latter-day Saints like me. They were our friends. But Sally was the one who'd told me and Proctor about the dead steers. Had she?
No. The Gentiles,
Bishop Brunson said, his voice both soft and angry.
A couple of rough-looking men came riding out to Fillmore, begging around for medicine and supplies after they broke camp at Corn Creek. When we turned them away, they were pretty upset. Must have doubled back and laid poison on the steers they lost.
The Gentiles. Of course. Until that moment, my body had been drenched in guilt and fear, like a cloth dunked in water. But Bishop Brunson's words wrung me out. The Gentiles had done this to my boy. I latched onto that thought like a steel trap. While I knelt by my son's bedside, praying and soothing him, my gut churned sick with horror and rage. The Gentiles had done this. The Gentiles, who'd taken so much already. They'd driven me and Vic from our land in upstate New York. They'd burned our temple to the ground. They'd tarred and feathered our leaders and apostles. They'd killed our prophet, Joseph Smith. They'd chased us out of their cities like dogs, hoping to see us freeze and die in the swamps outside Missouri and Illinois. When we hadn't died, not all of us anyway, the Missouri governor ordered that we be exterminated or driven from the state, like insects. Then they'd pushed us nearly 1,000 miles west to Utah territory. It was land nobody else wanted, and for good reason. It was mostly dust and locusts. Still, they'd followed us here, under the protection of the United States government, no less. Then President James Buchanan had ordered Brigham Young, our prophet, also the governor and Indian agent of Utah, to make sure the travelers going west on the Overland Trail had safe passage. The grass was theirs, not ours, not the Indians. Didn't matter that we had no grass to spare with a drought choking us all in dust. And now Bishop Brunson said the U.S. Army was coming to replace Brigham Young as governor. An army! And all because the people of Utah answered to God first, not man. Not even when that man was the President of the United States. They took and they took and they took. And now they were going to take my boy. After Bishop Brunson had examined Proctor, he and Vic rode out to Corn Creek with 2 of our neighbors. They planned to burn what was left of the steers and warn the Paiutes. But when they returned home hours later, Vic said that by the time they got to the village at Corn Creek, a few Indians were already sick with the same swollen faces and fever. As dawn broke, Bishop Brunson and Vic laid their hands on Proctor's feverish head to give him a blessing and try to drive the poison out of his body.
Proctor Hancock Robison,
Vic began,
by the power of the Melchizedek priesthood, I give you a blessing of comfort.
I held back a sob. Comfort. The power both men held in their hands, the holy priesthood, was the power of God. Unlike the dead religions of Catholicism and Protestantism, you didn't have to be a priest to hold it. Just a righteous, worthy Latter-day Saint man. That priesthood gave Vic and Bishop Brunson the right to bring my boy back from the dead, like Lazarus. But only if it was God's will, and only if my faithfulness demanded it. My stomach heaved as Bishop Brunson ended the blessing with, "Thy will be done." A prideful, desperate voice in my belly screamed for him to take the words back, to demand he call Proctor back from the brink of death. But I choked the sinful thoughts down with my own amen. Proctor was tough and hardy like my other boys. Maybe all he needed was his father's blessing of comfort. I held in the tears until both men were out of the room. I would accept God's will when it was done, and not before. I begged him to spare Proctor as the first trickles of gray light hit the window. I begged him to forgive me. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, I whispered when my boy cried out. By mid-morning, Proctor Hancock Robinson was dead. 7. Lucy Robinson, Fillmore, Utah, August 1857. The next day, we buried Proctor at the edge of our apple orchard, along the strip of land between our house and the Johnsons', right by the wide maze of skinny trees. Vic and I had planted the winesap trees 4 years ago, back when Fillmore was still just a dusty fort, and our house was the only shingled rooftop for miles. I didn't believe the seedlings would ever grow. How could anything grow here? It never rained. But like the rest of Utah territory, we made our own rain, dragging bucket after back-breaking bucket from anywhere we could find water. I still missed the lush green of upstate New York, where Vic and I grew up. I missed the rivers and lakes. I missed the warm days and cool nights of summer, instead of the scorching Utah heat that refused to let go until mid-September, even at night. And I missed the comfortable home we'd left behind, or rather, been forced to abandon. O ye of little faith! They'll survive. The roots will go deeper in time. Vic had said gently, as if reading my mind, when the seedlings were planted. I knew my husband wasn't just talking about the trees. Though he'd never heard me complain, he could read me as well as any book. I would have repacked our belongings and let the apple orchard we'd planted and home we'd built crumble to dust if it weren't for the testimony of the restored gospel of Jesus Christ that burned in my heart. Vic's prophecy had been right, though. Over the past 4 years, the roots of the apple orchard had gone deep, and now, as we lowered Proctor's pine casket into the ground beside the first rows, the spindly seedlings were nearly ripe with their second harvest. I stared at those bright green leaves and pale reddish-yellow fruit, stark against the sun-baked earth we'd constantly turned over with manure to replenish the soil and endless buckets full of water taken from the nearby pond year after year. It's a good spot for him, Vic murmured, catching my eye. But when he smiled, it barely reached his eyes. A real smile crinkled up his weathered face so the pale green iris on his left side and the dark murky green iris on his right looked almost the same color. Proctor had curled himself tight into a ball during his last moments, and that was how we laid him to rest in the wooden box. I couldn't stand to look at him like that, like he was still bracing from the pain, waiting for death to come. At first, I'd tucked the quilt from his bed across his shoulders. But before the coffin was lowered into the earth, Bishop Brunson told me to pull it out for those in need. Our neighbors, the Johnsons, had a sick baby and 2 skinny toddlers. We'd just learned that the husband and wife slept dressed in their winter clothes at night while the children shared one threadbare quilt. Our quilt would do more for them than it would for Proctor. It tore me in half. But the bishop was right. My final wish to bring comfort to my boy was a selfish indulgence, when others had so little. I reminded myself that Proctor didn't need it. That body in the coffin wasn't him. Not anymore. He was with God. Apostle George A. Smith traveled all the way from Cedar City to deliver a sermon the day of Proctor's funeral. He'd been the one to send us off from Salt Lake to Fillmore 4 years earlier to settle the area. To make the desert blossom like a rose, like the prophet Brigham Young had promised. Back then, he'd given both me and Vic a blessing, smiling as he sent us more than 100 miles away into the wilderness. Now, at Proctor's funeral, Apostle Smith sat stone-faced behind Bishop Brunson. He stared steadily through the window of the little adobe meeting house, like he was looking at something far beyond us. Bishop Brunson spoke at the pulpit first. He began by quoting from the Book of Mormon, a holy text that had been delivered to Joseph Smith by an angel. He read the words of the prophet Alma. "He breaketh the bands of death, that the grave shall have no victory, and the sting of death should be swallowed up in the hopes of glory." The truth of those words burned in my heart even while grief, guilt, and rage closed my throat, threatening to starve the flames. My grief didn't want words like shall and should be. Not when the sting of death was so sharp right now. I couldn't stop picturing my industrious boy as he knelt next to those dead steers, rolling up his sleeves and wiping death into his eye. All for new trousers he'd never wear. All because I'd asked him to go. It was too much to bear. I swallowed down the emotions coiling in my throat, strangling faith into bitterness. Beside me, Vic reached for my hand. Proctor's siblings, 10-year-old Alman, 4-year-old Adelia, and 8-year-old Albert sat beside their father on the pew, red-rimmed eyes fixed on Bishop Brunson, like he offered them a ladle of water in the desert. Apostle Smith rose to speak next. His suit, covered in a fine layer of dust, looked as if he had just unsaddled his horse. His mouth stayed fixed in a hard line while he moved past Bishop Brunson to stand at the pulpit. "Brothers and sisters, there is indeed cause to mourn." His voice was a low rumble at first, like thunder in the distance. Then, a little louder with each word. "But the Lord says in the book of Matthew, 'Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword.'" Vic's hand tightened ever so tightly over mine. I leaned forward, eager to replace my grief with fresh anger. The peaceful sadness that had blanketed the meeting house shifted and prickled with an electric charge. Apostle Smith drew himself taller at the pulpit, placing both of his dinner plate-sized hands down in front of him on the podium. "The Gentiles have tarred and feathered our people, beaten and exterminated us, driven us from our homelands back east." My heart beat faster. Yes. "And Provo, Brother Jameson still carries a few ounces of lead in his body from the Haun's Mill massacre in Missouri." His voice rumbled louder. "In Parowan, Sister Penter raises 4 children alone without her husband, and 2 sons who died of cholera in winter quarters in Nebraska." He slammed his hands on the pulpit again. "In Salt Lake City, Sister Pratt, widow of our beloved apostle Parley P. Pratt, grieves her dead husband while newspapers across the country rejoice in what they deem the death of another damned Mormon." I squeezed Vic's hand harder, feeling the injustice beat in my chest like a drum. "Does the government of the United States come to our aid?" He worked his jaw and stared down into the pews.
"Have they ever come to our aid?"
Murmurs of no rippled through the pews. I added my voice, feeling anger warm my cheeks. The government of the United States had turned a blind eye to our mistreatment again and again, suspicious of our strange beliefs and customs, especially polygamy. Apostle Smith waited until the room was silent again.
"By now, you know that President James Buchanan has sent troops marching toward us to replace our beloved Brigham Young as governor and Indian agent of Utah Territory, even while they demand that he protect the Gentile wagon trains who poison the trail in their wake."
Apostle Smith cast his eyes over the silent congregation.
"God will protect his people, and he will fight their battles in this war. But if he wants a little help, he will find us ready. Trust in God,"
he boomed.
"but keep your gunpowder dry. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen."
We all knew better than to shout hallelujah like the evangelicals. But the force of our amen, crackling through the meeting house like a volley of gunshots, meant the same thing.
Excerpt from a sermon delivered in Salt Lake. Brigham Young, August 1855. In regard to those who have persecuted this people, I intend to meet them on their own grounds. We could take the same law they have taken, in other words, mob rule. And if any miserable scoundrels come here, cut their throats. Scribe's note. All the people said, Amen. Excerpt from a letter to church leaders in Philadelphia. Brigham Young, August 1857. For years, I have been holding the Indians back from attacking the wagon trains that roll through our territory. But Cousin Layman is at large. If President Buchanan does not respect our wishes, travel will be stopped across the continent. The deserts of Utah will become a battleground for freedom. It's either peace and our rights, or the knife and the tomahawk. Let Uncle Sam choose. 8. Kapeputs. Sally. Corn Creek, Utah, August 1857. I took as long as possible pulling up my bulky dress, watching as the yellow rivulets of urine trickled toward a tiny brown grasshopper in the sand beneath my feet. When the liquid reached him, he hopped skyward, leaving me behind. I felt a pang of jealousy as I shuffled back through the sagebrush toward Enola, calculating how soon I could reasonably ask to pee again. Unlike Numa and Povey, this was one of the few times Enola let me out of her sight. As Kanash's first wife, she seemed to take her responsibility to make sure I didn't run away a little more seriously. Even today, when the entire village was a hive of despair and black smoke, it felt like years had passed between yesterday, baking bread with Lucy Robison, and today. Enola frowned when I re-emerged from the sagebrush, but didn't say anything about how long I'd taken to relieve myself. Maybe she was secretly glad to walk me out here and escape the thick of the chaos, too. Word had spread fast that 3 Paiutes had died after eating the bad steer meat. The same meat that Numa and Povey had been so excited to harvest, they'd let me walk to Lucy's house to bake bread alone. "Come on, let's go," she said, gesturing toward camp to make sure I understood her. I followed. In my mind's eye, I could still see the sprawling Gentile wagon train I'd passed when I walked to Fillmore.
and the little girl I'd found in the scrub oak crying for her dead papa like her heart would break. I thought I might regret giving her Thais' horse after keeping it so long, but to my surprise, I only felt glad. Tai had been a kind boy. He would have given the little girl his horse too. When I'd returned to the Paiute camp later that evening, arms full of bread, I'd told myself I would try harder to fit in. I'd start speaking more. After all, if I was going to spend the rest of my life here among the Paiutes, I might as well make an effort. That was when I'd heard more wailing, this time coming from the Paiute camp. As the evening wore on, the sounds of suffering had swelled to a boil. Death came quickly for its victims, less than a day, but not quick enough to be merciful. Dozens more Paiutes got sick, their stomachs bloated, eyes yellow, while fever and chills shook their bodies. At first, I'd worried that Lucy Robison and the Mormons in Fillmore would blame me. After all, I was a newcomer, and I'd barely met the white woman who opened her home to the Paiutes to help bake bread once a month. I was the one who had pointed her son directly to the steer carcasses, thinking she would be grateful. Off that boy flew, smiling for what would be the last time, while I kneaded dough into loaves with his mother. That's what I got for opening my mouth. But as oily, dark smoke from what remained of the steer carcasses plumed skyward, nobody mentioned me. "Hurry up," Enola muttered, breaking into my thoughts. She pointed at my feet, covered again in my husband-approved shoes, an irritated expression on her face. "Maybe you can't walk any faster," she grumbled. I gave her a blank look, and she rolled her eyes. Apparently, giving up on being understood, she slowed her steps to match mine and studied me instead. "What useless shoes," she said under her breath. "And that dress. Kanash is a fool." On these 2 points, Enola and I agreed. I hid my smile, knowing she was unlikely to appreciate it. The first time Kanash had tried to crawl into my bedroll in the wiki-up I shared with his 3 other wives, I'd screamed as if a rattlesnake had attempted to join me under the blankets. I couldn't help it. Enola had hushed me, then beckoned to Kanash to join her instead. "Give her some time to adjust. She's only 17, she murmured to him, "and she hardly knows you." I'd heard Numa and Povey laughing about it together the following day. "Such a pretty little doll, but he can't even play with her," Povey said. Despite my fears, Kanash hadn't touched me again since that night, but from the way I caught him looking now and then, I suspected it was only a matter of time. When Enola stopped walking at the edge of the Paiute camp, I stopped walking too. We stood side by side as the wind picked up, rattling the dried-up leaves and stalks in what remained of the parched corn and melon fields. "This is your home now," I told myself firmly. It was the same thing I'd thought when I was 8 and stood quivering, looking up at Brigham Young's enormous house. I'd been wrong then, and I was wrong now. I had no home, no people. After the first Paiute died from the poisoned meat, the grieving wife had sheared off her long hair. Then the village women, including me, slashed our arms and legs with arrowheads and sharp rocks, sending our own blood back to the earth in a rusty river that pulled our grief to the surface. When a new mother and her child died next, we did it all over again. By the end of the following day, some of the Paiute women were weak from loss of blood. I chose a dull rock to slash shallow lines across my skin. I mourned the ones who had died, but I was Bannock, not Paiute, and I didn't know these people. Not really. Not after 6 weeks. Their dead were not my dead. The best I could do was pretend I had room in my heart for their grief. There was none, though. My heart was already so heavy from missing my family and people and home. It might as well have been a stone hung around my neck. I thought of the words I'd told the little girl from the wagon train. You're not alone. The dead are never really gone. Where had those words come from? The Youngs? My old tribe? I wanted to believe them, but all I felt was empty as I grasped for memories of my mother, my father, Tai. But when I tried to hold on to them, wrap myself up in their comfort, they felt thin around the edges, like an old blanket, faded and full of holes against the cold. I was alone. Enola sighed and muttered what sounded like a prayer. I stared straight ahead, pushing the sounds of suffering down to the bottomless place I'd stored my own pain, imagining that the sound of wailing from the wiki-ups was the wind. 9. Kapeputs. Sally. Corn Creek, Utah, August 1857. After long walks in the big wiki-up at the center of the village, Chief Kanash and the other men decided to ride north toward Salt Lake to Brigham Young's house. The prophet would decide what to do about the dead Paiutes and, of course, Proctor Robinson. Something had to be done. All the death seemed to point back to the Gentile wagon train. I had heard growing murmurs that the Gentile wagon train had spread poison across the steer carcasses they left behind at Corn Creek. But Kanash, like the rest of the Indian chiefs in Utah Territory, had learned not to take matters into his own hands when it came to white settlers. As the riders prepared to leave, I thought of the little girl I'd met. If poison had been set intentionally, she certainly hadn't been the one to do it. But what about her papa? There was a world of difference between a grown coyote and a pup. I pushed the memory of her sad brown eyes away. Maybe they'll return Brother Brigham's little doll to him when they go. Kanash's second wife, Numa, muttered to the third, Povey, who cut her eyes toward me. She was at least a head shorter than me, but her long hair was streaked with gray and wrinkles lined her eyes. All three of Kanash's other wives were old enough to be my mother, and Kanash was old enough to be my grandfather. She's not even pretending to mourn the dead, Povey said indignantly to Numa, not bothering to lower her voice. I ignored them and thrust my hands deep into my pockets to find my tool horse while I stared into the fire, listening to the sound of hoofbeats as the first riders disappeared. Kanash and the elders would probably be gone for a few days, given the distance to Salt Lake, which meant the women wouldn't try to hide their disdain for me. But at least Kanash wouldn't make his way into my bedroll. That night, when I entered the wiki-up, I found my bedroll moved to the farthest side of the large branch and brush structure. The tule stalk broom, usually tucked into the corner, lay on top of the bedroll. Someone had sprinkled dirt, hair, and a few dead insects across it, too. Enola sighed and snatched up the broom, then moved my bedroll back beside the other wives while I watched in silence. I don't like her either, but there's no sense in making this day worse for anyone, she snapped at Numa and Povey. I lay down on the bedroll but kept my eyes open until the sound of steady breathing filled the wiki-up. In the distance, some of the mourners were still wailing in the night, soft keening sounds from outside the wiki-ups that had lost a beloved family member. A tangle of silvery hair still stuck to the bedroll in front of my eyes, and I couldn't help thinking of the strange, mouse-colored wreath on the door of Brigham Young's meeting room. It looked like it was made of delicate feathers artfully woven together into flowers and bows. I'd only learned that the wreath was made of human hair when, without warning, Clara had plucked a few strands from my scalp after my baptism. She tied them into the delicate wreath, pointed at her own hair, then back at the wreath, smiling with all her teeth out. I smiled too, wishing I could pluck the hairs right back. They didn't belong there, and neither did I. None of Brother Brigham's many wives were invited to attend his meetings in the room behind the hair wreath. No women. The one exception was when Brigham hosted the local Indian chiefs. Then I was invited inside to serve fresh biscuits and jam to the half-dozen guests who had traveled from across the territory. I always did my best to disappear into the corner once the serving was done. The meetings lasted a long time, while the Mormon leaders and chiefs held heated discussions through an interpreter about land, cattle, and water, but mostly about the U.S. government and rotten President James Buchanan. James Buchanan was coming for Indian and Mormon alike. The government had already chased the Mormons out of New York, Illinois, and Missouri, the same way they'd been chasing Indians off their land to make way for wagon trains to trespass. But enough was enough. From what I pieced together, the American government wanted to replace Brigham Young as our state governor because the Mormons in Utah listened to him more than anyone else, including the federal officials who kept showing up in Utah territory, then storming back to Washington in a huff. No other governor had 27 wives, or spoke directly to God. Brother Brigham was a prophet first. His roles as a governor and Indian agent came second. James Buchanan didn't like that one bit. But Brother Brigham said that the president was in for a surprise if he tried to unseat him. "It is not in the power of the United States to destroy us," he boomed, gesturing around the table at the chiefs the last time I served biscuits and jam. The meetings in the hair wreath room tended to shift into sermons quickly, with Brother Brigham standing at the head of the table. "And if they send an army against us, we have every constitutional and legal right to send them to hell." I noticed that when he said we, he made fierce eye contact with each of the chiefs. One day, I made the mistake of keeping my eyes open during the closing prayer at a meeting with the chiefs. In doing so, I caught the eye of Chief Kanosh, who was the only brown man I'd ever seen with a mustache. It curled above his weathered upper lip like the tail of a small animal. I couldn't stop staring. He winked at me and smiled, which made his mustache twitch. A few days later, Clara told me I would need to pack my things, consisting of 2 scratchy dresses, 1 pair of hard shoes, and a small, shiny brooch the Youngs gave me as a goodbye gift, along with a pat on the shoulder. I would be joining the Paiutes near Corn Creek as Kanosh's 4th wife. 4 didn't seem like very many compared to Brother Brigham's 27. But I didn't want to be anybody's wife. The day I arrived at the village near Corn Creek, Kanosh paraded me through the wickiups. He told the elders and his 3 other wives that Brigham Young was a powerful ally against the U.S. government, which posed a threat to Paiute and Mormon alike. According to Kanosh, the prophet had parted with his beloved Sally as a gesture of goodwill. He told the others I was like a daughter to Brigham, his treasured possession. The scars on my cheeks and my shabby clothing told a different story, one that Kanosh's 3 other wives were quick to notice. I could see the disdain and judgment in their eyes from the first moment. Of course, they said nothing, and neither did I. We all knew I was a trade, not a treasure. Still, Kanosh had promised to build me a cabin instead of the shared wickiup, to show Brigham next time he rode out to Corn Creek, so that the prophet could see he cared for me above all else. The other wives rolled their eyes when he looked away. I smiled vacantly, as if I didn't understand a word he said. 10. Kapeputs. Sally. Corn Creek, Utah, August 1857. Since the first week I'd arrived, Awan, Enola and Kanosh's only son, had accompanied me to fetch water at Corn Creek each day. At 18, Awan was just a little older than me. I figured he was basically my brother, and my stepson? With his quiet voice, serious cold dark eyes, and long brown hair that perpetually fell across his face like a horse's forelock, I liked him immediately. From the careful way he eyed me behind that floppy lock of hair, I understood that the other wives had passed him the task of preventing me from running away. But even so, gathering water with Awan had become my favorite part of the day. He led the mule that toted the pitch baskets, just like every other day. I dipped them into the shallow water of Corn Creek until they were full enough for our needs, but not so heavy that the mule couldn't carry them. While I worked, Sweet Pea, the mule, snatched bits of dry grass along the bank. The morning after the final deaths in the village, Awan and I set out as usual. When I finished filling the first pitch basket, I cupped my hands and raised a tentative mouthful of water to my chapped lips. After the agony I'd seen in camp, I hadn't taken a sip of water or a mouthful of meat since the sickness broke out. Some of the Paiutes insisted that the Gentiles had poisoned the steer meat. Others said they'd poisoned the creek itself. But I couldn't last much longer without water. As I raised the water to my mouth, Awan suddenly darted forward. "No, stupid! You'll die too!" At first, I thought he was talking to me. Without thinking, I scrambled to my feet and shrieked, tipping the pitch basket in the process. The water spilled into the muck at our feet. When I turned to face Awan, he wasn't looking in my direction, though. He'd grabbed Sweet Pea's rope and was pulling the mule away from a dried patch of forage growing near the creek shore. Awan gave me a strange look, then turned back to the mule. One of the dusky purple flowers stuck out between Sweet Pea's velvet lips. Awan swatted it away, startling the poor thing, who let out an indignant bray and stomped her foot. "Do you want to end up like them?" he asked her, pointing at the black patches of charred earth near the muddy banks a few yards away, where the men had burned the stripped steer carcasses. "Like them?" My surprise pushed the words past my lips before I could stop myself. The look on his face made me clamp my mouth shut so hard I bit my tongue. It was the first time I'd spoken to him. "You understood what I said." It wasn't a question. My hands suddenly felt shaky, and I set down the basket I was trying to refill so I didn't drop it again. Awan pushed aside his hair and studied me intently. "You're Paiute? My mother told me you were Ute." Anger flared in my chest, and I took the bait. "I am not a Ute," I said hotly, my native tongue surprising but sweet in my mouth, like the clover honey I hadn't tasted since I was a little girl. Ute was a curse word I'd learned almost as soon as I could speak. The Utes traded slaves. They were the reason I'd ended up at Brigham Young's house in the first place. "I'm not Paiute either." My native Bannock wasn't the same as the Paiute dialect Awan spoke, but similar enough that I knew he'd understand me. Awan shrugged and motioned to the pitch basket, spinning in an eddy an arm's length away. "You can drink the water. It's fine. That plant is the problem." He pointed to the dried-up sweet peas that the mule had just tried to eat. When I looked closer, I realized that some of the leaves and purple flowers tangled among the dead sweet pea vines were shaped differently. "Loco weed," he said. "Livestock eat it when forage is low." I stared at him in confusion. There was hardly more than a mouthful on the banks of the creek. The Gentile steers died from eating that plant? He shook his head. "It takes a lot more than a bite. Those steers had probably been eating it for weeks in the desert. There's no grass. We haven't had rain all summer." I nodded. The drought was relentless. The cornstalks clinging to life in Kanash's fields were withered and sickly, half as tall as they should have been. There were no more melons, Hardly any rabbits or deer that hadn't fled into the mountains. My mother warned the other women not to harvest the meat. Awan continued. The steers were way too sleek to be starved, and they bloated up too quickly. Their muscles were full of loco weed. The same thing happened a few years ago when another group of Gentiles passed through. Not this bad, though. He pushed his hair behind one ear and gestured at the sun-baked earth surrounding us. The sparse, trampled grass flanking Corn Creek was the only bright green in sight. The other women didn't listen to my mother. There's no game to hunt. All that meat was hard to pass up. Does your father know about the loco weed? I asked. Awan shook his head. He doesn't care. The wagon trains have been bringing us death for years. He said softly. He moved his gaze away from the blackened ground to the horizon. But not anymore. The war has begun. He drew in a long breath and stood taller. My father says that James Buchanan's troops are already gathering at the mouth of Echo Canyon up north, outside Salt Lake. The Americans hate the Mormons the same way the Americans hate us. I frowned. What will Kanosh do? Awan picked up the pitch basket in silence and filled it with water from the lazy current at our feet. When he met my gaze, his eyes were unreadable. Whatever Brigham Young says. The Mormons are our allies. We will fight with them in this war. And the Gentile wagon train? I asked, still confused. They aren't troops. They're families with women and children. I pictured the little girl, Nancy, crying and singing to herself on the desert floor. Awan shook his head. They are troops. James Buchanan sends them here, more every year, and tells Brigham Young to protect them. You've seen their guns. They kill our game, take our grass for their cattle, and kill our people if we fight back. We starve while they go west in search of gold. I picked up the other basket and dipped it into the muddy water. My stomach tightened uneasily. Maybe he was right. What did I know about such things? The memories of my childhood among the Bannock were fuzzy at the edges, but our standard of living had been comfortable back then. I remembered the tang of berries, honey, and plenty of roasted meat, dancing and firelight. I'd always imagined the rosy oasis of my childhood home was still intact somewhere to the north, just without me in it. But maybe, after a decade, my childhood home looked like the village at Corn Creek, hard scrabble, dust-glazed, and sinewy, like the steers that had collapsed near the creek. And that broke my heart. When Awan walked me to the creek the next day, he asked my name. My real name. I didn't answer at first. The other Paiutes just called me Sally, same as the white Mormons, drawing out the L's in the English name, like the letters were stuck to their teeth in an unpleasant way. Sometimes they called me other names, words they thought I couldn't understand. In addition to their favorite taunt of Brigham's little doll, Hawk Girl was another popular insult. It was just another way of calling me a Ute. The notorious Ute chiefs, the Hawk of the Mountains, had terrorized the Bannock and Paiutes, stealing horses, women, and children to sell to anyone who would buy them. After a long pause, I told Awan my real name, my Bannock name, the one my mother had given me. Kapeputs, walks without sound. I couldn't remember if that was the meaning of my name, or if my mother had simply murmured those two phrases together again and again while I dashed around with Tyee. But over the years, I'd decided the meaning fit. I'd repeated that name to remind myself silently so many times while I made meals in Brigham Young's home, tended children, scrubbed trousers, milked cows, braided hair, and ironed dresses. I felt no guilt over this small deception, having learned from a young age the difference between self-preservation and sin. Sin was the man who had plucked me from the riverbank while I played with my best friend Tai, walking with our yucca horses along the riverbank. He'd sprung from behind a rock so quickly I didn't have time to scream before his knife pressed tight against Tai's throat. "I'll cut him up," the man said, his eyes and teeth popping white and wild in his face. "Unless you stay quiet." He cut us up anyway. Once we were far enough from the village that nobody could hear us scream. Each night, he slashed our faces with a sharp knife, then poured hot ash across the wounds. He threatened that if we ran away, he would do much worse. When we arrived at the fort in the Salt Lake Valley, he asked $15 for me and $10 for Tai. When he got no offers, he told the Mormons in Salt Lake that he'd be happy to kill us both instead. We were worthless to him alive if we couldn't be traded. A few days later, still without an offer, he pulled the knife across Tai's neck from ear to ear. The same would have happened to me if it hadn't been for the Mormon man who offered his rifle in exchange for my life. It wasn't exactly the trade my captor wanted, but it was better than leaving with only fresh blood on his knife. The Mormon man gifted me to his sister Clara Young, one of Brother Brigham's many wives. When I told Awan my real name, Kapiput, he repeated it like an oath, and I knew the word was safe in his mouth. Hearing him say it felt like we were sharing a secret. From then on, whenever we were alone at the creek, that was the name he called me. Proclamation. Brigham Young, August 1857. To the citizens of Utah, we are invaded by a hostile force who intend our overthrow and destruction. For the last 25 years, we have trusted officials of the United States government, from constables and justices to judges, governors, and president, only to be scorned, held in derision, insulted, and betrayed. Our houses have been plundered and then burned. Our people have been butchered, and our families driven from their homes to find shelter in the barren wasteland among hostile savages who, like us, have been denied the embrace of civilization. Our duty to our families requires us not to tamely submit to be driven and slain without an attempt to preserve ourselves. I hereby declare martial law. Brigham Young. To the officer commanding the forces now invading Utah territory. I, Brigham Young, am still the governor and superintendent of Indian affairs for the territory. By virtue of the authority vested in me, I forbid armed forces of any kind and under any pretense from entering this territory without express permission. I make this declaration of martial law for the safety of my people and the safety of westward travelers. As Indian agent and governor, I have long used my power to offer such travelers safe passage through Utah territory. I fear that your actions against myself and the people of Utah have already quickened the blood of the Indians in this territory. The caravans travel west at their peril. Brigham Young. 11. Katrina Huff. 10 miles outside of Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. 50 days to California. Our wagon train inched forward through the desert like a long snake of wood and canvas. When Captain Alexander promised we were nearly at the lush meadow where we could rest our oxen, horses, and cattle, where the children could swim, Nancy clapped her hands. I kept my eyes on the horizon. The 4-part phrase that had kept my spirits buoyed up before, "We're safe, we're together, we're nearly there," had dwindled to 3. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. If the days on the trail were difficult before, they were impossible now. My mind felt numb, and my heart raw, still reeling from the loss of my Peter. It broke a little more with each step under the merciless sun, farther and farther away from where we left my husband's body. I knew my children needed me. Their hearts were broken too. But all I could give them was 1 more mile, hour after hour, day after day. Somehow, by the time we reached California, I promised myself that I'd pull the pieces of my own shattered heart back together and be the mother they needed. If my own mother were here, I just knew she would have gathered us all like a hen with chicks, clucking over our dirty hair and clothing, drawing us tighter and tighter until we felt bound together again. My grief for Peter crashed against the grief for the family I'd left back in Arkansas, until I could barely feel anything else. I had no comfort to give myself or anyone else yet. So for now, the best I could do was put 1 foot in front of the other. 14-year-old James, still coaxing Belle and Bright along from the driver's seat of the wagon, had turned into a man overnight. His bright blue eyes were steely and determined, like it was up to him now to drag us all to California. "Keep to the left, Bright. Steady now," he called out, his voice filled with an authority that both comforted and saddened me. Mary had changed too. And not just because I'd hardly heard her cough. She'd taken care of little Nancy, like a second mother the whole trip, but now she was the one who lifted my youngest into the wagon when she got too tired. Nancy cried whenever she walked beside me and saw my pained expression, but she smiled when she held Mary's hand. It filled me with love and crushed me each time I heard Mary's gentle voice behind me. "Look at the prickly pear flowers, Nancy. Don't they look good enough to eat?" Or, "I bet Uncle Yuri will get a rabbit in his traps tonight, don't you think? Sissy Lou could make a stew." William, silent and solemn, stayed next to me like a guard, his hand occasionally brushing mine. For once, I wished he'd tease his sisters like he used to. Yuri and Louisa, along with baby Tryphena, had become the bright spot in our day when we finally circled the wagons each night. We'd made our meals separately before, but now we sat around the same fire. Most nights, Yuri strummed a melancholy tune on his guitar, while Louisa and the children hummed along and tried to make little Tryphena smile until she fell asleep. I joined them too, always at the edge of camp in case I needed to slip away and cry. I wanted to be stronger, to put on a smile and help my children look forward to the new life we'd have in California, the peaches we'd grow, the calves we'd see born in the sunny pasture, the way our hearts would burst when Nana and Papa were finally able to visit, and maybe even stay with us. If I'd been the one to die, Peter would have been strong enough to hold on to that vision. I felt sure of it. Instead, I paced forward, my mind curling around a piece of poetry from Whitman, the darkest words I knew. When my grandmother died, I'd found a tear-stained book open on my mother's bed and committed the lines to memory. Despairing cries float ceaselessly toward me day and night, the sad voice of death,
the call of my nearest lover. The sea I am quickly to sail. Come tell me where I am speeding. Tell me my destination. Part of me had given up hope that California or Mountain Meadows were real places. From the way Captain Alexander described the idyllic resting place, it sounded like heaven. I'd started to imagine Peter there, waiting for us. Alexander said there would be a real river in the meadow, just a few feet deep, but so wide it wouldn't be dry. Blackberry brambles thick with fruit, grass so lush the oxen would be able to eat their fill and put on the weight they'd lost on the trail. The forage had gotten better as the nights turned cooler and sparse grass began to reappear. But we were still in desperate need of a resting place. A chance to smoke and dry meat, dig roots and dry berries to replenish our supplies. The Mormons still refused to trade with us. "Move along, Gentiles." I no longer tried to hush Yori when he rambled on about the Mormons and Brigham Young in front of the children. If anything, the talk took my mind off the hole in my chest for a few precious moments. Know why they ran the Mormons out of Illinois and Missouri? Chased them here to Utah territory? He asked one night around the dying fire. Nancy and baby Tryphena had fallen asleep an hour earlier. I'd been about to slip away too, but now I perked up my ears. I'd wondered about this myself. I knew their people had suffered because Peter always said he felt sorry for them. James and Mary shook their heads, eager to hear. Louisa sighed like she'd heard this 100 times, but didn't object. Yuri continued. Their prophet Joseph Smith was growing an army called the Nauvoo Legion. More than 2,000 men. He glanced at me, clearly expecting a reaction. You know how many men are in the whole United States Army? When I didn't answer, Yuri kept going. 2,000. My skin prickled as I remembered the men in uniform who had stopped Yuri and James from entering Fillmore. Joseph Smith ran for president and lost, but he said it didn't matter. He'd be king of the United States anyway. Said the Indians, Lamanites he called them, would rise up to help his militia overthrow the government. By now, James and Mary looked terrified. I decided then it was time for bed. I could do that for my children at least. That's enough, Yuri. Joseph Smith is dead. He gave me an incredulous look, exaggerated in the shadows of the firelight. Brigham Young isn't, though. And from what I've heard, God's telling him the same thing he told Joe. We tried to barter for supplies with the Mormons just before we reached Mountain Meadows in Cedar City. It was the last fort we'd find before we crossed the grueling Mojave Desert that lay between us and California. Alexander rode out to Cedar City with Yuri that morning and returned within the hour, their horses lathered in sweat from a dead run. There were no supplies to be had, and we needed to break camp and make a last push toward the meadow immediately. If we camped near the city tonight, we were putting ourselves in danger. Louisa refused to tell me what had happened at first, or even walk by her own wagon. She was so upset with Yuri. He volunteered to go with Alexander just so he could jab at the Mormons. She fumed, shifting baby Tryphena on her shoulder and adjusting the little girl's bonnet. The dust had, mercifully, given way to rocky ground near Cedar City. When Louisa finally calmed down, she told me that both Alexander and Yuri had nearly been arrested in Cedar City by the town marshal on the charge of foul language. I hadn't been expecting this. For all Yuri's conspiracy theories about the Mormons, I'd never heard him take the Lord's name in vain. Peter had, at one point, started calling him Sheriff Huff for how much he policed the cattle hands' language, always barking at them to mind their mouths and manners in the presence of women and children.
Yuri? Foul language? I asked, surprised to hear the laugh that burst out of my mouth so loud that Mary and Nancy and the oxen turned their heads to look at me. Louisa shook her head and tucked a loose strand of blonde hair back into her braid. Yuri and Alexander went straight to the miller to ask about trading for flour. They'd barely gotten there when the militia rode up. She met my eyes. They wanted an entire cow for a few bushels of grain. My laughter abruptly dried up. It was a ridiculous offer. A joke. We'd have no cattle left to drive, let alone feed, if we made that trade. She nodded. Yuri said something along the lines of, "By God, be reasonable." That was when the militia called in the town marshal, charging him with foul language. She leaned next to my ear so the children wouldn't overhear what she was about to say next. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Then Yuri did lose his temper. He told them he knew exactly why they were so set on hoarding all their grain, and that he hoped the U.S. Army would throw Brigham Young in jail for treason and drive the Mormons into the mountains like animals, where they belonged. I gasped. Even for Yuri, this was bad. "What did Alexander do?" I breathed. Her cheeks flushed red. Tore into him as soon as the words were out of Yuri's mouth, but the damage was done. She fussed with baby Tryphina's bonnet again, even though the little girl was shaded from the sun well enough. Then she added, "Yuri thinks the Mormons are behind all the cattle raids." I looked over at her, skeptical again. How could it be the Mormons? The cattle hands said the raiders wore loincloths like Indians. Louisa stopped worrying Tryphina's bonnet. It had been white when we began the trek, but was now a pale brown. I know. But Yuri swore he recognized our brands on some of the cattle he saw in passing when the Mormons rode them out of town. Maybe he's wrong, but I don't know. I shook my head. Maybe the Paiutes traded the cattle to the Mormons. Maybe. She drew in a breath. But Yuri said the Mormons seemed to know all about the raids we've had and the cattle we'd lost. What do you mean? I asked. When Yuri told the Mormons he wouldn't pay a whole cow for a bushel of wheat, one of the men joked that maybe half a cow was a fair price, since we'd already paid so handsomely in cattle. Then they all laughed. 12. Lucy Robison, Fillmore, Utah, September 1857. The first week of school turned the mornings quiet again. The silence made the hole in my chest ache more than the bustle, so I threw myself into my daily work like a house on fire. 4-year-old Adelia was my only shadow while I helped Vic with the first-time fruits apple harvest each morning. Our harvest was nothing compared to the bushels we'd pulled from the sturdy branches back in New York, but it was something. There would be winesap preserves and fresh fruit to share with our neighbors, and money for new trousers, too. At first glance, everyone else in Fillmore went about life as usual, too. We went to church, cooked our meals, washed our clothes, and harvested our crops. But beneath the surface, we were coals hiding live embers, ready to burst into flame the second they were stirred up again. At Brigham Young's order, we had tucked our belongings and some of our harvest into wagons ready to flee into the mountains at a moment's notice. Be always watchful, we whispered to each other. The army might be here any day, the older children murmured solemnly as they lay their boots by their beds each night. Keep your gunpowder dry. We bid our neighbors farewell when we crossed paths. Talk of war was on everyone's lips. Utah was under siege. Any day, the United States Army might breach the standoff with our militia in Salt Lake and finish what they'd started back in New York, Illinois, and Missouri. They called us traitors for our allegiance to God and our prophet before country. They called us depraved for how we chose to worship and marry. And they were terrified of the fact that we had a militia, the Nauvoo Legion, to defend ourselves. Everyone said that fighting hadn't really begun yet. For now, both sides were locked in a stalemate in Echo Canyon. But in my mind, Proctor had been the first shot fired. Some of the men in Fillmore had gone north to help shore up our defenses. We didn't have Army-issue guns or shiny epaulets on our uniforms, but we had God and terror on our side. Even the poorest among us could turn their scythes into bayonets and plowshares into swords at a moment's notice. We wouldn't run this time. We'd fight. And if we couldn't last, we'd burn our cities to the ground and scatter into the mountains, leaving a barren wasteland behind with only Indians to greet the wagon trains when they tried to come west.
"Mama, can I have an apple?"
Adelia asked, blinking sleepily and rubbing her hands across her red cheeks. The summer heat hadn't loosened its grip one bit, and the air was already sweltering. "Yes, my girl. And then it's time for a nap," I told her, smiling like I wasn't about to fall to the ground from exhaustion myself. When she was sleeping, I stood on the porch in the shade for a few minutes to catch my breath, eyes moving to the horizon. My heart seized when I imagined what it would look like when the soldiers came for us, what it would feel like to set fire to my own house, in this orchard we'd worked so hard to coax into harvest. This time, by what would be my own hands. My eyes moved to Proctor's grave at the edge of the orchard, strewn with dried yellow flowers Adelia had picked from what was left of the drought-ravaged summer forage. The soldiers would march right over it. I closed my eyes and put my hand on my chest, searching for the passion that had started all of this, the testimony of the restored gospel of Jesus Christ. Tears slipped down my cheeks. That well of living water inside me never ran quite dry. 10 years ago, when Vic and I were newlyweds in Syracuse, New York, our neighbors, the Mendons, insisted I borrow their copy of the Book of Mormon. I'd only asked about it to be polite, since they displayed the book on their kitchen table like a treasure. But the way Ruth Mendon placed it in my arms, so carefully it might have been a baby, piqued my curiosity to say the least. All books were precious, but I'd never seen someone touch a book like that. I knew a little about the Mormons even before I read the text that Joseph Smith, the first prophet of the Latter-day Saints, claimed to have translated from gold plates an angel had directed him to find. I know it sounds strange, but just read the book. Ruth Mendon had insisted. You'll feel a burning in your bosom, a testimony that God called Joseph Smith as his modern prophet to give us more of his words, because he loves us so much. So I'd read the book, and to my surprise, Ruth Mendon was right. My heart burned while I read about Jesus' visit to ancient America, my America, where the people touched the scars in his hands and wept at his feet. I loved the Bible, but when I imagined Jesus, it had always been in faraway lands. Reading about my Savior blessing little children in my own country brought tears to my eyes. I didn't realize Vic was reading the Book of Mormon too, at night after I went to sleep, until he confessed when he reached the last page. I couldn't deny the truth of what I'd read. Each passage, each verse spoke to me as if God himself were whispering the words of faith, of hope, of wisdom. Like the Bible I'd loved since I was a girl, I felt the truth of it like sacred balm, soothing all my doubts. And if those words were true, Joseph Smith was exactly who he claimed to be too. In some ways, my decision to read the Book of Mormon was the start of my life. But in other ways, it was the end. Vic and I studied and prayed for a year, preparing to be baptized. I felt so much peace and joy. But like the prophet Lehi in the Book of Mormon said, it must needs be that there is an opposition in all things. If not so, righteousness could not be brought to pass, neither wickedness, neither holiness, nor misery, neither good nor bad. The opposition came in spades. Mere months after I first saw that book on Ruth Menden's table, I still remember the look on our Gentile farmhand's face when he told us that a mob had tarred and feathered 2 Mormon men across town. Eyebrows arched halfway up his forehead like he could barely believe it, along with a barely contained smirk. He said the word Mormon like a curse. He talked about how the men had been tarred and feathered like he deserved it. He had no idea that Vic and I had committed to be baptized. I already knew about the attack. I'd helped scrape the cooled tar from Arthur Menden's skin that night. The endless black mess peeled off bit by bit in tiny patches, along with a layer of skin. By the time Ruth and I were finished, he looked like he had been skinned. The farmhand went on, bragging that he would have gladly helped the mob, were it not for the demands of his work on our farm that particular day.
We ought to do what they did in Missouri. Exterminate them before they have the chance to reproduce. Mormons breed like rats, and they vote like sheep. They want to make Joe Smith king.
Vic had squeezed my hand, warning me to be careful. Would you like to tar and feather us too? I wanted to scream at the farmhand. Exterminate our children? Instead, I held my tongue and returned the squeeze of Vic's hand. 2 days later, on a freezing early morning in February, Vic and I were baptized in secret in the icy Oswego River. My skin burned with cold, but it was nothing when I thought of the skin-eating tar and ash. A week later, a mob set fire to our home. I never saw the men who did it. We managed to put out the flames before it took the whole house, but the result was the same as if it had burned to the ground. We left Syracuse that same night with the Mendens to join the prophet Joseph Smith and the Mormons in Nauvoo, Illinois. The frenzy of violence from Syracuse had followed us to Nauvoo. Different faces, but the same jeering insults, the same hot tar, and the same death threats. They threw Prophet Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram in Carthage jail just a year after we arrived. An armed mob stormed the jail a few days later and murdered Joseph Smith and his brother in cold blood. The founder of our faith, the prophet, was dead. Then, once again, the mob forced us to run from our homes and into the wilderness. Before the mob drove us out, Brigham Young, now the second prophet of the Restoration, received a revelation from God himself. It was an oath to be added to the endowment ceremony. These sacred vows and blessings pointed the way to exaltation. Vic and I had received ours when we were sealed to each other for all time and all eternity. We'd been married for years by that point, but as Brigham Young explained, being sealed meant that our marriage and family would last beyond death. Our bond would be eternal. The endowment had taught us the signs and tokens that God would require for entrance into heaven. They were simple handshakes, simple gestures, but each one symbolized our commitment to our faith. During the Holy Endowment ceremony, we'd made covenants with God directly to carry out His will as long as we lived. In return, He would bless us. After Brigham Young's revelation, we added an oath of vengeance to our endowment vows, because God would not be mocked. And when the time was right, we would be his hands in delivering justice. We vowed that this would be the very last time we let a mob drive us anywhere, and we'd never forget the blood the Gentiles had spilled, not in Missouri, not in Nauvoo. The oath we recited was as stark as the blessings we received were beautiful. Each of you do covenant and promise to avenge the blood of the prophets upon this nation, and that you will teach the same to your children and to your children's children. Those words had thundered through my head while we fled for our lives across the frigid Mississippi River. The faces on the other side of the river had all looked the same, twisted in gleeful hate to see us run. Their whoops and gunfire carried on the wind for miles. A verse from the Bible repeated in my head. Vengeance is mine, and recompense. Their foot shall slip in due time, for the day of their calamity is at hand.
Lucy, what are you doing?
Vic's voice pulled me back to Utah, back to our orchard in Fillmore. I shook off the memories of the mob in the icy Mississippi, realizing I'd grabbed hold of the shovel on the porch and was holding it to my chest like a weapon. I swallowed the memories, but not the rage. I just put Adelia down for a nap, I said. Things hadn't been the same between me and Vic. Not just because of Proctor's death, but because we'd just submitted our names for approval for Vic to take another wife. I thought Brigham Young might overlook the request, given the chaos of war. Instead, it had been approved almost immediately.
13.
Kapiputs. Sally. Corn Creek, Utah, September 1857. When Kanash returned to the Paiutes after meeting with Brigham Young, 3 white men accompanied him. He introduced each like his brother, standing beside him and clapping him on the back. Major John Higbee and Major Isaac Haight, battalion leaders in the Mormon militia, wore pale blue military uniforms. The last man was Apostle George A. Smith. His name was the only one I recognized. Apostle Smith had visited the Young home in Salt Lake often. The other 2 men were familiar to me, but I hadn't known their names. I'd seen all 3 of them go into the room with the hair wreath many times. Those were meetings I couldn't sit in on. But here, beneath the hazy sky in the Paiute village, Kanash invited each man in front of the fire in turn. Then he translated their words for the Paiutes who had gathered to listen. Major Higbee spoke first. His graying hair curled over his ears in twin tufts that straggled into a messy beard beneath his neck. I felt his eyes on me, and I shrank into the darkness at the edge of the fire when he said,
When the governor of Missouri ordered our extermination, we pled for mercy. They answered us with bloodshed. When we fled to Illinois and built a city from the cholera swamps, they burned our temple to the ground. So we left our homes and came far into the wilderness where we could worship God according to our own conscience.
He cleared his throat and rushed on.
Your story is our story. The Americans have driven you mercilessly from the lands of your inheritance. When you pled for mercy, the Trail of Tears was their answer. When you fled west, a tide of wagons followed on your heels.
His voice shook as he finished.
I have been driven from my home for the last time. I'm prepared to feed the Gentiles the same bread they fed my people, and yours.
When Major Higbee finished speaking, he stared into the silent audience like he expected us to respond with whoops of applause. But he spoke so quickly that Kanash was only partway through translating by the time he sat down on a rock beside the fire. I caught Awan's eye, then looked away quickly, not wanting Enola to see. If Awan's mother knew we had become friends, I was sure a different member of the tribe would be assigned to accompany me on my errands. Awan and I would never again be left alone together. Apostle George A. Smith, A thick-set man wearing an ugly brown suit spoke next. He drew himself up to his full height, lifting his enormous hands in front of him. His voice boomed through the quiet night. "Your day, the day of the Lamanites, has arrived. I can see the light in your eyes, those of you who have been baptized." He gestured to Kanash and to the gathered crowd. "Already, you are becoming white and delightsome. The scales of darkness have fallen from your eyes as you soften your hearts and unite with us, your brethren, in building and defending the kingdom of God." I stole a glance at Kanash while he translated the apostles' words with animated gestures. Then I glanced around the crowd. Everyone's skin, like mine, was the color of rich ochre clay. I was familiar with some of the words Apostle Smith used. Lamanites, white and delightsome. In the early mornings at the Young household, Clara had gathered the other wives and children together, including me, to read from the Book of Mormon. One day, she read a passage about the Lamanites, an ancient warlike and wicked people who had been cursed with a skin of blackness, so that they would not be enticing to the white-skinned Nephites. "Just like Sally," she told the children, taking my hand and lifting it up, so the children could see my brown skin. "But look," she said, flipping my hand so that the pale skin of my palm faced the group. "Sally has been baptized. She has accepted the gospel of Jesus Christ. One day, Sally and her children will be as white as you." She let go of my hand and gestured to the children, who stared at me in wonder. I pretended not to understand, as usual. But when I drew my hand away, I kept it clenched in a tight fist on my lap, while Clara told the children that the Youngs were descendants of righteous members of the 10 tribes of Israel. That's why their skin was beautiful and white. Something rebellious burned inside me whenever we read from the Book of Mormon after that. Maybe it was all of my Lamanite blood. Apostle Smith paused to let Kanash finish translating, then raised his voice even louder. His words were like a slow roll of thunder. "As the prophet Elisha said, those who are with us are more than those who are with them. We are your neighbors. We are your brothers. Who has clothed and fed you, while the Gentiles trample your grass and shoot your warriors? Who has baked bread with your women? The gathering of Israel is at hand, brother Laman. We will bring forth the kingdom of the Lord, united as one against our enemies. Be not afraid, for the Lord is with us." His eyes flashed in the firelight. A smattering of claps sounded among the Paiutes, this time as Kanash relayed the final words. I bit the inside of my cheek when Major Isaac Haight, also a church leader in Cedar City, finally rose to speak. My head was already swimming with sermons. Thankfully, he was brief. "We will fight back the American troops who intend to replace Brigham Young as leader of Utah Territory. And as long as the Americans make war with us, the wagon train should expect to pay in cattle." Isaac Haight lifted his hands, gesturing to the gathered crowd. "The Gentiles' cattle, and any of the plunder you can take in the raid, is yours. This wagon train is very rich." I stared at him in shock. Kanash rushed to translate this part. The words drew murmurs from the crowd. An old man, one of the tribe's elders, stood to speak. "Brigham says we should not steal cattle and plunder. The Gentiles have guns." After Kanash translated, Haight nodded. "Brother, this is not stealing. This is payment
for all that the American government has stolen from your people. You are correct that the Gentiles have many guns, but as Apostle Smith just told you, the Lord will deliver them into your hands. Even now, their wagons are arriving in the Meadow Canyon."
Another murmur rippled through the crowd gathered around the fire. An uneasy twinge in my stomach kept my mouth shut. I had no love for the white Gentiles, but I'd just as soon let them slip away to wherever they were going instead of strike them down, because the memory of that little girl still chipped at the stone around my heart, the same way the whales from the Paiutes had. When Haight finished speaking, Kanash rallied the men. His eyes lingered on his son, Awan. Not quite 18, Awan was still a boy, not a warrior. But with his broad shoulders and strong, lean build, he looked older. Enola touched her hand to her chest when Kanash approached. I shrank back into the shadows, wanting to hear but not be seen.
"Leave him with me,"
Enola said.
"What if the American troops break through up north while you are away with the other men? Who will defend us?"
Kanash kept his eyes on Awan, who held his gaze unblinking. Did Awan want to go with his father? The Paiutes had raided cattle before, culling them from the herd at night and disappearing with them. Nothing like this. From the number of men riding out, they planned to stampede the whole herd and take as much plunder from the Gentiles as they could manage. "Don't go, Awan!" I wanted to shout. The air buzzed with danger and hot tempers. Kanash patted his son on the shoulder, confirming what Enola wanted. Awan would stay. Then he brushed past him, scanning the dispersing crowd. I withdrew farther into the shadows. If I could help it, I wanted to stay out of Kanash's sightline. Recent events had kept him away from camp and away from me, but I didn't want to take any chances of catching his attention. "Go away," I begged silently. And he did. As Kanash and the Paiutes rode away with the white men headed south, I studied their silhouettes. Major Higbee and Major Haight were imposing in their military jackets and pants. Apostle George A. Smith created such a bulky frame in his flapping suit that he looked less like a man and more like a mountain. Even their horses were well-muscled and striking. The Paiutes rode like shadows, their horses all sinew and bone. 14. Katrina Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. 49 days to California. By the time we made camp at Mountain Meadows, the details of what happened in Cedar City with the Mormons had spread like wildfire through the wagon train. Opinions seemed evenly split on whether Uri had been in the wrong. Half of my neighbors had "damned Mormons" on their lips. The other half muttered, "Damned Uri." But on all sides, the relief at having escaped Cedar City without anybody getting thrown in jail was thick in the air. All I could do was stare at the meadow, though. It was as beautiful as I'd hoped. But the fact that Peter wasn't here, even though I knew he wouldn't be, hit me so hard I had to sit down in the grass for a few minutes to catch my breath. For the first time, I allowed myself to think about what it would feel like to reach California without him. That land of milk and honey Peter had been talking about for more than a year prior to our journey. No matter how heavenly California looked, it would be as lonely and desolate as this beautiful, bustling meadow. I forced myself to stand up and watch my children. Nancy and William were already splashing headlong into the river, laughing with some of the others. "Baby, try!" Nancy called. "Mary, bring the baby down to the water. I see bullfrogs." Go on and take her, I told Mary, putting a smile on my face that felt like stretched rawhide. I'll get the fire going with Sissy Lou. Louisa and I had always been close, but after Peter's death, she'd become the sister I never had. The children gave her the nickname Sissy Lou, since she was only 10 years older than Mary. Louisa gratefully handed baby Tryphena, who had been fussing after the longest day of travel we'd had yet, into Mary's arms. Louisa hadn't been quite herself since Cedar City, and neither had Yuri. The thought that he might be stuck in a jailhouse right now seemed to have sobered him. Or maybe it was the hide tanning he'd gotten from Captain Alexander. While James unyoked Belle and Bright, Louisa and I prepared a meal of soda biscuits and beans, using the last of the wheat flour. Every few minutes I glanced up to catch sight of Mary, who was looking after the younger children as they bathed in a shallow inlet a safe distance from the eager herds that splashed into the river headlong. The sight made my heart lift a little. Seeming to read my thoughts, Louisa took my arm. There's still good things left, Kit. Look at them. They're okay. My throat squeezed tight. Thanks to you and Yuri. She gripped my arm tighter. You know that's not true, Katrina Huff. You're their mother. You're just who they need. I didn't answer. I was their mother, but they deserved more. If it hadn't been for Yuri and Louisa, I was pretty sure I would have laid down in the dirt and died by now. My heart sank with the truth of it. In California, I'd find a way to rally. Until then, I'd do whatever it took to drag myself one more mile. We're nearly there. Come on, help me with the biscuits, Louisa said gently. There's no flour to make more, and I don't want to burn them. I swallowed down the despair and followed her. Everything had tasted like dust since Peter died. But maybe that was for the best. We'd have to get by on whatever meat we could smoke and hardtack, or as little Nancy called it, heart attack, until we crossed the desert. When I stood up from shaping biscuits by the fire to wipe my sticky hands on my skirt, I realized that Louisa had slipped away. I listened for the children's voices above the quiet bustle of the circled wagons. Everyone was exhausted, and the usual muted chaos was barely a flicker tonight. Even the wagons, usually arranged in a tight circle, were sprawled across the meadow in the grass like they were too tired to move an inch more. There'd be time to circle them in the morning. The steep walls of the canyon that rose above the meadow would make it difficult for anyone to raid the cattle tonight. When I still couldn't hear the children, I left a fire licking the bottom of the cast iron to put eyes on the inlet where they'd been swimming. I went around the back of our wagon and stopped. The children stood like statues in the shallow inlet, their faces turned westward in awe. The last rays of daylight had turned the rippling river current orange and red. The basin's craggy peaks were like black teeth on the horizon, as if the valley were a mouth, and the river its fiery tongue. For just a moment, I forgot about the near arrest in Cedar City and the cattle raids, the grain we couldn't mill, the unforgiving desert that lay ahead of and behind us. What had happened to my Peter? At this moment, the meadow really did look like heaven itself. Alexander had spoken of it often during our trek through the dust-choked desert. I'd secretly been bracing for it to be less beautiful than he'd described. Utah Territory was brimming with sage and rocks, a far cry from this little oasis. But if anything, he'd undersold it. Mountain Meadows was a lush green paradise, full of clumping aspens and tender grass that our herds greedily snatched up. I watched as America Dunlap, a 7-year-old girl in our party, helped Nancy put her shoes back on while Mary rebraided her hair. I tried to make the peaceful memories stick in my mind for the days ahead. "The biscuits are burning," Louisa's lilting voice came from behind me, and I shook myself from the reverie to hurry back to her. "But we won't taste that." She grinned at me, holding a small jar of peach preserves out in front of her. My mouth fell open. I thought we'd run out of preserves a long time ago. "Are you sure? It'll be gone before you blink once Nancy sees it." She laughed. "I'm sure. I've been saving it for this very moment." I rubbed my eyes before the tears could fall. She took my arm and drew me back toward the coals. "We all need a little sweetness tonight, I think." A group of strangers traveling on foot entered the meadow and approached our circled wagons shortly after the last rays of sunlight disappeared. They appeared at the mouth of the canyon like ghosts, emerging from the meadow that had gone pitch black except for a waning moon rippling on the current of the Santa Clara River. The cattle hands along the perimeter of the herd nearly fired on them, thinking that a raid was about to begin. Instead, a slender woman walked out from a cluster of aspens, holding a sleeping toddler. She was followed by 2 girls, a boy, and a man pulling a handcart. A few more adults, several children, and an old man leading a bony cow trailed a short distance behind them, pulling their handcarts through the narrow mouth of the canyon toward the river. Captain Alexander invited them to sit by our dying fires for an hour before they moved on, slipping back into the sagebrush along the riverbank. When Yuri realized they were Mormons, he ran his hand along the pistol at his hip and left the fire. "I've had enough Mormons for the day," he muttered. If he'd stayed a little longer, I suspected he would have changed his tune. These weren't the Mormons we'd run across in Cedar City or Fillmore. These were outcasts. They'd been traveling with their handcarts under the cover of darkness for a month. And like us, they were trying to get out of Utah territory. Even by firelight, it was easy to see that their children were starving, dull-eyed, and dusty. The women and the few men were thin as rails. I'd thought our supplies were low, but seeing these poor souls reminded me that we had more than I thought. Even hardtack was a blessing compared to an empty stomach. The old man who'd been leading the cow refused our offer of food and even tried to stop his children from eating. But once the children saw the food, they devoured hardtack like wolves. The other adults accepted our hardtack, but, like the old man, refused to eat. Their eyes stayed on the children, uneasy expressions on their faces. They all wore thick rags for shoes, and dark sores dotted their arms. But their eyes were sharp and clear in the dim firelight. I stared in disbelief as all of them except the children held the untouched, crumbling biscuits gingerly in their hands. How could they keep from eating? "There's plenty more," I told one of the women, but she just shook her head. When the children had finished eating and dozed near the coals like pups, the old man told us why they were leaving Utah. "My oldest son, Ephraim, was assigned as a missionary to the Paiutes in northern Utah," he began. "Was gone just over a year. And when he came back, well," the old man trailed off. "He learned that his wife, Caroline, had been unfaithful. Ephraim met with the bishop and the stake president. There was a council. After some discussion, they decided that the only way to save her from damnation and keep her from becoming an angel to the devil was to spill her blood, since she had sinned beyond
the grace of God.
I held in a gasp. Louisa and I glanced at each other. Of all the rumors I'd heard about the Mormons, this one was new. More vicious. The old man let out a long breath.
I was part of that council.
He looked up sharply, and the firelight blazed in his eyes for a moment.
But I dissented. Caroline had sinned, but not out of wickedness. She was lonely, and my Charlie could be a poor company even when he was around. Surely she could repent. The blood of the Lamb would wash her clean.
I barely breathed as he paused and turned his eyes to the ground. The campfire popped, sending a spray of sparks skyward.
They noted my dissent, but I was outvoted with a show of hands. They told Charlie, my son, that he was to cut Caroline's throat from ear to ear. And the next day, that poor woman willingly climbed under Charlie's knee, her eyes on the knife he held until he drew it across her throat, spilling her blood onto the ground.
This time, I couldn't hold back the quiet gasp that escaped my throat. Mary and James, who had been sitting beside me and Louisa in silence since the refugees arrived, didn't move or say a peep. But I could see their wide eyes flashing in the dim firelight. I whispered for Mary to fetch the leftover beans we'd saved for breakfast. The old man finished his story quietly. He'd been instructed to attend a disciplinary meeting the following evening. His lack of faith was concerning. Instead, he and another grown son and daughter and a neighbor had packed up their belongings and fled with their children in the early hours of the morning. The story made my stomach clench. Had it really happened that way? The desperation on the travelers' faces said it was the only reason they were here.
We pulled these same handcarts all the way from Winter Quarters, Nebraska,
the old man said, gesturing into the darkness behind them.
To come to Utah, to build the kingdom of God, heaven on earth.
One of the men standing above his sleeping children, a younger version of the old fellow, kept his head bowed as if in prayer until his father finished talking. In the silence that followed, he lifted his head and turned to Alexander.
We've had our fill of heaven,
he said softly, casting his eyes in the direction of the Wasatch Front.
We'll see what's waiting for us in hell, if we can manage the journey.
We offered the group sanctuary with our wagon party for the night, but they were quick to refuse. When Alexander pressed them for a reason, the old man nodded toward a woman sitting wearing a dirty gray dress. Two thin, bird-like girls with long blonde braids huddled beside her, staring into the embers. The woman spoke reluctantly, her voice so quiet I could barely hear her. She told us that she and her two daughters had joined this party of apostates, or Mormon deserters, near Fillmore. She didn't offer a reason why she had deserted the Mormons, but I watched her thread her fingers through her daughter's hands. Then she looked right at me. "They're angry with you," she said in a rush, like spilling a secret. I blinked, but she flicked her gaze back to Alexander.
"And why is that?"
Alexander prompted, his voice honey and his eyes steel. The woman glanced at the old man, and he nodded. "A Mormon boy. And some Paiutes died around the same time our wagon train left Corn Creek," she said in a halting voice. "All of them poisoned," she finished in a whisper, wringing her hands while she spoke, her eyes on the sleeping children sated from hardtack. I exchanged glances with Mary and Louisa.
"What does that have to do with us?"
Alexander pressed. She looked away. "They said you did it," More silence followed. Now I understood their reluctance to accept our food. Alexander lay a hand on his son Hampton's shoulder and faced the woman. Many of our friends and relatives in Arkansas will be following the overland trail through Utah in the coming weeks and months. They really think we'd put our own people in danger? We don't have any poison with us. What use would we have for it? The group was quiet when Mary returned with the heated beans a few minutes later. Apparently satisfied by Alexander's response, even the adults ate this time.
"Thank you kindly,"
the old man said, passing the beans to the other adults first before partaking himself. I wanted them to keep talking, tell us more of the stories I could see etched on their faces in the firelight. But as soon as they'd finished eating the beans, they woke the children and slipped away. As I lay on my bedroll between Mary and Nancy in the wagon that night, I struggled to fall asleep, knowing that the Mormon refugees had chosen to take their chances alone in the Mojave Desert rather than risk staying with our wagon train. I'd always thought safety lay in numbers, but maybe sometimes it just made you easier to hunt. 15. Kapeputs. Sally. Corn Creek, Utah. September 1857. With Kanash and many of the men gone to raid cattle for a few days, life in the village felt different, softer somehow. Awan still accompanied me to draw water from the creek every morning and afternoon, but I had the feeling this arrangement would evaporate soon. Enola didn't try to shadow me anymore, and I got the sense I was no longer considered a flight risk. I found myself walking a little slower on our trips to and from Corn Creek, letting Sweet Pea, the old brown mule, stop to snatch at a patch of dry grass whenever she wanted, instead of tugging her along. In his quiet way, Awan asked me question after question about what life in the Young household was like, and what I remembered from my time among my tribe. I was delighted when I heard him laugh for the first time, a deep warbling chuckle. Awan didn't pry about the scars on my face, so one day I told him about the man who had taken me and Taiyi. Then I showed him the shabby yucca horse that had once had a twin. Awan reached out a hand to touch the horse's soft mane in silence, then revealed that his mother, Enola, and I had more in common than I realized. When she was 6 years old, her twin sister was taken in a Ute raid along with several other girls in the village. He said, explaining that the Paiute people didn't ride horses back then, making them one of the Utes' favorite targets. 10 men from the village died that day, trying to rescue their stolen children. He finished sadly. I swallowed back a bubble of sadness, wondering what my mother, my father, had done when they found me missing. I thought of Taiyi, lying motionless in the dirt where Baptiste left his body on the shoulder of the main road in Salt Lake City, where the men who refused to purchase him would see it. The angry scars on his cheeks were hidden by the blood and dust that covered his face and tangled his beautiful dark hair. I hoped fervently that Enola's sister had been luckier than Taiyi. Clara Young once told me, as if I needed reminding, that most stolen children weren't lucky enough to find themselves in the home of a prophet with velvet couches. Most were sold to wealthy families in Mexico, or even shipped across the ocean to work in the fields until their bodies gave out. Others were forced underground into the mines. Other little girls weren't so lucky to be sold for a rifle and then a handshake. After Awan told me what had happened to Enola's sister and father, I began to speak to the other women in the tribe once in a while, pretending to learn the Paiute language at an impressive rate. Over the next few days, the other women stopped bristling so much at my presence. Numa and Povey still held me at arm's length, but no more dirty brooms appeared on my bedroll in the wickiup. Nobody called me Brigham's little doll anymore. At least, not to my face. Enola, in particular, seemed to soften toward me, asking Awan to find out whether I had a warm blanket for the winter. When I told him I did not, a downy rabbit skin covering appeared on my bedroll the following morning. I had seen one just like it on the other wives' beds. Someone had spent precious time sewing the delicate skins together. The dusty desert village still didn't feel like home. I suspected nothing ever would. But it didn't feel like I was in exile anymore either. 16. Lucy Robison, Fillmore, Utah, September 1857. I was dreaming of Proctor when the knock came at the front door. My boy and I were walking hand in hand through the apple orchard, marveling at how the roots had indeed deepened to sustain the trees in the hard-baked desert. He wore a new pair of trousers, the ones I'd promised to make him with the money from the steer hides. His eyes were bright and clear. The soft rap from the other room startled me awake. I blinked into the darkness and sat up, half terrified by whoever was out there at this hour of the night, and half sick with longing to return to my dream about Proctor. Vic lay a hand on my shoulder and pulled on the stiff, dusty trousers he'd set by the bed the night before. Even in the low light, his pale green eye stood out from the murky one. When Vic and I had met as children in New York, both eyes had been pale. People always thought he'd suffered some awful injury or that he was blind out of that eye, but the truth was less interesting, and he could see just fine. Another boy had darted past him through a thicket in the forest while they were playing, sending a long, skinny branch snapping back at Vic's face. He joked that his better angels sat on the pale side, his demons on the dark.
"It's probably the Johnsons,"
Vic murmured after the door knock, knitting his thick eyebrows together and turning away from me. The Johnsons' baby had gotten worse, feverish and listless. The poor child, already a skinny thing, had withered away over the past week. His eyes were huge and his cries had stopped. Now the family's 2 toddlers were sick as well. "There's a little broth left in the larder," I said, shivering in the cold room while I pulled my dress over my shoulders. A frigid breeze blew through the kitchen as the door creaked shut and Vic ushered a tall, thin man into the room. It wasn't the Johnsons. My relief soured right back to concern when I recognized Bishop Brunson and the expression on his face. His mouth was a stark line in the light of the kerosene lantern he held. When he swung the lantern toward me and saw the fear in my eyes, the set of his mouth softened.
"I haven't brought my doctor's bag, Sister Robison."
He shifted his eyes to Vic.
"I'm here as your bishop, to speak with your husband."
A flurry of questions lodged in my throat. Was he here to talk about plural wives? Vic wasn't courting anyone yet. He'd only just gotten permission. Was that a reason for such a late visit, though? He'd never come to our house at this hour before. Vic reached for my hand and squeezed it twice, the same signal we'd used since we were teenagers courting in upstate New York. "Careful. Tread lightly," I warned myself. It had started the first time I invited Vic to dinner after we'd gotten engaged. My father had some particular ideas about the man I was supposed to marry, and I'd promised him some signal he was about to step on a landmine topic. I told Bishop Brunson good night and swallowed my questions. Then I returned to the bedroom and tucked the still warm quilt around my body. The low baritone of Bishop Brunson's voice and the softer bass of Vic's responses whispered through the quiet house, but I couldn't make out a single word. I stared into the blackness, wide awake and waiting for Vic to come back to the bedroom. The last time I remembered him squeezing my hand like that was in Syracuse, right before we were driven from our home for the first time. Bishop Brunson's visit was brief. The front door clunked shut after barely 5 minutes. When Vic returned to the bedroom where I lay awake, he reached for his coat, hat, and rifle. "Is it the war?" I asked fearfully. He nodded, but hesitated to speak, turning slightly away from me so I got his dark eye. I dug my fingers into the blanket, puzzled. Something told me Bishop Brunson wanted him to stay silent. We'd never had secrets between us, though. It had been that way ever since we were children. It was one of the reasons I'd married him. I figured the straight and narrow path to heaven wasn't so narrow a man and wife couldn't walk side by side. If we were one in the eyes of God as a married couple, anything the bishop told Vic was for my ears too. I suspected God would agree with me, even if Bishop Brunson wouldn't. "Vicary Robinson, you tell me what he said right now," I demanded.
"Things are going well at Echo Canyon,"
Vic said solemnly, still keeping his dark eye facing me. My pulse thudded while I waited for him to tell me what this meant. Were we supposed to light our house and orchard on fire and run so that the troops wouldn't be able to make use of the supplies we left behind? Did we need to wake the children? I moved to stand, but he shook his head, then shifted his gaze to the children's room. When nothing stirred, he lowered his voice and continued,
"Bishop Brunson says our military is losing ground against the American government."
Fear made goosebumps pop across my arms. "How long can we last against them?" I asked, my voice shaking.
"Bishop Brunson believes they'll back off soon, but we can't let them break through into Salt Lake. Our soldiers need reinforcements."
I suddenly understood the purpose of Bishop Brunson's visit. He wanted my Vic to stand against the mob. This one, armed and trained to fight by the United States itself. I shook my head. They won't back off. Why would they back off? The mobs never backed off, let alone one as powerful as the U.S. Army. Vic drew in a deep breath.
"Because until they back down, it's not safe for any wagon trains to move through. Brigham Young warned President Buchanan that the Indians are pretty riled up over the fact that he's being replaced as governor."
He paused, then, like it was an afterthought, added,
"All the government cares about is the wagon trains, and if the Indians are riled up, it's not safe for the wagons to travel through Utah."
I stared open-mouthed, letting what he'd said sink in as he kept going.
"Chief Kanash and the Paiutes have already followed the Gentile wagon train south to stampede their cattle."
His mouth twitched like he wasn't supposed to be telling me any of this.
"And when they do, it'll be the biggest raid anyone's seen on the Overland Trail. That should change old James Buchanan's mind about pushing troops into Utah."
I nodded, not caring if the Paiutes stampeded every single one of the Gentiles' steers, took every single one of their wagons and all their supplies. I'd never laid eyes on the members of the wagon train that had poisoned my boy, but in my mind's eye, I saw them as clearly as I'd seen the seething mob in Syracuse and again in Nauvoo. Faces twisted in hateful smiles, eager to drive us from our homes and exterminate us like rats. The Gentiles deserved everything they lost. The day of their calamity is at hand. Still, the satisfaction did nothing to temper the slivers of fear pricking my chest. What if all hell broke loose? What if I never saw him again? "Do you have to go north?" I asked Vic. Vic squeezed my hand once more and leaned in to kiss me softly.
"God willing, this will all be over soon."
I swallowed hard, wishing I could believe him. A few minutes later, he saddled his favorite horse, a steady bay, and was gone. 17. Katrina Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. 49 days to California. Dawn broke cold in the meadow, filling the ravine with a thick mist that draped the wagons like a shroud. I woke early, while the light was still pewter gray. My stomach felt sick and sour from what I'd heard from the Mormon refugees by the campfire the night before. Coffee would only make it worse, but the comforting trickle of bitter warmth called to me all the same. Louisa and Yuri would have a pot brewing already, since baby Tryphena still woke at the crack of dawn. I tucked the quilts closer around Nancy, who hugged Mary in her sleep. A few feet away, James and William were snuggled together in their own pile. I promised myself that today I would smile for them. Maybe even wade in the inlet of the Santa Clara River and splash like my wild children. I'd ask James to teach me how to yoke the oxen properly, since I still couldn't do it. I resolved that I'd learn to drive the wagon with confidence while we crossed the Mojave. Maybe today I'd braid Mary and Nancy's fresh-washed hair into new braids. Then I'd take stock in the provisions we had left and pick blackberries to dry. Maybe the meadow could be a place to rest and begin again. Then I looked at my lone bedroll and missed Peter with a ferocity that closed my throat and made me hurry away from the wagon. For the briefest moment each morning, I still expected to find him next to me. The remembering that followed was like another death every time. My children needed their father. So did I. What good was I out here without him? I told myself for the 100th time that when we reached California, I'd be the mother my children needed again, like I had been back in Arkansas. For now, I just needed to get us there without coming apart at the seams. We're nearly there. I twisted the wedding band on my finger, feeling the grooves where the two loops fit together as one. Peter had worn one part of the gimmel band during our engagement on his pinky. When we married, he gave me back the other half of the gimmel ring so that the two loops locked together on my finger. I was supposed to bury him with his half of the gimmel ring. But I couldn't bear the thought of it being ripped from his finger when the coyotes dug into the shallow grave, so I kept it on my finger instead, twisting it round and round at night until exhaustion won over grief. The wagon creaked a bit as I pulled on my dress and stockings, then wrapped a shawl around my shoulders. James's eyes fluttered open, and I shook my head. "Sleep," I mouthed. "Stay." It was too early for chores. Too early to carry on like we hadn't been driving through endless hostile territory at a dead run without supplies. James nodded and closed his eyes. I moved through the fog, past silent wagons hulking in the growing light. They looked as scattered and exhausted as I felt. A stone's throw away, the soft clink of tin and the crackle of the first rekindled fires came from other early risers. Other than that, the meadow was strangely silent. I peered in the direction of the river's soft burble, but through the mist, I couldn't see any of the cattle. As if to set my mind at ease, a deep, lowing chorus came from farther up the canyon. I found Louisa and Yuri tucked around their small campfire with baby Tryphena, huddled over steaming tins of weak coffee. A spit strung with a fat rabbit carcass hung over the flames. The smell made my stomach growl. A few feet away, another family, Yuri and Louisa's neighbors from back in Arkansas, the Dunlaps, gathered around an identical spitfire, roasting what looked like quail. I raised my hand in greeting. The Dunlap's daughter, 7-year-old America, pointed excitedly at the small lumps of meat hanging from her family's spit sticks. She'd tucked herself so close to the fire that flakes of white ash dotted her dark braids. Yuri gave me a tired smile and motioned for me to sit. His beard had grown into something of a bird's nest, making him look slightly less like my Peter. Little droplets of coffee clung to the patch beneath his bottom lip. I set a few snares last night and woke up to 3 cottontails. Finally, some decent hunting. I nodded my appreciation. Anything other than dried beef, hardtack, and beans was a welcome change. Louisa shifted the baby to the ground and patted the dirt beside her. Then she leaned over to dip an empty mug into the pot on the fire. I haven't milked the cow yet, but... Boom! I flinched. The sound of a gunshot came from close by. Boom, boom! 2 more in rapid succession. My hands curled into fists. Then a flash of movement from the neighboring wagon drew my eye. I watched in horror as little America Dunlap, who had grinned and shown me her breakfast just a moment ago, toppled over, head first, into the campfire. The spit stick broke and the flames hissed. Boom, boom, boom! The gunfire ripped through the quiet meadow so unexpectedly that for a few moments we all stayed exactly where we were. Louisa kneeling by the fire with a fresh tin of coffee, baby Tryphena wide-eyed and frozen, me reaching toward her with outstretched fingers. Yuri was the first to react. He scrambled to his feet and snatched up the baby. Then he seized Louisa's hand, pulling her roughly to her feet and knocking the coffee into the dirt. America Dunlap's mother frantically tried to pull her daughter's body from the fire. Louisa grabbed hold of my arm, took the baby from Yuri, and we dove toward the wagon a few feet away. Yuri's rifle was propped against the nearest wheel. He lunged for it, wheeled around, and was swallowed up by the mist before Louisa or I could make a sound. Boom, 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 boom! More shots fired. What was happening? Who was attacking us? My children's names ripped through my mind in time with the volley of cracks that drowned out the wails. Nancy, Mary, James, William. Nobody was there to protect them. Not me, and certainly not Peter. The shots came again and again, the majority from a gully due west. Louisa's grip on my arm tightened. Baby Tryphena screamed. A man still wearing his nightclothes barreled out from one of the silhouetted wagons several yards away. I couldn't see his face through the mist, but his rifle looked like an extension of his body in the fog. Boom! He stopped running and doubled over at the stomach. Then he dropped the rifle with a soft thud and crumpled beside it. Josiah! The cry came from the dark wagon behind me. My mouth was cotton. My eyes burned. But I didn't dare blink. Nancy, Mary, James, William, they needed me. But what could I do? No! Louisa choked. No! Wailing rose from the wagon where Josiah's wife Matilda and their 4 children had been sleeping a few minutes earlier. Josiah didn't move. Louisa thrust the baby into my arms and tried to get to her feet. Yuri! She gasped. There's another rifle in the wagon. I can help. No, Louisa, no. I tugged her roughly to follow me, then worked to wedge my body farther beneath the wagon. I wanted to run too, dash the short distance to where my children lay sleeping and tuck them under my arms like a coyote protecting her pups. At least be there with them. They need you, my brain screamed. But even through the terror and guilt, I knew I couldn't help them by running through the bullets. I yanked harder on the back of Louisa's dress and pulled her to me, and the baby. The fabric tore in my hand with a sickening rip, but I clawed to keep hold. Tryphena screamed louder, a siren in my ears. Nancy, Mary, James, William. Why hadn't I stayed with them a little longer? Because you're not the mother they need. My mind roared. Were they cowering on the wagon floor? Or were their bodies as motionless as Josiah's? As America Dunlap's? As their father's? I put the awful thoughts out of my mind. The children would duck their little heads and hide. The bullets wouldn't find them. I pulled Louisa and the wailing baby tighter, praying I was right. I thought of the rifles stockpiled in the larger supply wagons. We had plenty of weapons, but we'd never been ambushed like this. Never needed them this quickly. Boom, boom, boom! One of the bullets struck the dirt an arm's length from Louisa's face. She flinched and coiled against me and the baby, then went rigid. At first, I thought the bullet had hit her. Then I followed her gaze. A stone's throw away, in the mist giving way to the breaking dawn light, the silhouettes of several men hunched low in a tangle of sagebrush. With a deep-throated howl, they leaped from their cover and rushed toward our wagon in a dead run. I caught a flash of a bare chest smeared with something black, arms and legs slathered with red and white paint. Eager rifles roared to life with each step in a volley of sparks and smoke. Indians! Could they see us? I stifled the scream that rose alongside, hot bile in my throat. Boom, boom, boom! The ground beneath me shook like thunder. Between gunshots, the bellows of our cattle, loud whoops, and a growing rumble of frantic hoofbeats filled the air. The Indians were stampeding the cattle. Louisa pulled Tryphena to her. I pushed my face into the grass, willing it to swallow me up. Boom! This time, the scream that followed the deafening chaos came from right in front of me, from the men just a few feet away from the wagon. I looked up in time to see the man with the red and white paint all over his body fall backward. Attack! A familiar deep voice sliced through the chaos. Captain Alexander. His command was followed by another volley of gunfire. Only now the shots came from inside our haphazard group of wagons, zipping through the mist to find our attackers. My heart pounded hard, this time with desperate hope. Alexander and some of the other men must have made it to our stockpile of guns. And not only were they still alive, but they were fighting back. Please, I prayed, please, God, protect them. Our attackers drew back into the mist as quickly as they had appeared, retreating toward the walls of the ravine to take cover among the brush and boulders. Within seconds, the trampled grass in front of the wagon was empty, except for several dark pools of blood. I have to find Yuri! Louisa gasped, rolling away from my vice-tight grip and taking the baby with her. This time I let her go because I understood. I was already scrambling out from under the wagon to run headlong back the way I'd come only a few minutes earlier. Nancy, Mary, James, William. Please, God. The prayer died on my lips when I circled back past America Dunlap's body. She lay, splayed on the ground a few feet away, where her mother had been forced to leave her. One of her arms still reached into the coals of the smoldering campfire, the flesh curling red and black. The rising bile in my throat fought harder for release, and I swallowed it back. Another blast of gunfire sounded farther away. My stomach heaved. I tore my eyes away from little America, ducked low, and ran for my wagon as fast as my legs would take me.
18. Katrina Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. Day 1 in the meadow. My children were alive. Alive. Tears spilled down my cheeks as the word repeated in my head over and over, in time with the gunshots. I hadn't let myself imagine them dead, but I hadn't quite let myself imagine them safe either. I found them just as I'd hoped, huddled together in a tangle like terrified baby birds. I pulled them to me on the wagon floor, taking in their wide eyes and shaking bodies, murmuring words of comfort I barely believed. The gunfire had swelled to a fevered crescendo again, even more deafening than before. But now, the lion's share of the booming rifle reports were coming from our own weapons. As I peeked outside, I noticed that the fog had mostly cleared, and it was easy to see that even with our poor position in the canyon, our attackers were no match in a direct attack. With the element of surprise gone, the Indians had been forced to retreat. James crouched against one side of the wagon, our rifle clutched against his chest.
His mouth moved fast, a silent tumble of words I couldn't hear through the gunshots, but his eyes told me everything. How brave he wanted to be for me, in conflict with how much he wanted to fling the rifle away and crumple into my arms like the child he still was. "Mama!" Nancy screamed again and again against my ear, the only word I could really hear through the chaos outside the wagon. Bright and Belle, hobbled for the night a short distance from the wagon, bellowed loudly. So did the milk cow. She lowed and tossed her head, tugging at her rope repeatedly in a frantic motion that rocked the wagon frame. I was grateful for it, since it meant they were alive too. It took a moment for me to realize that someone had reached into the wagon itself and was hollering my name. "Katrina!" I turned around. It was Yuri. My delight curdled to dread as soon as my eyes locked on his arm. His left shoulder looked like it had been shredded. Bright red blood and mangled muscle tangled with the ragged edges of his shirt that stuck in the mess of pulp. Prickles of bone fragments winked through the oozing red. There was no question that the arm would have to be amputated, but only if we were lucky enough to get through this raid alive. Yuri's mouth was pulled in a tight, pale grimace. He shook his head and motioned me closer with his good arm so I could hear him. The children clung to me while I scrambled to reach him and pressed my ear against his mouth. His breathing was labored, the smell of blood overpowering, but his voice was clear. "Alexander's been shot too. Still a few Indians hidden along the river. We need to circle the wagons up tight right now." He paused to catch his breath. "Alexander has already ordered the men to start digging a trench around the wagons for cover. I need James and William to come with me and help." He gasped and stumbled backward. For a terrifying moment, I thought he'd been shot again. But then he drew himself upright, lurching toward me to finish. "Can you drive your wagon? I need you to bring it to the west edge of the meadow, between ours and the Dunlaps. Pull it along the outside of the trench we've started, and get the oxen as close to the back of the Dunlap's wagon as you can." I nodded, even though I didn't know how I'd yoke the terrified oxen, let alone drive them where I wanted. Peter had always done that job. Then James. Could I get the animals to keep calm and listen to me? Especially when I was taking them right beside America's lifeless body and then along the river where the shooters were hiding. My mind screamed in protest as Yuri beckoned James and then William out of the wagon. James was 14. William was 9. How could I send them out into the open to dig a trench, closer to the guns that had turned their uncle's shoulder into snarl? But how could I keep them here when every other family was being asked to do the same? I nodded painfully. "Stay with them, Yuri." "Where are Louisa and the baby?" I couldn't stop the dangerous question from tumbling out of my mouth, even though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. If he told me they were dead, I wouldn't be able to keep moving. And I had to keep moving. Had to protect my children. There was no more time to fall short of what they needed from me. Yuri squeezed my arm and motioned for the boys to follow him. "They're fine. With the Dunlaps. Move the wagon now, Kit," he urged me, grimacing. I felt sick imagining the pain racking his arm. He went on. "Almost all the cattle are gone. The Indians drove them down through the canyon, but there's still gunfire coming from the brush. We think they're regrouping." "Why? What else do they want from us if they've taken the cattle?" I could see the strain and suffering stitched into Yuri's brow. There was no time for answers, but the questions piled up higher with each booming report. I'd never seen Indians attack like this. They'd never been so bold as to stampede our whole herd. And I'd never seen Indians armed like this either. "You know why, Kit." Yuri's voice rasped, harsh in my ear.
You know who gave them the guns. My stomach coiled tight. The damned Mormons. Yuri drew back and motioned for my boys to follow him. They obeyed, their eyes fixed on the weeping crater of their uncle's shoulder. When Mary tried to follow too, I grabbed the sleeve of her dress. At 17, she was nearly grown. Alexander's 19-year-old son Hampton had started courting her a few weeks before Peter died. She was strong and lean, like her brothers. Her cough was so much better. I had no doubt she'd be even faster at digging than little William and John. But I already knew that if she tried to join the men, Alexander and Yuri would send her back to me. Keeping a woman safe on the front line of the fight would be a distraction, and the men needed to focus on digging. There was no time to debate the order of things. I held tight to Mary's waist to stop myself from grabbing hold of William and James, too. In an instant, they were all out of sight. Nancy buried her head in Mary's lap. Mary's hand found my clenched palm, weaving her fingers into mine. Her breath came fast and shallow. I pulled her to me, suddenly realizing that the last time I'd hugged her was before Peter died. I'd give anything to go back to last night, to that glorious sunset, just to braid her hair. Now there wasn't time. I lay my other hand on Nancy's head, nearly overcome by the desire to race after Yuri and hug my boys, too. Nancy let go of Mary and turned her body toward me, clinging tightly to my chest. I closed my eyes and hugged her back. I wouldn't let her down any longer. I pressed my lips against Mary's ear and spoke with more authority than I felt. Stay with Nancy while I move the wagon. Keep down. Mary's wide blue eyes, Peter's wide blue eyes, fixed on mine, full of panic, but also relief that her mother was, at last, taking charge. I pried Nancy's fingers from the collar of my dress. One of the buttons came loose, but the clatter of it falling to the floor was lost in the gunshots. Mary beckoned for her sister and held up the yucca horse she'd been carrying around. I wasn't sure where it had come from. Maybe Louisa had made it for her one night by the campfire. Either way, Nancy had latched onto the little thing, tucking it against her each night while she slept. The brittle horse had somehow survived the chaos in the wagon this morning. Its braided, sinew-tied front legs stretched wide, as if begging for an embrace. The toy was just enough to send Nancy diving back toward Mary. I let her go and crawled past my girls, over the driver's seat of the wagon, then climbed down to the wet grass. Belle Bright and the milk cow stopped their bellowing momentarily and looked at me with glassy, fearful eyes. Their shaking legs were hobbled together. The big, gentle animals fascinated and terrified me on the best of days. Their heads were the size of boulders, and their short horns were sharp as knives. Bright, the burly red bull with a dollop of white on his nose, let out a mournful noise between gunshots and swung his head back and forth. Each time he did that, his poor partner Belle nearly fell to her knees as he pulled her hobbles. "It's all right," I murmured, hefting the heavy wooden yoke and pins into my arms. I tried to remember what I'd seen Peter and James do when they yoked and unhobbled the animals. My arms trembled. The yoke weighed more than little Nancy, and hefting it over the necks of the oxen was a feat all by itself. "Mama, let me help," Mary's voice came from inside the wagon. "No," I gasped, unwilling to bring her into the open. "Stay with Nancy." On the advice of Captain Alexander, Peter had paid handsomely for properly trained animals for the trip. I'd grumbled at the price, until I saw 19-year-old Aiden trying to yoke the green-broke Devon steers he'd gotten for a song. It took him nearly an hour to get the pins around the animals' necks each morning, and he'd nearly gotten himself trampled more than once when the team lunged forward as he attached the wagon chain. Bright bellowed again and tried to bolt, this time knocking Belle cleanly off her feet and dragging her a few inches before she managed to right herself with an indignant bawl.
Settle down, I told him firmly, trying to mimic Peter's voice. For a second, he seemed to listen, locking his wild eyes on mine as I tentatively lifted the yoke. A fresh report of gunshots ripped through the valley, and Bright swung his head again. One of his horns sheared my arm, catching the edge of my sleeve and ripping the fabric. I gasped and nearly dropped the yoke. My arms shook harder. I couldn't do this. Death waited at every turn. Sing to them, kid. The words came in Peter's voice, along with the lyrics to the song he'd sung to the oxen so many nights while unhitching them, claiming it kept the animals docile as kittens. Though when I had teased him for it, Peter had claimed that Captain Alexander did the same thing, though I'd never heard it. Sing to them, kid. I didn't feel like singing. The song reminded me of the night he'd died, when I'd whispered those lyrics through my tears. But it was the only thing I could think of to avoid being gored. I cleared my throat and found the tune in the middle of the song. So fill to me the parting glass and gather as the evening falls, and gently rise and softly call, good night, and joy be to you all. My voice caught on the last part, and I realized I could no longer hear Nancy crying inside the wagon. She was listening to me sing her daddy's song, too. The rifles continued booming intermittently, but Bright stopped tossing his head almost immediately when the first lyrics of the song left my mouth. He looked at me with a mournful pleading in his eyes and dropped his head. I took a tentative step toward him with the heavy yoke and kept singing. But since it fell into my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and softly call, good night and joy be to you all. Belle and Bright's lumbering bodies shuddered violently underneath my touch, but they kept their heads down while I slid the bow of the yoke over their hairy necks. It was working. I just had to attach the pins to the yoke and chain it to the wagon itself. To do it, I'd have to stand right between the two oxen, hefting the heavy yoke into place on both bows. I tentatively lay a hand on Bright's heaving neck, my eyes locked on those sharp horns cutting the air at eye level. Of all the comrades e'er I've had, they're sorry for my going away. Whoa, Bright! Whoa, Belle! And all the sweethearts e'er I had, they'd wish me one more day to stay. Whoa, Bright. Whoa, Belle. I waited for a pause in the gunshots. Now, kid, keep singing. Keeping my movements as calm and measured as I could, I stepped between the two oxen. If either of them spooked, I had nowhere to run from the dinner plate-size hooves and hooked horns. All around me, wagons tucked into place to form a tight corral on the outside of the forming trench. At the far edge of the meadow, there was an opening in the circle, a chink in our armor, waiting for my wagon. The oxen's breath and their shaggy, sweaty bodies created a strange cocoon of warmth in the chilly morning. So fill to me the parting glass, and gather as the evening falls. I sang again, repeating the only other lyrics I could remember. I fumbled with the pins and the unwieldy yoke, finally managing to lock it in place under Bright's throat. He shivered hard but didn't move, seeming to draw comfort from my presence.
Boom!
I had just tucked the second pin into place when Bright crow-hopped to the side. The edge of the yoke swung toward me, knocking me off my feet.
Boom, boom, boom!
The rifle blasts mingled with the thumping of frantic hooves all around me. I waited to feel one of them smash into my skull while I scrambled to safety. A bolt of pain exploded in the big toe of one foot, pinning me where I'd fallen. Belle's foot. I bit back the scream, knowing it would only send the panicked oxen into even more of a frenzy. Instead, I lifted my voice past the white-hot pain and sang the next line of the song as loudly as I could, Nancy's favorite. And gently rise and softly call, good night, and joy be to you all. It worked. Belle moved her foot back just enough. I rushed to stand, gritting my teeth through the hurt and managing to lock the second bow around her neck.
Whoa,
I commanded, reaching between them one last time to snatch the long wagon train lying in the grass. It looped into place with a satisfying clank, and my heart soared. I'd done it. The wagon was ready to move, and the gunshots hadn't sounded again for a few seconds. In the sudden silence, there was only the scrape of shovels smacking dirt and the cries of the wounded. I squatted to untie the hobbles binding the oxen's feet, then the milk cows. The silence stretched on. My ears rang with the ghosts of gunshots. Had the Indians gone? A dark pit of knowing in my stomach said they hadn't. I'd never been up here by myself. It was more rickety than I remembered, and exposed. So exposed. The milk cow tied to the other side of the wagon had worn herself out bellowing, but the frame still shook with her pulling. If a bullet didn't find me, I felt sure I'd tumble to the ground all the same. I grabbed hold of the reins and looked at the path ahead through the meadow. The spot where my neighbors' wagons had been minutes earlier bore the marks of terrified animals and hasty drivers. The grass lay trampled and torn in haphazard tracks. A few feet away, the bodies of two men lay face up and unmoving, side by side where they had fallen. One had been struck in the mouth, the other the forehead. Both were unrecognizable from the lead slugs that left gaping craters of skin and shattered bone. I tried not to see, but the image seared itself deep in my brain. "Get along, Belle! Get along, Bright!" My voice shook so hard I could barely understand myself. The oxen didn't move. "Get along, Belle! Get along, Bright!" I demanded. This time, they obeyed. 19. Kapeputs. Sally. Corn Creek, Utah, September 1857. Awan and I were just about to set out for Corn Creek to draw water when two riders appeared on the horizon, kicking up plumes of red dust and driving hard for the village. My stomach tightened as they came into focus. It was two of the men who had ridden south toward the Gentile wagon train with Kanash. The sick feeling only intensified when the riders reached camp, their faces set like stone. They dismounted their skinny, trembling horses that dripped with lathered sweat, then strode in the direction of the clustered wickiups that housed the village elders. Enola stepped forward to take the reins of two exhausted horses. They hung their heads, sides heaving for breath. One, a paint mare with a black patch across one eye and a white muzzle, had flecks of blood on the soft pink skin of her lips. "Take the horses to water," Enola told me firmly. She put both horses' ropes into my hands and turned to Awan, locking eyes with her son. "You, go with the men." As the chief's son, Awan would be admitted to the meeting with the elders where his mother would not. "Go," she murmured to him again, then turned away. Awan stood a little taller and brushed his long bangs out of his dark eyes. He didn't meet my gaze, But with the horses blocking everyone else's view, he put his hand on my back for half a second before walking away to follow the men. What had happened in the cattle raid? The men should have been driving steers in front of them, accompanied by Kanash and the others. Something had gone wrong. Warmth that was a strange blend of affection and fear spread to my toes while I watched Awan disappear into the nearest wickiup. The paint mare coughed, jolting me out of my stupor and sending flecks of spittle and blood onto my dress. Her glassy eyes told me she'd run until her legs had nearly given way. I placed my hand on the horse's neck to discover that she was shaking, too. I forced myself to let the horses set the pace while we walked to the creek, but all I wanted to do was run so that I could find out what Awan had learned from the men who had returned. Both horses were dull-eyed and spent, stumbling and shaking. Every few steps I let them stop, heads hanging low. They were so tired that neither even tried to snatch a mouthful of grass. I feared that at any moment they would drop to the ground before we reached the creek. "Just a little farther," I told them in a whisper, patting their heaving flanks. It was clear their riders had run them to their limit without stopping. If they had been pushed to the brink of breaking, it meant something had gone very, very badly. Horses were precious in the village. I'd never seen anyone ride them to exhaustion like this. When the horses finally smelled the muddy water of the creek, they pricked up their ears and seemed to revive. I smiled when the paint mare whinnied excitedly and tugged at her rope, trotting to reach the water in the distance. I ran to keep up with the animals, finally letting go of the ropes to let them crash into the shallow creek and plunge their muzzles deep to drink. I tucked my feet beneath me and sat on the shore to watch them fill their bellies with water in great gulps, grateful for the brief distraction from my racing thoughts. My stomach still churned with questions, but it was peaceful here. The tangle of brush lining the shores was tinged with green, along with yellows and reds from the cooler evenings that promised fall. I saw loco weed everywhere now that I knew what I was looking at. While other foliage withered and died in the oppressive heat, the loco weed managed to cling to some kind of green. I sat where I was on the bank, letting the horses pick through the sparse grass along the creek, but I kept a sharp eye on the loco weed to make sure neither horse got too many mouthfuls of it. I suddenly realized that this was the first time I had been alone. Truly alone, since before I could remember. The quiet was both strange and soothing. I squinted hard at the rugged mountains to my back, and then at the rippling horizon in the distance where the village lay. "You could still run," a little voice in my head prompted. I shook my head, keeping my gaze forward, on the faint blips on the earth I knew to be wickiups. I didn't have anywhere to go. There was no map that would lead me home, if such a home still even existed. I doubted it. For all I knew, the Bannock were long gone, driven elsewhere in search of game because of the endless stream of wagon trains. An image of Awan's face appeared in my mind's eye, along with a rush of sadness. Enola had trusted me to walk here alone. Maybe Awan had accompanied me to the creek to draw water for the last time. The Awan in my mind smiled sadly, and I felt my own lips turn upward slightly. I couldn't deny that a growing part of me wanted to stay among the Paiute. Would I spend the rest of my life here? Would I finally belong? Before I could let myself think about this possibility, Awan's features shifted. Wizened skin and a handlebar mustache replaced his youthful features. Kanash. It was alarming how easily I could forget I even had a husband. But memories of him skulked in the shadows of my mind, ready to leap out into reality at any moment. The sick feeling in my stomach came back with full force, and my heart thudded in my chest at the idea that Chief Kanash would return soon. And this time, when he came back to the wickiup at night, I doubted a scream would turn him away. The image of his leering face slipped back into the shadows when I heard a loud groan.
and a thud. 20. Katrina Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. Day 1 in the meadow. We had the Indians on the run. As sunlight streamed into the meadow, burning the dew from the trampled grass, we pushed our attackers into the boulders and brush flanking the river. The burbling water masked the sound of the gunmen's movements, but as best we could tell, there were still maybe 30 Indians hidden from view. We couldn't push them any farther than the river. The boulders and brush along the water's edge provided ideal hiding spots for them. Our position, out in the open, grassy bowl of the meadow, boxed by the steep canyon walls, was poor, to say the least. The second our men showed themselves from the protection of our wagons, the snipers fired. We were now locked in a standoff. Our men had dug an impressive trench inside the circled wagons. It was nearly 20 feet long and 5 feet deep, in addition to a bank of loose dirt along the rim. I pressed my back against the dirt wall and drew in a long, deep breath. Louisa was tucked against my left side, her arm linked tight around mine. Nancy sat curled on her aunt's lap, her thumb in her mouth, and her yucca horse tucked under her chin. William, his clothes caked in dust from helping dig, lay at my feet, sleeping from exhaustion. James remained with Yuri at the edge of the trench. Mary sat on my right, her blonde head heavy against my shoulder. Each time I felt her take a trembling breath, I sent up a prayer of gratitude that somehow all 4 of my children were still alive. America Dunlap, Josiah Miller, and 7 others had not been so lucky. Their bodies lay in the center of the circled wagons. There had not been time to cover or bury them. In the silence between gunshots, I heard the frenzied buzz of flies getting louder. 5 men, including Yuri, Captain Alexander, and America's father, Lorenzo, had been injured. The flies had found us in the trench, too, excited by the metallic odor that made my stomach heave. Louisa and I were covered in our share of it, though not from any injury, aside from my toe, which throbbed where Belle's dinner plate hoof had crushed it. We'd bandaged Yuri's mangled shoulder the best we could, tucking the shredded muscle into the weeping cavity and pulling out fragments of bone. The bleeding was contained, but the bullet was still lodged somewhere in his shoulder. There was little question he would lose the arm, if we were lucky enough to get an opportunity to amputate it before infection set in. There was no water for drinking, let alone washing off the sticky blood. The water kegs on everyone's wagons were nearly empty. We'd planned to replenish them this morning from the river. What little water remained in the kegs would need to be rationed for the worst of the wounded. James, Yuri, and the other men kept their rifles trained on the riverbank. They shot at anything that moved from around the boulders and within the brush. Every so often I cautiously rose to stand, balancing on my good foot, to peer over the ridge of loose dirt. Bright and Belle hung their heads a few feet away, hobbled once again, but still yoked to the wagon. From the way their heads hung low, they had grown numb to the periodic gunfire. If I craned my neck to see through Belle's legs, I could just catch the side of James's blonde head past the wagons butting up next to ours. When James shifted, I caught a flash of red hair. Captain Alexander's son, Hampton. I couldn't see Yuri from this angle, but I was certain he was crouched on the other side of Hampton, gritting his teeth and stubbornly shooting with one arm. He'd never leave the boys. Not while he could still stand. "They're okay," I said softly to Louisa and Mary each time I sat back down against the dirt. In the stillness between gunshots, I lay my hands on the earth and felt for the rumbling of our herd's distant stampede. It was still there, but barely. At first,
The rumbling had been strong enough to send tiny bits of earth tumbling down the sides of the ditch where I huddled with the women and children. Now, it was almost undetectable. The Indians were driving the cattle and horses farther back north, the way we had come.
"Mama, I'm thirsty," Nancy said, removing her grimy thumb from her mouth just long enough to speak, then tucking it back in. Nearly 7 years old now, she hadn't sucked her thumb like that in years. It had taken ages to convince her to stop. Now, I was just glad she had a little comfort. Louisa lifted a hand to stroke her hair, then thought better of it when Nancy cringed away from the blood. "Just a little longer, sugar," she soothed, wincing when another bullet split the air. "Then we'll get cleaned up in the river and drink all we want. Did you know that Uncle Yuri caught rabbits in his snare this morning? We'll make a stew." Nancy didn't respond, but her eyes widened at the mention of stew. Mary shivered against me in spite of the hot sun, her eyes dusty and red from crying. William whimpered in his sleep and flopped a hand on top of my bad foot. I stifled a cry of my own. The pain, at least, distracted me from the growing thirst that burned my lips and throat. It was hard to believe that just last night I'd fallen asleep thinking I'd wake up to a fresh start. Time to heal before we drove our wagons across the Mojave. Now, all I wanted to do was drive Belle and Bright directly back into that blistering wasteland as fast as I could. Nancy drooped against Louisa's chest, finally succumbing to sleep. Her dark, curly locks that were the same shade as mine and Peter's, stark in contrast to the other children's fair hair, plastered across her forehead in a sweaty tangle. A faint brownish-red smear from Louisa's hand had dried across one of her cheeks. I leaned back against the mound of dirt and stared at the only thing I could see clearly from this vantage. The rocky valley wall the same color as the smudge on Nancy's cheek. As my eyes traveled along the rim, they stopped on something. A lone horseman I didn't recognize, silhouetted by the rising sun, waited on the ridge near an outcropping of rocks and sage. Not wanting to alarm the children, I reached for Louisa and tugged the arm of her dress. I pointed, and she followed my gaze to the rider. I felt her stiffen beside me. The ricochet of a gunshot hadn't sounded in at least 5 minutes, which meant that our attackers must have slunk farther into the brush near the river. I shaded my eyes and squinted. Louisa did the same. I could barely feel the faint rumble of hooves in the distance anymore, as the cattle and horses stampeded even farther out of reach. The rider didn't move. From his vantage, he would be able to see our wagons circled in the meadow. He might even be able to see the bodies of our dead piled in the center of the trampled grass. He'd certainly also see the flag raised from the center of the circled wagons near the bodies of the dead. The red, white, and blue flag with 13 stripes and 33 stars hung upside down, a signal of the most dire distress. My heart beat harder. "Who is he?" I whispered, but Louisa only shook her head. It was impossible to tell anything much about the rider. Was he Indian or white? Mormon or Gentile? Whoever he was, I wanted to scream. "Can't you see us? Look at my children! For the love of God, help us!"
21. Katrina Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. Day 1 in the meadow. Minutes dragged into hours as we huddled in the trench. The sun and the flies were relentless, but there was nowhere to run.
The children slept and startled awake over and over again to the sound of the droning buzz and the crack of bullets.
"Mama,"
Nancy croaked when she stirred.
"I dreamed about the rabbit stew. Can I have some water yet?"
She slid off Louisa's lap and onto Mary's, beside me. I leaned over and kissed the top of her dusty head and took her hand. "Not yet, baby. Hold on a little longer." She drew in a shuddering breath like she was trying not to cry, then found the gimmel ring on my finger.
"Papa gave you that ring, didn't he?"
"Yes," I murmured, swallowing back a lump in my throat. She spun it round and round my finger as her thumb found its way back into her mouth and her breathing turned steady again. With one more sigh, she let go of my hand and lay back down across Mary's lap, her head on Louisa's. "Mama, can I check on the boys?" Mary asked softly, her hand on Nancy's side. I knew she wanted to lay eyes on Hampton, Yuri, and James. So did I. It had been too long. I tried not to wince as I got to my feet. "Let your sister sleep." "I'll do it, Mare." Each time I stood, I imagined a whizzing bullet splitting the skin in my forehead the moment I peered over the edge of the trench. I refused to let Mary or anyone else take that risk if I could help it. Bright stomped his foot and sent me a mournful look. Belle had lain down next to him to rest in the grass, pulling the heavy wooden yoke cockeyed against his neck. "Lay down, Bright," I coaxed him, but the fear in his eyes told me he'd stand until he fell. I lowered myself a little and spotted a flash of blonde hair. James. I lay my cheek flat against the dirt, hoping for a flash of red hair or a glimpse of Yuri's brown trousers. "Mrs. Huff?" I startled and spun around, only to realize that I wasn't the Mrs. Huff being addressed. Next to me, Louisa was already scrambling to sit upright. So was Mary. Red-haired Hampton stood on the back side of the trench, doing his best to keep Yuri upright and appear unruffled. This, despite the blood from Yuri's bandages seeping through the wound and onto Hampton's shirt. "He collapsed. He won't say so, but he's hurt pretty bad." Hampton looked at Mary, then me. It was impossible to miss the clash of longing and ferocity in his eyes. He wanted to be the one with his arm around Mary in the trench, but he wouldn't lay his rifle down until he knew she was safe. Louisa rose to a crouch, then reached for her husband. Yuri muttered something under his breath, but didn't brush us off as we helped him down into the trench. His eyes were glassy and bloodshot. The bandages that clung to his ruined shoulder were soaked through, buckling in where the bullet had left a crater. Hampton reached for Mary's hand. Then he locked eyes with me. "The bullets aren't coming this way anymore. The shooters are tucked against the ridge." He nodded in the direction of the rocky slope near the river. "I'll keep James with me," he promised, then turned to leave. "Hampton, wait," I asked. "Where is Alexander, your daddy, and your mama?" I could see Hampton's 14-year-old sister a little farther down the trench, trying to calm the baby of the family, Lizzie, who loudly whimpered, "Mama," every few minutes. Hampton drew his lips together in a tight line and shook his head. "They're between the supply wagons in the middle of the field." He cast his gaze towards the center of the meadow, where two of our largest wagons sat side by side. The upside-down flag hung limp in the windless meadow, a few feet away. "They have a little water and fresh bandages." I didn't press for details, knowing Alexander's injury must be severe if he wasn't with the other men. Like Yuri, the only way that Alexander would lay down his rifle was if he could no longer hold it. "Thank you, Hampton. I'll check on them." He swallowed, then nodded before he ducked his head and hurried back along the trench toward James. I sank down. Silent tears cut trails down Mary's ruddy cheeks and landed on Nancy's dress. I wanted to tell her not to cry, not to let the tears out, not to waste the water. Instead, I gripped her hand hard and gave her something to do. In my experience, small, concrete tasks were the only thing that helped dampen the paralyzing waves of grief and fear. Help Sissy Lou with Yuri, Mary. I'll bring back bandages and water. If there are any to be found, I thought. Stay with Nancy and the boys, and make sure your stubborn uncle doesn't try to pick up his rifle again. Mary nodded and managed a smile, wiping her tears and turning her attention to Yuri, who was already trying to convince Louisa that Hampton should have left him where he was. I could feel Bright's and Belle's eyes on me as I shakily rose to my feet, placed my hands on the dirt, and lifted one knee out of the ditch. Bright had finally laid himself down next to Belle. "Hold on," I murmured to them, wishing I could pull them into the trench with us. The 2 supply wagons stood in the center of the corral, a stone's throw away from the dead and the distress flag. I tried not to think about little America Dunlap, about the 2 men whose faces weren't even recognizable anymore. For a few yards, I crawled through the trampled grass, making a beeline for the first wagon. I still hadn't heard another gunshot, and when I paused, I could no longer feel the distant thunder of the cattle and horses disappearing into the distance. I suspected that the Indians hidden in the brush were waiting to flee until their companions had driven the cattle far enough that we couldn't easily recapture the herd. They would find eager buyers for the steers in Cedar City and the rest of Utah Territory. My heart sank at the thought. The cattle were our nest egg. Without Peter, I was already on shaky ground financially. I knew Yuri and Louisa would help care for us, but a widow with 4 children was no small burden under the best of circumstances. Small, finite tasks, I reminded myself, so I wouldn't fall apart. Get to the supply wagon, get water, get bandages for Yuri, get back to the children. Balancing on my heel to avoid putting weight on my crushed toe, I rose to a crouch and peered over my shoulder through the flattened grass. There was no sense crawling, pretending the open meadow gave me any sort of hiding place. Just a few more feet, and I'd reach the first wagon. Moving as fast as I could, I hobbled forward in stilting steps, forcing myself not to look in the direction of the frenzied flies feasting on the corpses to my right. The dried blood on my arms itched and burned something fierce, and the metallic smell made me sick. A gunshot sounded behind me, but I didn't stop. Faster, faster. When I reached the 2 supply wagons a few seconds later, I gasped for breath and darted my eyes back to the ridge. The rider I'd seen earlier was gone. 22. Katrina Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857, Day 1 in the meadow. The large supply wagons sat side by side, 6 feet apart in the center of the trampled meadow, surrounded by the trenches we'd dug and the tight corral of circled wagons. As I approached, I saw bullet holes in the side of one of the water barrels. Beneath it was a mess of mud and grass. A shallow, dirty puddle remained, reflecting blue sky overhead. Our water. Gone. My heart sank a little lower. I put my full weight on my injured foot without thinking, sending the toe throbbing again, but the pain was nothing compared to what I saw in front of me. Captain Alexander and some of the other wounded lay propped between the long supply wagons in the shade. I made a quick count, 5 men, 5 women, 2 children. The ground beneath their bodies looked just like the muddy, trampled grass beneath the spilled water barrels. The injured lay in a mixture of the washed water and blood from wounds that hastily applied bandages couldn't fully staunch. I saw that someone had placed tin buckets underneath the biggest leaks in the water barrels to catch the precious liquid. When Eliza, Alexander's wife, saw me limping toward her, she dipped a cup into one such bucket. Eliza hunched on her knees, her dress a mottled mess of mud and blood. "Kit," she whispered. Her eyes were wide and desperate, pleading like I might have come to offer help instead of taking it. At the other end of the makeshift infirmary, 2 more women turned to look at me. Both were rewrapping blood-soaked bandages. One woman held a half-empty bottle of whiskey to a child I barely recognized through the crusted earth and blood on her face. The bullet had caught her in the neck, slicing through the flesh beneath her chin. The wound looked like a gaping second mouth. Alexander blinked and fixed his eyes on me when Eliza spoke my name. His dark, deep-set eyes always seemed slow and sleepy, in stark contrast to the quick mind behind them. Unlike the other wounded souls writhing in pain around him, Alexander looked almost serene, except for his labored breathing. A bandage that didn't quite cover the jagged hole in his torso drew my gaze. The material covering the wound had a pattern to it, and it took a moment for me to realize I was looking at the skirt of a dress, soaked through in deep crimson. One end of the skirt had come unraveled, revealing bruised, swollen flesh that surely covered broken ribs. His chest rose and fell with the effort of breathing through the tightly wrapped bandage and the wound itself. "How is Yuri holding up?" he asked. "Don't speak, just rest," Eliza commanded with a shaking voice, bringing one hand to rest on his cheek. Alexander's neat black mustache twitched with the barest hint of a smile. "Yes, Captain Eliza." "Yuri is alive," I told them, kneeling beside Alexander. The sweet relief of taking the pressure off my crushed toes made me dizzy. "He's with Louisa and the children in the trench. Hampton and James are still standing guard," I said. Alexander nodded but kept his lips pursed together. "We need fresh bandages. And water," I told Eliza hesitantly, looking at the half-empty buckets. "How much is left?" She shook her head. "There's only a little water left. Not much." She swallowed hard. Her lips were cracked and dry. I knew without a doubt she hadn't taken a sip for herself all day. "Take one of the buckets back to the trench with you," she instructed. "Give some to my girls. And everyone. Here." She rose to a crouch and pulled strips of material from the prairie schooner. "We've run through the bandages, but there's clothing to spare." I winced at the thought of someone's carefully packed second dress being used as a tourniquet. But for all I knew, the clothing belonged to the dead and dying. And besides, what was a dress if we didn't get out of here alive? The thought made my stomach turn. I took the half-full bucket and tin cup Eliza offered and held my tongue. The incessant buzzing of flies, whispered moans of pain from the wounded, and quiet pleas for water filled the silence. The gentle rush of the river, just out of our reach beyond the circled wagons, was audible amid all the misery. My own dry throat ached to drink the cool water, but there were too many others who needed it more. The Indians have cattle. The herd is long gone. So why won't they let us go? What are they waiting for? Did you get a good look at any of them? I couldn't help myself. The fearful questions tumbled out before I could stop them. I clutched the bucket hard against my chest, terrified I would drop the precious liquid. Alexander blinked his eyes open. The woman on the other side of Eliza, whose soft moans had been an awful melody to my questions, suddenly went silent. Eliza whirled around, clearly worried she had died. One of her arms hung limp across her chest, blown apart at the elbow. But her face was turned toward Alexander, eyes open and mouth set in a tight line. She wasn't dead. She was listening. When Alexander didn't respond, I pressed. I saw two of the men. So did Yuri. It was too foggy, too dark to tell for sure, but they were half naked, painted up. I swallowed. Indians. But Yuri still thinks the Mormons ordered the attack. Alexander's eyes flashed. We can't know. It was the Mormons. His voice was firm when he went on. We'll keep cool heads. We've been raided before, and not by the Mormons. It doesn't matter who the snipers are anymore. We'll fight like hell until we pick them off one by one, or until they run away after the cattle hustlers. Our men have already hit 2 more of the snipers hidden along the river. He blinked those hooded, dark eyes, calculating. I believe they're planning on holding us here a little longer, until there's no hope of us recovering the cattle. A day, 2 at most, to drive the steer so far back into Utah territory that we won't try to chase them. He winced. I'm sorry, Katrina. We'll all take care of you in California, cattle or not. His words filled my eyes with tears. Part despair, part rage, part desperate hope at the idea of leaving this valley of blood and fear behind to reach California. Poorer than we'd left Arkansas, but alive. At least alive. As long as we could just get out of here. We're nearly there, I told myself firmly. Even that part of my bedraggled prayer felt like it was hanging on by a thread now. I nodded. If there was anyone I trusted after Peter's death, it was Alexander. I loved Yuri and Louisa, but Yuri could be a hothead. Alexander was right. The who of this attack, it didn't matter right now so much as the what. And the what was fighting like hell until they left us alone. The squish of footsteps in the mud made all of us turn. It was one of our men, Pleasant Tackett. His eyes blazed while he stood panting down at Alexander. He glanced at me and Eliza, but then said, Last count, best I can tell, there's only a few gunmen left along the river. Should we rush them? Alexander grimaced and shook his head. No. Don't leave the protection of the wagon fort. There's no telling how many men we'll lose if we force the fight out into the open. Keep shooting at anything that moves, and keep some of the men working to widen the trench. Pleasant nodded once and crept back through the meadow the way he had come. I kissed Eliza on the cheek and gently squeezed Alexander's hand. Your girls are doing fine. They're right beside me in the trench. I'll be back, I said, hoping it was true. Yuri insisted I give most of the water to the children in the trench. He took a drink from the tin cup, then gave each child a sip. While I was gone, Hampton's sister had brought little Lizzie over to play with my Nancy. They convinced her to share the little horse with her and baby Tryphena. For an hour or so now, the 2 little girls seemed to forget we were crouched in a trench beneath the blistering sun, with the sound of flies in our ears and blood in our noses. Mary used the horse to play peekaboo with the babies, and the little girls laughed each time the horse hid beneath Mary's sleeve. At long last, the shadows cast by the circled wagons shaded us from the heat. Bright and Belle sighed with relief, letting out a mournful bawl at intervals. I could only imagine how thirsty and exhausted they were, standing yoked with their noses up against the neighboring wagon on the outside of the trench. I wanted to let them out of their yoke so they could stretch their legs, let them plunge into the river. But if I did that, we'd never leave this meadow. Whoa there, Belle. Whoa there, Bright. I called to them softly. "It's all right." The last words caught in my throat. Nightfall was still hours away, but the worst of the midday heat was past. Maybe by the time night fell, our men could sneak toward the snipers under the cover of darkness and end this horror, or at least get down to the river undetected to gather a little water for the suffering humans and animals alike. No sooner had I thought it than a gunshot split the air, followed by an anguished, ear-splitting bellow from just above the trench. The shadow shifted, and I scrambled upright, putting most of my weight on my good foot to see. Bright struggled to stand in the yoke, pulling Bell and the wagon with him. Blood poured from his big, woolly neck, cascading onto the grass. He tripped on the hobbles and crashed down hard, right in front of me. I gasped. He'd been struck in the throat. No, no, no. The tears I thought had dried up pricked at my eyes again. His nostrils flared and his enormous, soft eyes rolled back. Below me in the trench, the children cried in terror, mingling with the soft bawling sound still coming from Bright's mouth. Belle leaned her body as far away from him as she could, her legs shaking and her head tossing from side to side. "Whoa, Belle," I told her again and again until she hung her head in exhaustion. The gunshot that hit Bright brought James and Hampton running, weaving and ducking through the cover of the big supply wagons toward us. Some of the snipers must have changed position. The brush and boulders along the riverbank offered 1,000 hiding places. The shooters could be anywhere. "Stop!" I wanted to scream to Hampton and James. If a sniper's bullet could hit Bright, it could hit them too. But I kept quiet and watched as James lifted his rifle to his shoulder and fired. The blood-curdling scream from the brush told me he'd made his target. An exhale of relief escaped me, but the fear hung on. Bright shuddered, and I scooted my body higher onto the trench ridge so I could lay a trembling hand on his nose. "There, boy," I choked out quietly. I sang until his body finally shivered into stillness, and the lyrics caught in my throat. "So fill to me the parting glass, and gather as the evening falls, and gently rise and softly call, good night and joy be to you all. Since it fell into my lot that I should rise and you should not, I gently rise and softly call, good night and joy be to you all." 23. Kapiputs. Sally. Corn Creek, Utah, September 1857. Thud. I whipped around to see my paint mare lying on the ground a few feet away from me, her eyes glazed and her sides heaving. "What's wrong, Toomey?" I cried. The mare lifted her head and made the pained groaning noise again. The skinny bay horse stared at her plaintively. Then he swung his head toward me, buckled his knees, and lay down beside the mare, breathing heavily. "No, no, no!" I wailed. What was happening? I was sure that neither horse had gotten more than a mouthful of loco weed. A1 had told me that it took weeks of eating the toxic forage to result in death. Had they eaten something else while I was daydreaming about A1 and dreading the day my life with Kanash would begin in earnest? I knelt in the dirt and stroked the mare's wet muzzle, now caked in dust where she lay on her side. If these two horses died under my care, I might have to run after all, whether I wanted to or not. I wasn't sure what would happen to me then, but I was terrified to find out. Before I could lift my hand away, the mare jerked her head up and flicked it toward me. At first, I thought she was trying to bite me. I stumbled out of her reach, only to see her bite furiously at her own heaving side. An image worried at the back of my mind as the bay horse nipped at his stomach, too. The memory came into focus of my mother and tugging on the halter rope of a young foal. "We must get her to her feet," my mother told me. "Her stomach is twisted. We must help her stand quickly." I stared at the two horses at my feet in horror, torn between the urge to run and the need to fix whatever emergency was unfolding in front of me. I couldn't remember how the foal's stomach had become twisted, but I remembered the glaze in her eyes and the way she bit at her side in frustration while we tried to pull her to standing, just like these two were doing. Unsure what else to do, I grabbed the wet, dirty rope lying at my feet and tugged, succeeding only in dragging the paint mare's head a few inches through the dust. She looked at me dully and groaned again. I pulled harder, planting my feet and shouting, "Get up, please, get up!" After a few agonizing seconds, the rope finally went slack and the horse stumbled to her feet, body swaying back and forth. Her belly looked swollen and distended. "Good girl," I told her shakily, then turning to the bay and tugging hard. It took all my effort to get him to his feet as well. I had no idea what to do once I got them standing up, but this was a start. My heart leapt as the bay horse grunted and swayed on his feet, but then he sank back down. The paint mare knelt once again and fell onto her side too. The task of getting both sick horses to their feet and keeping them there felt impossible for one person. A hot tear of frustration trickled down my cheek, and I swiped it away. "Think," I told myself as I stroked the mare's cheek. "Remember how to help them." "Please," I told the mare, then the bay. "I know it hurts. I know you feel bad inside, but please don't give up." I swallowed hard, realizing how much I needed to hear my own words. "Cape." I whirled around to see Awan running through the brush toward me like he'd leaped from my desperate thoughts. "I don't know what to do. They're sick. I've been trying, but I can't get both up at the same time." My voice shook, and I couldn't stop more tears from rolling down my cheeks. I handed Awan the bay horse's rope and kept pulling. His eyes went wide. "You did the right thing. They must have drunk water from the creek too fast. Their stomachs are twisted. They need to walk." We pulled hard on the horses' ropes until both animals finally stood again. They continued swaying unsteadily and biting at their flanks. Awan nodded. "If we can keep them walking for a little while, they'll be okay." I swallowed the lump in my throat and tugged on the mare's rope. She planted her hooves and swung her head, but finally allowed herself to be tugged along, a few steps at a time. "I'm sorry. It's my fault. I let them drink too much," I whispered to Awan after a few minutes of silence. Hot shame dripped through me as I thought. I wasn't watching them very closely because I was daydreaming about you. He looked at me sideways from beneath his shaggy hair and shook his head. It fell back into his eyes. "You weren't the one who ran the horses until they were half dead. How could you have known? I'm surprised you knew to get them to their feet." "My mother." I trailed off. I remembered something else she said when I was little. He kept his gaze on me and tugged the bay's rope. "I've heard the Bannock are excellent horse people." His words rang true, and they brought the sting of tears back to my eyes. There were horses everywhere in the background of my memories. I'd always been a little afraid of the enormous animals, but my mother told me I'd learn to ride one day. As a Bannock girl, I was meant to be part horse myself. "What happened with the raid?" I asked. "Where are the cattle?" Awan's face darkened, and he looked away. "More riders are coming. They're traveling slower to bring the cattle back to the village and the dead and wounded men. I nearly stopped walking. The paint mare sensed my hesitation and buckled at the knees in an attempt to lie down again. I leaned into the rope and kept her moving. "How many?" I breathed. "What happened?" He walked a few steps in silence, then said, "6 wounded. 4 dead. More if the wounded don't survive the journey back here." Awan shook his head in frustration. "My father wants anyone who stayed behind at Corn Creek to join him in the meadow." My heart sank. That meant Awan. He continued, "My father says that the white Mormons are powerful allies, that they have power with God, with the government, that we must do whatever they say. But if they have such power, why are dead and wounded men on their way back to the village right now? How did a cattle raid go so wrong?" I had never heard Awan speak with such anger about the Mormon leaders. Like me and Kanash and most of the other Paiutes, he'd been baptized. The white leaders said we were all Mormons, all one in Christ. But we knew a brown Mormon would never have the same power as a white one. "Will you go with them?" I whispered, praying the answer was no. He didn't respond at first, just looked away. Finally, he said, "When I left the elders' wickiup, my mother stopped me. She begged me not to go. She dreamt that I would die." My breath caught in my throat. "No." I turned so sharply that the paint mare whinnied in surprise and nearly stumbled to follow the rope in my hand. I faced Awan. "Then you can't go." The paint mare bent her knees the moment I stopped walking. He reached for my hand to gently pull me along so the horse would follow. When I complied, he didn't let go. Instead, he laced his fingers tight with mine. "He's my father. He's the chief. I can't stay behind. Not when the other men are preparing to leave now." In a few moments, the village would come into view. Then Awan would leave. And with him, the only part of my life I cared about in the village. I wanted to tell him not to go. To plant my feet like the horses, lay down on my side, cry, and refuse to budge until he agreed he would not follow the men back to his father. If things were going badly at the meadow, there would be waiting rifles pointed in his direction. I wanted to scream that Awan should disobey his father, that Brigham Young and the rest of the white Mormons had no power except when it came to casting a spell over Kanash. Instead, I stayed silent and kept moving like my Bannock name, walks without sound, promised. I knew I didn't have the influence to keep Awan here with me, and I was afraid that if I opened my mouth, tears would pour out instead of words. I bit my lip and focused on keeping the mare moving, savoring the feeling of Awan's hand in mine for as long as I could. He tilted his head toward the bay, who had stopped trying to bite his flanks. "It's working. They're going to be okay." The knot in my stomach didn't budge. I wondered, but what about you? The first cone-shaped wickiups appeared as we crested the trail that led back to the village. Wisps of smoke drifted upward through the tightly woven thatch of several homes. The smell of roasted camas, along with something earthy, less appetizing, wafted through the air. The women were cooking a last meal for the men who were preparing to leave, and making yarrow poultices for the injured coming back to camp. I found myself gripping Awan's hand tighter. If Kanash was asking for more men to gather at the meadow, there was now a battle raging somewhere to the south. A battle with the troops, who had certainly not poisoned the water or the steers. I thought again of the little girl I met, the one I'd given Thais' horse.
My stomach churned, and I forced the memory away. The sound of horses whinnying and raised voices drifted toward us from the village. The bay and the painted pricked up their ears and walked a little faster. My stomach clenched tighter. I gritted my teeth and put one foot in front of the other until A1 unlaced his fingers from mine and turned to look at me. I refused to meet his eyes, still tugging the mare along toward the village. He caught my arm, his grip gentle but firm. Then, without missing a step, he brought one hand to my chin, leaned in, and kissed me. For one brief moment, the horses, the wickiups, and the smell of camas and yarrow disappeared, along with the sickening dread in my stomach. It was over in an instant, but I knew as soon as it happened that the feeling of his lips on mine would stretch the memory through the hours and days to come. He handed me the bay's rope, held my gaze a moment longer, then loped away.
24. Kapeputs. Sally. Corn Creek, Utah, September 1857. Awan had been gone for less than a day, but already his absence felt like hunger pangs, gnawing at my insides from the moment I woke up until the moment I finally fell into a fitful sleep, wrapped tight in my soft rabbit skin blanket. If I knew exactly where he was, I might have followed him. With most of the men gone and the women preoccupied with the news the wounded men brought back to camp, no one was watching to see whether I ran away. And the truth was, I no longer wanted to run. All I wanted was for Awan to come back and kiss me like he had before he left. I knew it couldn't happen. I could only imagine how upset Kanash, my husband, would be if he found out. I was pretty sure he wouldn't blame his son. Boys never got blamed. The chief would blame me. And I didn't want to find out what he'd do next. He couldn't find out about the kiss. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. Also, I couldn't stop worrying about Awan. All I knew was that he'd gone south with the remaining men to a place called Mountain Meadows. Now the only thing I could do was wait. And pray. Sally will help me skin the rabbits, Enola said, breaking into my thoughts as we prepared the morning's breakfast. I blinked in surprise and looked up at Numa and Povey, who also looked taken aback. For once, our snares set outside camp had been full in the morning. But skinning the rabbits was usually something Enola did with the other two wives. It took a while to scrape and tan the skins, and the women liked to talk among themselves while they did it. I smiled. Yes, of course. I'd been trying out the Paiute dialect more and more. It didn't feel natural exactly, but it made the other women bristle toward me less. I felt a new kinship with Enola, whose eyes mirrored the pain I felt in her son's absence. I told myself she couldn't know how I felt about him. I'd certainly never told her, but she seemed to sense that I cared for him, and maybe that was why she'd taken me under her wing after he left. Everyone had a brother or a father or a son missing in camp, and there was no way to know how long the men would be gone. The heavy blanket of mourning had been replaced by a strange surge of energy as we all tried to stay busy and prepare for their return, not knowing if all of them would come back alive. While Enola and I worked to skin the rabbits, we talked. I'd never actually skinned a rabbit before, so she showed me where to make the cuts to separate the meat from the hide without ruining it, then how to use the brains to tan the skins. Sitting side by side with Enola almost felt like it had with Awan when we walked to the creek. We didn't talk about the horrors we'd seen over the past week, or the horrors that were drawing closer to camp with the injured and dead men. Instead, we spoke of small things, ordinary things. beautiful things. It felt good to let my words ebb and flow in conversation again without counting them. Enola told me about a pure white deer she had seen 5 years ago early in the morning. A young doe with pale ears tinged pink like the soft skin around its eyes. I think it was my sister, she said softly, looking away to scrape a rabbit hide. She walked right up to me. I nodded, trying not to let her see the tears brimming in my eyes that she would tell me such a thing. I couldn't have prepared myself for what I saw when our riders reached Corn Creek that evening. They brought with them the bodies of 6 men. 2 who had died at the meadow, and 4 who were injured and had perished on the journey back to camp. 2 exhausted horses pulled a travois behind them, bearing the dead. After the long journey that exposed them to the sun, the bodies were dusty and bloated. A slick of dark blood soaked the travois. I tried not to wince when Enola and I approached, but the sight and the smell of death was enough to make my stomach spasm again and again. All of the men's mouths and eyes were open, except for those who had been struck in the face. They were unrecognizable. I stared, unable to tear my eyes away. This time, I no longer felt a distant detachment from the dead Paiutes, the way I had when I'd arrived at the camp. I had never seen someone torn up by gunfire. The way muscle and bone lay strewn apart made it hard for me to believe that something as small as a bullet had inflicted the damage. It looked instead like the jaws of some beast had ripped them to shreds. For a moment, I imagined I was looking at Awan's body. I forced my eyes over the torn flesh and splayed limbs until I was certain he was not among the dead. Then I turned and retched again and again. At the edge of camp, I saw a handful of cattle, nothing like the herds that had been promised. After a few seconds, Enola took me firmly by the hand and pulled me away from the chaos. I watched the way her eyes moved and knew she'd been looking for Awan too. We hurried to a wickiup where other riders were depositing the wounded. We were ready with poultices of yarrow, sage, and lobelia. Numa and Povi were already cleaning wounds alongside the other women. "Get the tools," Enola told me, referring to the sharpened bones we'd prepared earlier. My stomach churned. I suddenly understood what the tools would be for as I looked at the 4 gray-faced men whose bodies, though still clinging to life, had been ripped apart almost as severely as the dead. There were bullets still embedded in their flesh, and there would be no saving a leg or an arm that had been reduced to pulp. The wickiup was a contrast of activity from the women bustling about and stone-faced silence from the still-breathing bodies on the mats. By the time we had finished cleaning the last man's wounds, the men who had escorted the injured and dead back to the village had already ridden off, headed south again. The air was thick with drum beats and smoke as we burned the bodies of the dead, releasing their spirits while the bloody rags piled up around us and our wrappings dwindled. My stomach sank as Enola reached for the last of the wrappings. Without more supplies, the injured men, and any others who returned injured to camp, would die. Enola wiped sweat from her brow. She knelt over a young man whose thigh had been blown apart to reveal a gaping wound and a red slurry of bone that carved a gash halfway down his leg. An idea struck me with clarity through the haze of activity in the wickiup. I spoke without thinking. "We need Lucy." Enola fixed me with her gaze and shook her head. I knew what she was thinking. The idea that a white Mormon woman would come all the way out to Corn Creek was unlikely. It was one thing for her to trade bread for melons and moccasins. It was another to ask her to make the long trek to the village. Still, I felt sure I could convince her to help. And of anyone in Fillmore or the surrounding cities and forts who might have supplies to spare, it was her. None of the other women had opened their homes to the Paiutes. Besides, the Mormons' power had failed 10 of our men, only 4 of which were still alive. Surely they could give a few supplies to help them now. I realized that Enola still had no idea I spoke English, Nobody did, except maybe Lucy herself. I swallowed. "I can speak to Lucy," I said. "I know some English." We'd have to walk, which would waste precious time. Ordinarily, Enola might have taken a horse. Unlike me, she knew how to ride. But there were no horses to spare with most of the men in the meadow. And if we didn't get more medicine and supplies, more clean bandages, there wasn't much else we could do. Enola studied me, then slowly nodded. "You will bring her a gift," she said simply. I nodded, then wrung out a cloth that dripped red. 25. Lucy Robison, Fillmore, Utah, September 1857. Despite all of us preparing for the worst, Sister Johnson's baby got better. A smile tugged at my lips as I watched him eat another mouthful of porridge while all of us sat in the shade of the orchard, listening to the wind in the leaves and feeling grateful to be alive. Even with all the fear, all the waiting and not knowing about how our men were faring against the U.S. Army up north, this was a good moment. I wished Vic and Brother Johnson were here to see this small miracle. I glanced at Proctor's gravestone. Just a rough wedge of granite since there hadn't been time to carve a proper headstone before Vic left to go north, and smoothed an empty spot of quilt beside me, imagining he was here with us. From across the blanket, Sister Johnson caught my eye and smiled wearily. We'd both been awake until the sun rose, trying to coax the baby into eating something. Anything. A dropper full of sugar mixed with cow's milk. The first of the ripe apples pureed into a sauce. Even the last of the maple syrup I'd been saving for Elman's birthday. But no matter what we tried, it all dribbled back down the corners of his mouth. I was sure it was the end. He'd stopped eating 2 days earlier. He'd stopped crying the day after that. Just a listless wisp of a soul with eyes that barely blinked. "Your sweet baby will be with God soon. Someday there will be no more tears." All the words of comfort I knew I was meant to say stuck in my throat. Those words hadn't taken away the raw ache that still sat fresh in the pit of my stomach. They wouldn't take away Sister Johnson's, either. Before he'd left with Vic, Dr. Brunson had diagnosed the baby with failure to thrive. The words had knocked round and round in my head while I cooed at the infant, telling him to stay a little longer, begging his eyelids to keep fluttering while he slept. Failure to thrive. As if he should have tried just a little bit harder. As if it were his fault that his mother's milk had dried up. As if his sunken eyes and hollow cheeks could ever have been rosy in a family of 6 that ate just 1 meal a day. Last night, Sister Johnson and I laid our hands on the baby's head to bless him, again and again, as the hours wore on. Each time, he blinked and sighed like the weight of our hands was too heavy. But then, just before the sun rose this morning, the baby had gone quiet, looked at me with his big brown eyes like he could see through my soul, and finally let Sister Johnson feed him a mouthful of porridge. "He's eating. Oh my goodness, he's eating," we both whispered as the sun broke over the mountains like God's angels arrived just in time to help. Grateful tears streamed down our cheeks in endless lines, but Sister Johnson kept her mouth puckered tight like a drawstring for a few hours yet, as if knowing that it was too early to tell what the sunrise would bring. Her hair hung loose around her face, half of it pinned back in the remnants of a bun that she'd given up caring about at some point in the middle of the night. By the time the sun cleared the mountains and the children woke for morning chores, the baby was sitting up on his own and eating more. "Chores can wait a little this morning," I said, eyes bleary and heart full. "How about a picnic? Elman, will you fetch the rest of the Johnson children?" Sister Johnson smiled and nodded, looking down at the baby who had fallen asleep on her lap. The children dashed down the dirt path like colts, and my heart soared even as my eyes longed to close. When they returned, they brought a handful of bright sunflowers that 4-year-old Adelia had picked for Sister Johnson. "Thank you, sweetheart," I told her, blinking back tears, impossibly thankful for tiny rays of sunshine after so much darkness. A warm breeze whispered through the leggy apple trees, bringing with it the smell of ripening fruit and the promise of harvest. I closed my eyes and breathed in deep, listening to the sound of the children in the orchard and feeling the sun on my face. Lines from a hymn found their way to my lips. I'd never been able to hold a tune, but it didn't matter. "Be still, my soul, the Lord is on thy side. Bear patiently the cross of grief or pain. Leave to thy God to order and provide. In every change he faithful will remain. Be still, my soul, thy best, thy heavenly friend. Through thorny ways leads to a joyful end." As the first words of the hymn left my lips, Sister Johnson's high, sweet voice joined mine, filling the orchard with our voices. This is what the kingdom of God should feel like, I thought to myself, as the chorus swelled. Later that morning, when Sister Johnson went home to tend to her own chores, I lingered in the orchard with my children. Their voices were bright again as they searched among the trees for apples that were more red than green. I stood nearby in the shade, sorting the fruit they picked into buckets by ripeness, saving the ones with blemishes for sauce and preserves. "Adelia, don't tug on the branch like that," I called, wiping my brow. As I turned around, the rest of what I'd been about to say slipped from my mind. 2 women stood mere feet away from me. Sally, I realized, and Kanash's first wife, Enola. I hadn't seen them since Proctor died. My stomach knotted up like tangled yarn pulled tight. I didn't blame Sally for what had happened to Proctor any more than I blamed the poisoned steers themselves. The Indians had suffered their share of losses. 3 Paiutes had died, and more had gotten sick from eating the bad meat. But the sight of Sally walking toward me, lifting a tentative hand in greeting and flashing a hint of a smile, made me feel for a moment like that terrible day was starting over again. I thought of Proctor smiling shyly, eager to lay eyes on the pretty Paiute girl with the faint raised scars on her cheeks. Then his sweet face, buzzing with excitement at the idea of earning money from the steer hides. A lump burned at the back of my throat. If I knew then what I knew now, I'd still send him galloping south on the fast blue mare. But not to skin the steer hides. To raise the alarm. To send our Lamanite brothers after the Gentiles' cattle before they could slip away to our borders, leaving a trail of poison, death, and trampled grass. I set my lips in a hard line that I hoped looked like a smile. I couldn't turn the women away after they'd walked for so long to get here, but after such a long night with the Johnsons' baby, I had nothing left to give. The idea of baking bread for hours today while making stilted conversation was unthinkable. I had been planning to steal a few minutes of rest when Adelia took her nap after we finished our chores. I decided I would offer my visitors some of the first harvest, and then I would politely send them back on their way. "Hello, Sally, Enola. I'm so sorry you've walked so far," I began, trying to keep the irritation out of my voice. "I won't be able to bake bread today. Our neighbors, the Johnsons..." I trailed off, unsure how much they could understand. "Their baby was sick. I was up all night." The women nodded solemnly, but did not move to leave. "We are not here to bake bread," Sally said in a rush. The perfect words spoken in her soft voice caught me by surprise, and I stared at her in silence. From the way Enola glanced at her sideways, I got the impression she was a little taken aback herself. I had no idea Sally spoke English quite this well. The last time she'd been here, the day Proctor died, she'd stayed quiet, using gestures whenever she could to communicate. Sally's cheeks turned crimson, and she glanced at the ground like she'd been caught doing something bad. Enola held something out to me, her dark eyes guarded but kind. I took the offering, a pale tan pouch made of soft leather. It was small, about the size of my hand, adorned with intricate beadwork in shades of green, brown, and red. The scene showed an apple orchard that must have been ours. I looked at Enola, not understanding the gift. It was exquisite and had clearly been made just for me. Enola squeezed Sally's arm, and the girl spoke again in that soft, fast rush of words. "We are sorry for your loss, your son. He was a good boy." My eyes prickled with the tears I had successfully resisted all morning. I couldn't blink them away fast enough. "Thank you," I managed. I have apples for you. I'll get them now." Enola reached for my arm and shook her head. There was pain in her eyes. I saw my own exhaustion and ragged grief reflected there. "What is it?" I asked, looking to Sally for the answer. "Please," she whispered, "our men will die." The words filled me with shame. They had come all this way to give me a heartfelt token of sympathy, and I hadn't even acknowledged the Paiutes who had died from the poisoned steers at Corn Creek. "Yes," I began. "Yes, I'm so sorry for your losses, too. Sally shook her head, halting my words, and said something to Enola in Paiute. Then she closed her eyes and spoke more slowly, as if drawing the words from somewhere she had pushed down deep. "No. More men. From fighting." She turned and pointed south, towards Cedar City. The exhaustion that weighed me down like a wet wool blanket now prickled with confusion and dread. The fighting was to the north with the U.S. Army, to the north. I drew in a sharp breath. She was talking about the cattle raid to the south, I realized. But how were their injuries bad enough that Sally and Enola were asking for my help? For just a cattle raid? I'd hardly thought about the Gentiles for the past few days. The Johnsons' baby had been a distraction worthy of the anxious dread that bubbled in my stomach at all hours. I fixed my eyes on Sally and Enola. "I'm sorry. Your men are injured badly?" I still wasn't sure what they wanted from me. "You will help us? With medicine?" Sally said. "And blessings." I nodded, understanding what they wanted even if it didn't make sense. That I could do. "Yes, wait here." Without a doctor, my efforts had limitations, especially for badly injured or dying men. But I had plenty of arnica oil for pain, ethyl alcohol to clean wounds, and bandages for wrapping. I'd been hoarding the supplies for my family and neighbors in case we had to run for the hills as the army approached. But, I reasoned, the Paiutes were my neighbors too. I could spare a little. Bleary-eyed, I packed a bag adding slippery elm salve and calendula for healing. A paltry offering compared to what Dr. Brunson could have provided. But I'd seen miracles performed with less. 4-year-old Adelia begged to join me on the journey to Corn Creek, tears filling her eyes. She'd been clinging to my skirts since Proctor's death, and I hated to leave her behind. I didn't tell her about the Paiute men who had been injured, and I didn't want her to see any more suffering. No sense in filling her cup with more fear. "Stay with your brothers. Invite Sister Johnson and her children over for supper. I'll be a while yet." I saddled the fast blue mare, always Proctor's favorite, for myself. Then I saddled the big, plodding gelding that Vic used for work in the fields and orchards. The gelding wasn't fast, but he was steady enough that Enola and Sally could ride him double. If we pushed the horses, we'd reach Corn Creek in half an hour. 26. Katrina Huff. Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. Day 2 in the meadow. The shooters hidden along the river continued picking off our oxen and horses one by one while we baked beneath the hot September sun, and then froze at night. There was no escaping the smell of death or the desperate thirst. The flies swarmed thick, descending on bodies we had piled at the far edge of the wagon fort, as far away as possible from the trench where we took cover. Our wagon fort and trench were a strong defense shelter, but also a cage we didn't dare move from. The second we left the circled wagons, we'd be easy targets in the open meadow that lay between ourselves and the river. And without water, we could only hang on so long. My heart seized when I looked up at the steep canyon walls that had felt like a refuge only days earlier. The only way in, or out, of the meadow canyon was a strip of land beside the river that was so narrow our wagons had been forced to enter one by one. There was no moving the fallen animals, oxen, milking cows, and horses. They stayed where they'd been shot. In other words, we were trapped in every sense of the word. When the breeze shifted just right, the sickly smell of death mingled with that of cooking beef and campfire smoke from somewhere downriver, where the enemy camped. No doubt they were feasting on one of the steers they had stolen on the first day. My stomach heaved and rumbled in response to the scent of food and carnage. The two aromas swirled in the air, and like oil and water, they combined, but were unmistakably distinct. When Belle dropped to her knees and then her side, falling against Bright's body, I tried to sing Peter's song to her too. But my throat was so swollen with thirst, I could barely speak. Our meager supply of water was completely gone by the afternoon of the second day. A few women tending the wounded had managed to collect some of the spillage in the muddy puddles on the ground. It was thick with silt and blood, but it was all we had. And those who drank it did so in careful, grateful sips. We had food, hardtack and dried beef that we collected from the circled wagons and the big supply schooners. It stuck in our throats like sand, but we ate it anyway, forcing the dry bits down even while they scratched our throats. We didn't dare light fires to boil beans. It would draw more gunshots. Nancy and baby Tryphena had even stopped playing with the yucca horse. Every so often, one of the children in the trench would start to cry, overwhelmed by the heat and the crush of bodies packed together. But by now I welcomed the sound. If they had the energy and tears to cry, it meant they were still alive, still fighting. And if the trench was still packed with the living, it meant that the number of survivors still far outweighed the dead. There's probably another wagon train just a few days behind us, I told my children in a voice that was far more optimistic than what I felt. They'll help us, I said. There were indeed other trains behind us, but it was impossible to know how far away. Louisa smiled and nodded, but I could see the same fear in her eyes. Could we last that long? If another wagon train did arrive soon, would they meet our fate? At Alexander's command, 2 of our men had snuck down to the river to retrieve water in the dead of night after the first day. They crept through the tightly circled wagons at the spot where we had piled the dead, then stole through the brush quietly and cut toward the river. It was impossible to know whether they'd even managed to fill the buckets they carried, but the sound of gunshots upriver and the fact that they did not return told the story of their last moments. Yuri's wound had stopped bleeding, thanks to the makeshift bandages I'd retrieved from the supply wagons. Louisa and I carefully dressed and redressed the gaping hole. It wasn't healing, but miraculously, it wasn't infected. Not yet.
They're waiting us out.
He rasped to Louisa and me while the children slept during the heat of the afternoon, dresses and torn cloth draped over their dirty faces for a bit of shade.
They have the high ground and places to hide.
He stopped and closed his eyes. The sticky sound his throat made when he swallowed hurt my stomach.
And they have water.
He stared at Louisa, then me. Neither of us offered an argument. There was no sign the enemy was backing away. They had us cornered, and they knew it. Both James and Hampton finally took refuge in the trench to sleep for a few hours that night, laying their rifles beside them in the dirt. James rested his head in my lap, like he had when he was a little boy. Hampton curled beside Mary. They barely moved until a shadowy figure approached the inner lip of the trench.
Hampton!
Hampton scrambled to sitting and reached for his rifle. Mary moaned in her sleep but did not wake. "It's okay, it's Thomas," I whispered when I recognized the tall, lanky shape. The face looming over the edge of the trench blinked back at me, the wide whites of his eyes glinting huge in the half-moon rising overhead. Thomas was one of the Dunlap boys. His black hair looked almost neat in the darkness, tucked behind his ears. He couldn't be more than 18 years old, just a year younger than Hampton. Hampton relaxed and blinked hard. James was awake now, too, struggling to sit up and grab his rifle.
"Your father wanted me to fetch you,"
Thomas said in a whisper. My heart hammered hard.
"If you'll come with me, I'm going to find help. There aren't any gunmen on the steep wall of the basin. I think we can scale it if we move slow. Alexander says the Duke wagon train can't be more than 3 days behind us. If we can reach them, tell them what's happened here." "I'm coming too,"
James said quietly. I stared at him helplessly, horrified. No.
Thomas shook his head. "Just Hampton. He knows the meadow better than anybody except Alexander."
His words hung in the air because we all knew why Alexander himself wasn't going. I hated the wave of relief that prickled through me. Thomas was right. Hampton had accompanied his father along this route a few years ago, leading a different wagon train safely to California. Hampton nodded at Thomas. James tensed next to me but didn't try to follow when Hampton eased to standing.
"Tell her,"
Hampton told me.
"Tell her."
He looked down at Mary, his expression full of resolute longing.
"I'll tell her,"
I said gently, not knowing what I would say, but determined I would find the words for him. Hampton eased himself over the dirt ridge of the trench, and the moonlight cast a pale gleam across his face. The flies, mercifully, fell silent at night, but the maddening burble of the river and the soft breeze through the grass swallowed up the sound of their footsteps after a few seconds. The 2 young men were gone before I could blink. I stayed awake until my eyelids closed on their own, waiting for the sound of gunfire from the steep ridge. But the only thing I heard was a sharp clatter of rocks. They could have been a deer. Let our enemies think it's a deer, I prayed, bracing for a fresh volley of bullets. None came the rest of the night. 27. Lucy Robison, Fillmore, Utah, September 1857. Enola, Sally, and I had barely reached the far edge of the apple orchard when the gelding carrying the 2 Paiute women stopped in his tracks and pricked up his ears. I circled the blue mare to a stop and followed the horse's wide eyes. There was another rider headed toward us, from the direction of the Johnson's house 1/2 mile down the dirt road. My heart dropped. I looked at Sally and Enola, but their faces were apprehensive too. Could it be Brother Johnson or Vic back from the north? I shook the thought off before I let myself hope. They'd only been gone a few days. Whoever it was, they pushed fast and hard, driving directly toward us. It didn't take long before I could make out the shape of a black horse, hooves flying in the cloud of dust. It wasn't Brother Johnson or Vic. It wasn't anybody I knew. I was sure I'd never seen a horse that fine in Fillmore. He ran like a racer, with long, lean legs and a coat that shimmered even in the murk of dust. The mare shifted nervously underneath me, her eyes fixed on the rider, too. "Easy," I murmured. "Walk along now." I could ride a horse as well as Vic, but if my mare spooked, the buckskin gelding would too. And from the way Sally was clinging to Enola on the back of the horse, both women would come right off if he bolted. I nudged the mare's flanks and moved her in front of the buckskin to meet the rider, who was nearly upon us. He drove the horse at a gallop until he came within feet of the blue mare, who danced nervously beneath me. For a moment, I thought he was going to blaze past us and continue on his way. But at the last moment, he pulled up sharply on his horse's reins and skidded to a stop in a cloud of red dust. The black horse squealed in protest, tossing his head and rolling his eyes, sides heaving and covered in a thick lather of sweat. I studied the rider, who returned my stare. He, too, was covered in a coat of reddish dust from hairline to boots. His dark, sweat-stained shirt had come partially untucked from his trousers. A leather gun belt with a holstered revolver sat against one hip. Despite his rough appearance and the caked-on dust, his neatly trimmed beard and sideburns spoke to a gentler upbringing.
"Good afternoon, ma'am," he greeted me. "I'm Robert Haslam. Sorry to alarm you riding up like this, but time is of the essence."
His name wasn't familiar to me, but his words made me bristle. Time is of the essence. He said it like an apology for whatever he was about to ask. Directions, perhaps? Maybe a bit of food or a place to water his poor horse? I didn't intend to send this stranger toward my house while I was away, no matter what he wanted. We had traveled out of earshot, so I couldn't hear my children on the other side of the orchard anymore, but I knew they'd meet a rider at the house if they heard hoofbeats. I glanced sideways at Sally and Enola, who hadn't yet made a sound. Both sat rigid on their horse, eyes lowered. The rider followed my gaze to study the Indian women. His mouth twitched ever so slightly. "It's no trouble," I told him. "How can I help you?"
"I need a fresh horse. Fastest you've got,"
Haslam said. His eyes were a piercing blue that stood out like wet, shimmering stones in his dusty face. He wasn't asking. He was demanding. My irritation bloomed into indignation at the request. "I'm sorry, but I don't have horses to spare," I told him, tightening my grip on the reins. "If you're looking to water your own horse, there's a pond—" He held up a hand, cutting me off. Then he pointed at the horse beneath him.
"You can keep this fellow. He's worth at least twice that little thing."
The hairs on the back of my neck prickled while I watched him take in my blue mare, with her nimble, sound feet and her muscled withers. She'd sell at market for far less than the black horse, but I had every confidence she could match him stride for stride. None of that mattered, though. This was Proctor's horse. She'd always been an easy keeper, and I wasn't looking to trade. "I can't let you take her," I told him firmly. "Now, I need to be on my way, so—"
"Let's start again."
His voice had an edge of irritation to it now.
"I'm Robert Haslam, Brother Haslam. I'm here on the errand of Colonel William Dame and General John Dean Lee, delivering an urgent message for the Prophet." The blue mare snorted and backed up a few feet. I realized I'd drawn back the reins and bit sharply against her mouth. Robert Haslam was digging into the dirty bag slung over one hip, beside his revolver. He extracted a leather-bound book and held it up for me to see. A folded piece of paper peeked above the pages in the middle. I released the reins, and the mare took a step closer to Haslam. He tucked the book and letter back into his bag. "It's confidential."
He side-eyed Enola and Sally, then fixed me with an icy stare.
"The only thing you should need to know is that I am on the Lord's errand. You are a saint, are you not?" Sister
Robison. Sister Robison, I said, keeping my voice steady even though my hands were shaking. Certainly, Brother Haslam. But there are wounded men in the Paiute village, and I can't ride that far on a spent horse. He made a grunting sound, but his expression was dark and sour.
They can wait.
Then, lower under his breath, he muttered,
Cowards.
An uneasy twinge in my stomach made me look away. Was he talking about the Paiutes? They were our allies. It didn't make sense. Sally lifted her head and stared at him, not averting her eyes when he glanced at her.
Oh, you understood me, did you?
He spat in the dust and nudged the poor black horse forward a few feet toward me.
Sister Robison, I've already stopped too long. All I can say is that if you knew the gravity of my errand, you would have handed me that little mare's reins the second I asked.
Then he watched me, waiting. My blood ran cold with doubt and questions. I looked from Enola to Sally, then back to Brother Haslam. He cleared his throat impatiently.
Brother Farnsworth and Parowan and Sister Thompson and Beaver were more than willing to supply me with this fresh horse, Sister Robison.
His tight-lipped grimace was a poor substitute for a smile. When I still didn't move to dismount from the blue mare, Haslam reached back into his bag. He retrieved a different scrap of paper and held it out for me to see.
If your faith isn't strong enough to comply, then read this.
I reached for the note, feeling Sally's and Enola's eyes on me. Latter-day Saints, you shall furnish Brother Haslam with horses and provisions, as much as need be, so that he may travel with all haste, bearing a message of the most pressing and urgent nature. It was signed with 3 signatures, General John D. Lee, Colonel William Dame, Major Isaac Haight. My hand shook as I gave him back the note. Was this about the standoff at Echo Canyon in the north? Had the soldiers breached our defenses? Would we be driven into the mountains at any moment, tarred and feathered, killed? And what about Vic? Haslam pulled up the reins and took the note from me. Shame burned inside. I apologize, I told him softly, dismounting. Please, take the mare. He nodded curtly and dismounted to hand me the reins to the quivering black horse. I couldn't help myself. Please, my husband is at Echo Canyon, I said softly. Has fighting begun? Has the army broken through our defenses? I couldn't help but wonder, was my Vic alive? Had the mob taken him from me too? Haslam stared at me in confusion for half a second, like he couldn't comprehend what I was asking. My blood ran cold. He glanced at Sally and Enola, then sighed as he took the mare's reins from my hands.
No, Sister Robison,
he said in a low voice, looking over his shoulder at Sally and Enola.
The troops haven't broken through our defenses yet.
He lowered his voice so I could barely hear him.
The Paiutes have a Gentile wagon train corralled at Mountain Meadows.
He looked over his shoulder in the direction of the orchard.
The Indians, well...
He shook his head and grunted.
All I can say is that Brother Layman's blood runs strong in that lot. It's a bloody standoff. Not that I mind. But President Young is the Indian agent of Utah, so he needs to know what's going on down south.
A sweet shiver of relief eased the chokehold of panic constricting my throat. The trouble wasn't to the north, with the U.S. Army where Vic was. It was to the south, with the Gentiles. I understand now, I told him softly, tugging the black horse to follow me. I apologize. Godspeed on your journey. And Godspeed to the Paiutes, I thought to myself. As Brother Haslam galloped off on the mare, I led the spent horse back home through the orchard. Enola and Sally followed on the buckskin. By the time I finished tending to the horse, tasking Elman and Elbert with wiping him down and giving him a slow drip of mash to help him recover, it was obvious that he was badly lame-footed from his hard run. He'd stepped on a stone that had lodged itself in the tender part of his back hoof, and each time he took a step, his limp got worse. With the stone removed, his hoof would heal, but riding him out to Corn Creek would be unwise. Since we only had one horse now, Sally and I rode double on the plodding Buckskin, leaving Enola to walk to Corn Creek on foot in the late afternoon heat. She would arrive later than us, but it was the only way to make time. It was impossible to read the calm, veiled expression in Enola's eyes before I urged the Buckskin forward to leave her trailing behind. I felt a rush of gratitude for the Paiutes and a dark relief that it was their men in danger, not mine. Maybe Haslam thought the Paiutes were cowards, but he was wrong. I would do my very best to help their men who had sacrificed so our men didn't have to. We rode at a steady but slow pace, the buckskins plodding hoofbeats in our ears until the first of the domed wickiups came into view. The clustered thatched dwellings were squat and black, silhouetted against the violet skyline. The buckskins snorted nervously as the smell of smoke, and something worse, got stronger.
28. Kapeputs. Sally. Corn Creek, Utah, September 1857. Terror prickled up my spine with each step the big horse took. I kept my fingers laced tightly around Lucy's waist, despite the discomfort I felt in touching the white woman. Pressed next to her starched dress that crinkled each time either of us shifted in the saddle, I realized how soft and sun-faded my own had become. I couldn't stop thinking about the rider who had taken the blue mare and cost us precious time in riding back to Corn Creek. Cowards, he'd muttered, looking right at me and Enola. The word made me want to scream. What had he whispered to Lucy when they exchanged horses? She clearly didn't want to give him the mare, not at first anyway. Her eyes looked different when she glanced at me after he rode away. Unburdened, almost. I wanted to insist that Enola be the one to ride with Lucy while I walked, but Lucy needed an interpreter. With the horse's bouncy trot, I didn't dare loosen my fingers enough to turn around to watch Enola's silhouette get smaller and smaller behind us. To my relief and dismay, the buckskin geldings seemed to have just one speed. Slow. By the time we reached Corn Creek, the sun was already behind the mountains, plunging the desert into a pale gray light. I gathered my courage and asked the question burning in my stomach, each word clear and in perfect English, because I did not want to ask again. Why did Haslam need your horse? I felt Lucy stiffen, and I wondered if she could feel how fast my heart was hammering against her back. She didn't respond at first. I stayed silent, waiting. Without turning to look at me, she cleared her throat and nudged the buckskin to walk faster toward the village. The saddlebags filled with supplies flapped against his flanks with each step. Her silence dragged on for 1 hoofbeat, 2, 5, 8, 12. Why won't you answer me? I wanted to scream. You're supposed to be our allies. Our men are dying. From the way Brigham Young and Kanash talked, we were literally brothers and sisters, 2 branches from the same tree, united in our faith and in our plight against the government and wicked, godless men that would invade our lands. But those were just words. The truth was in Lucy Robinson's hesitation. She didn't trust me to speak openly. And she didn't care how quickly we reached Corn Creek, not in the same way she would if it were pale-faced Mormons lying in the dust. Just ahead, the glint of a small cooking fire crackled beside a wickiup,
The flames whipped in the breeze, low to the ground like it was trying to hide, but spitting sparks that threatened to singe the nearby shelter. I was so consumed with the angry flames licking my heart that I almost missed what Lucy said when she finally spoke. Haslam needs to talk to Brigham Young. She hesitated, then added, about your people and the cattle raid. Your people. My mouth went dry as I tried to make sense of her choice of words. I knew the Paiutes were raiding the Gentiles' cattle, but not on a whim. They'd ridden south, escorted by white men. But from what I knew, the raid was going sideways, so much so that they had to consult the prophet. I pictured Major Haight, Major Higbee, and Apostle George A. Smith, the uniformed and suited men who had convinced Kanash to bring our strongest men to take part in the biggest cattle raid Utah Territory has ever seen. And then once again to summon the rest of us, including A1. Your people. The fear and horror etched into the faces of the injured men came to mind. The black and bloated corpses that had made their way home, tangled limbs and bloody clothing in a travois. It was like I had stepped outside of my own body. I wanted to pummel Lucy with my hands, tear at her hair until she cowered in front of me. To find the nearest knife and slash it across her cheeks until she begged for mercy, like the Ute slave trader had done to me and Tyee. Instead, I scrambled off the horse and held my arms open while she handed me the bags of supplies. She smiled at me kindly, like she was willing to overlook the sour expression on my face on account of my people's predicament. Did Enola know that the Mormons had thrown the Paiutes to the wolves in the meadow? Awan surely did by now. I shuddered when I pictured the well-stocked, bustling wagon party. By now, more men were likely dead or injured too. Was Awan still alive? Take me to your injured men, Lucy told me gently. The smell of death greeted us at the threshold of the wickiup, eager and skulking. All 4 men were still alive. 3 seemed worse than this morning, their breathing labored and wounds still seeping blood beneath the bandages. Only one, the young man Enola had been tending to earlier, turned his head in my direction when I entered the tent with a white woman. He looked between us, eyes blank and lips pursed tight. The 2 Paiute women kneeling by his side murmured greetings of, Sister Robison. Most of the Paiute women recognized Lucy from baking bread in her kitchen over the years. They stood and withdrew to the far side of the wickiup, chins tucked in deference the way I'd seen the men surrounding Brother Brigham's table. My blood boiled. Heal them, I told her bluntly, laying the bags of supplies at her feet. To my surprise, she didn't reach for the fresh bandages or arnica oil first. She didn't even touch the bags. Instead, she looked me dead in the eyes and asked, We should ask the Lord's help first. Where are the priesthood holders? For a moment, I couldn't figure out what she was saying. The priesthood holders? Those words made sense in Brigham Young's household. I was a constant witness to the laying on of hands anytime a new bishop or leader was ordained, anytime a child or wife was sick. The men held the power of God in their hands to heal, to transfer anointing, even to console in times of distress. As far as I knew, Chief Kanash was the only man in the entire Paiute tribe who held the holy Melchizedek priesthood. Even if that weren't the case, the men were all gone. I shook my head at Lucy. They're not here. I kept silent on the fact that my faith in the Mormon God and his priesthood was running thinner by the second. She nodded as if resigned to this idea, but she still didn't reach for the bags at her feet. Instead, she seemed to draw herself up a few inches taller. She looked at the other women, then at the injured men lying on the mats. Then she knelt next to the nearest wounded. What is his name? she asked. Helicu, I said. I no longer recognized the man, whose jaw and ear had been partially torn away by a bullet that exited near the base of his head. I only knew who he was because Enola told me. His name meant sunny day. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his skin was waxy and pale. The wound itself wept so much that the bandages could not contain the blood that dripped onto the mat beneath his head. Hell-law-Q, Lucy tried, then reached inside her dress for a tiny glass vial. It held a golden liquid that I realized was consecrated oil, set apart for the blessing of the sick and injured. I suddenly understood what she was about to do. Lucy was going to give these men a blessing all by herself. I watched in wary fascination as Lucy dabbed some oil on the crown of his head, closed her eyes, and drew in a deep breath, then spoke. Helicu's chest rose and fell more rapidly, but he did not open his eyes. Hell-law-Q, by the power of the Lord, I bless you. She trailed off and paused for a few seconds, as if unsure what to say next. Finally, she continued, I bless you to make a full recovery. I rebuke the fever in your body and command your bones and sinews to heal. The Lord is pleased with your people. I pronounce this blessing in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. The words burned hot. The anger smoldering in my chest kept me from translating the blessing for Helicu himself. It was difficult to know how much he could even hear. I had no doubt that God would understand the words she spoke in English, but would he find them as confusing as I did? If God was pleased with the Paiutes, he had a funny way of showing it. Your people. I went to stand beside the two Paiute women and watched while Lucy dripped oil on two other unconscious men, pronouncing more blessings of healing and comfort. When she got to the young man, the only one of the four who was awake, she asked his name directly instead of consulting me. He turned to look at me and then fixed his eyes on her. I was about to translate her question for him when he spat, Coyote. Coyote. I exchanged glances with the two other women in the wiki-up. The young man's name wasn't Coyote. It was Keme. Thunder. He was Enola's brother, and he was insulting Lucy. Neither the Bannock nor the Paiute really swore at each other, at least not the way the children in the Young household sometimes hurled the words bootlicker and backbiter at one another when they thought their mothers weren't listening. Coyote was the exception. The word called to mind the crafty half-dog, half-wolf that represented everything low and conniving to us. He was a trickster, an opportunist, a coward who slunk in the shadows. It was a term of great reproach, but Lucy didn't know that. She was already offering the blessing on his head. Coyote, by the power of the Lord, I bless you with faith and healing. I bless you to know that the Lord is aware of you and your people, the descendants of Laman and Lemuel, who even now are turning their hearts to the Lord to build up the kingdom of God in the last days. I bless you with a full recovery and relief from suffering. In the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. The bubble of laughter that rose in my throat burned all the way down when I swallowed it back. I'd never paid very much attention to Keme, or anyone else among the Paiute except for Enola and Awan. But I suddenly knew that if Keme died, I'd be devastated. Tears pricked my eyes. I tried without success to keep Awan's face from my mind. Surely he'd reached the meadow by now. Would he be lying in this wiki-up soon, torn apart like Keme? Keme stayed silent until Lucy lifted her hands from his head and finally reached for her bags filled with medicines and bandages. Outside the wickiup, night had fallen. I thought about Enola walking the path toward Corn Creek in the dark and hoped she was safe. Mountain lions came down often. They never went into the camp because they didn't like the noise and the fires, but they wouldn't hesitate to stalk a woman walking by herself after dark. Neither would a late-night rider with his ill intentions. If I thought I could stay upright on the plodding buckskin by myself, I would have ridden back to find her. Keme cleared his throat. His eyes moved between me and the other two women in the wickiup. He spoke again in Paiute, ignoring Lucy.
The meadow to the south is filled with blood and death, he said. If this woman had power, if any of the Mormons did, we would have been protected.
Lucy ignored him and laid out her supplies on a blanket. I couldn't help but picture Awan's lifeless body being dragged home on a travois. I listened in horror as Keme continued, describing the way the white Gentiles had circled their wagons at the beginning of the cattle raid, firing on the raiders with many long rifles and killing a number of men within minutes. This wasn't supposed to happen. It should have been easy. They'd just take the cattle. Apostle Smith said they were ours, and that God would protect us. Keme told me that instead, the cattle raid had turned into a standoff with the wagon train trapped in the meadow at the bottom of the canyon. What happened? I breathed. Keme shook his head and groaned painfully.
It was chaos. As we crept toward the cattle, one of our men fired his weapon. I couldn't see who in the mist. The Gentiles fired back and corralled their wagons. Everything went to hell.
I swallowed hard.
Our men are afraid,
Keme told me bluntly.
Even Kanash. But he says he must stand by Brigham. Stay with our allies and do what they want. That if we don't, they will leave us on our own when the American government breaks through their defenses in the north. They will take everything we have left.
The sound of the few steers lowing where we'd corralled them outside camp mingled with Lucy's soft humming as she replaced soiled bandages with fresh coverings. She ignored me and Keme, imagining perhaps that we were discussing something trivial, like the sound of the wind in the sage beyond the wickiup. I was about to respond to him, but he winced in pain. At first I thought it was from something Lucy had done, but her hands weren't even touching him right then. He was remembering what he'd seen.
The Mormon leaders say we can't let the Gentiles go. They think the Gentiles know the Mormons are the ones behind the cattle raid.
His eyes were glazed.
I didn't know there would be so many women, so many children.
My throat tightened so I could barely breathe.
Speak more,
I told him, desperate to know what was happening, unable to stop myself from thinking of the little girl. At the sound of my voice, sharp and urgent, Lucy stopped what she was doing and looked at me with reproach.
"Sally, quiet," she murmured. "We must be calm."
I wanted to slap her. Kanash is furious, spitting threats on anyone who leaves the meadow. But the men are afraid. I balled my hands into fists. A1 was there, in that hell.
Keme's face darkened. He turned his gaze to Lucy, who had moved on to one of the unconscious men.
The Mormon leaders promised us cattle and blessings. But what will the cattle even eat? They will starve, just like us.
They will eat the loco weed, I thought numbly. Keme closed his eyes and seemed to be speaking to nobody in particular.
There were so many children. I did not know there would be so many children.
So many children. He repeated over and over. No matter how much I swallowed, a lump rose in my throat. When Lucy had finished treating the last man, she stood and looked at me with uncertainty. I need to get back to my family. She enunciated each word with care and gathered up the remaining supplies and stuffed them into one of the bags. I held out a hand to stop her. I'll come back in the morning, she began. Leave your medicine, I said. It wasn't a request. I was prepared to snatch the bags from her hands if she protested, regardless of the consequences. What if A1 and the other men returned injured in the middle of the night? Lucy nodded and reluctantly let go of the bag. Yes, of course. You know how to use them. I bit my cheek so hard I tasted the salty tang of blood. Yes, we know how to use the medicine, I said, enunciating my words just like she did. The look in her eyes softened some of the rage thrumming through my veins. I will pray for them, she said, and from the tears in her eyes, I could tell she meant it. Thank you, I managed, keeping my voice measured. I couldn't upset Lucy, not when there was a good chance we might need to beg for her assistance again. My mind went back to Enola, concerned for her picking her way through the sage by moonlight. I will ride with you, I told her, until we find Enola. Corn Creek glittered under the half-moon. The buckskin pulled at his reins, begging to drink when he heard the burbling water. Lucy let him dip his big muzzle into the creek for a few minutes. He drank in long swallows, then snatched at a mouthful of grass and weeds growing in the muck. It was impossible to see the noxious purple flowers of the loco weed along the overgrown shoreline. There was no real reason for me to fear Lucy's horse would take a mouthful of the plant, and even if it did, one bite wouldn't kill him. I knew from what A1 had told me that it took weeks of eating the dangerous forage for the poison to do its work. Then an idea came to me. Maybe I couldn't do anything about the horror in the meadow to the south, not one single thing. But I could do this. I let go of Lucy's waist and reached for the buckskin's left rein, pulling his head to the side. No, stupid horse, or you'll die too, I told him angrily, repeating the same words A1 told me the day we stood on the same bank to gather water with the mule. Sally, no! Let him drink! Lucy reprimanded me, horrified. You can't let him eat the local weed, I told her firmly, my voice breaking on the last word. She twisted around in the saddle to look at me, her face a mix of bewilderment and annoyance. It's all right, she finally said gently. A little bit won't hurt him. So she did know about the dangerous plant. Did she know that it was the real reason her son had died? Or was she feigning ignorance like Kanosh? Like Apostle Smith, like Major Haight? Fury plumed in my veins again. But a lot would hurt him. A lot would kill him, I pressed. Yes, I suppose it would, she said, as if we were talking about the shape of the moon or chill in the night air. But he has enough grass to eat at home. The Gentile steers didn't have grass to eat, though, I insisted, watching for her reaction. Not with the drought. Lucy didn't reply, but her eyes stayed locked on mine. I watched them widen as the truth tried to sink in. I knew I didn't have to say the words. The Gentiles didn't kill your son. Loco weed did. I could see her fight with the thought, then reject it. There were many women and children in the wagon train, I told her, my voice shaking. They did nothing. No! The word burst from Lucy's lips like an arrow, pointed and dangerous, as if her speaking it made it true. Then she clamped down her lips as if to protect us both from what might follow. She pulled the buckskin's head up and pushed him to a bouncy trot. I kept my mouth shut tight. I didn't want to be the one in the middle.
but there was no way around that now. I held on to Lucy's waist for dear life while the buckskin ran, pretending that the tears streaming down my cheeks were drawn from the wind. 29. Katrina Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. Day 3 in the meadow. The raw need for water eclipsed everything else, except one thing: fear. As the third day drew to a close, the number of gunmen tucked along the other side of the river and the amount of gunfire had doubled. Just before the sun slipped behind the rim of the basin, a bullet struck 3-year-old Sarah Baker in the ear. She was sitting on her father's lap in the trench, just a few feet away from Mary. John Baker had just laid down his rifle for a few hours' sleep beside his wife and daughters. It happened so fast, a burst of sound, then blood, that none of us, including little Sarah, reacted to it first. The top of her ear was simply there one moment and gone the next. Her tearless, hoarse scream echoed off the canyon walls. It lasted only a moment before a frenzy of gunfire from our side of the trench drowned it out. Nancy, William, and baby Tryphena, who had been lying listless on the ground at my feet, scrambled upright in horror. James, who sat beside me with his head on my shoulder, opened his mouth in a wide O as John Baker wrapped Sarah in his arms and rushed for the wagons at the center of the field, bullets be damned. Louisa tucked herself closer around Tryphena and Yuri, unable to hide the sound of her sobs. I wanted to open my mouth and promise my children I would keep them safe, but the lie was so bald I couldn't force it past my lips. As the sobs in the trench turned to quiet wails, I opened and closed my mouth again. "Give us some words, kid." Peter's voice. I swallowed my tears. How many times had Peter said that to me at the end of a long day, to take his mind off the ache in his back from sorting peaches? Give us some words. The mind is its own place. I rasped loudly into the near silence, ignoring how my mouth felt like sandpaper. My cheeks burned hot. They were words I'd memorized a lifetime ago, before we started west. John Milton's Paradise Lost. I'd learned parts of it by heart when I was younger than Mary. The long, winding poem was so achingly beautiful. The words had swept me up and made me want to turn them over and over in my mind. All 4 of my children, Louisa and Yuri and even baby Tryphena, looked at me, waiting for more. I almost lay back down and pretended I hadn't spoken. What was I thinking? But I remembered the way the poem, like all the words I loved, had transported me to another world outside my quiet bedroom. We needed another world right now. I couldn't get us out of this trench or beyond the meadow. I couldn't stop the bullets. I couldn't do anything about the horrors surrounding us. None of us could. At least, not our bodies. This was what I had to offer. Maybe we could disappear somewhere else together. Maybe I could pull us out of this trench, if only for a moment, if only in our minds. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. I looked at my children in the eyes, even though my face burned red from the audacity of what I was saying under the circumstances. Bullets whizzed and weapons clamored from the riverbank. Still, I continued with the lines Peter loved. Sweet is the breath of morn, her rising sweet, with charm of earliest birds,
pleasant the sun. When first on this delightful land he spreads his orient beams on herb, tree, fruit, and flower. Glistering with dew, fragrant the fertile earth. After soft showers and sweet the coming on of grateful evening mild, then silent night, with this her solemn bird and this fair moon, and these the gems of heaven, her starry train. But neither breath of morn, when she ascends, with charm of earliest birds, nor rising sun, on this delightful land, not herb, fruit, flower, glistering with dew, nor fragrance after showers, nor grateful evening mild, nor silent night, with this her solemn bird, nor walk by moon, or glittering starlight, without thee, is sweet. Yuri had closed his eyes, but there was a smile on his lips. James sighed against me, and Nancy pulled Tryphena into the shifting shade of Mary's body. "Talk more, Mama," she said, reaching out a hand to twist the ring on my finger. Then she popped her dirty thumb into her mouth. So I did. Hampton and Thomas hadn't returned by the time we moved through all the words I could remember from nature. Any time the sound of clattering rocks came from the far side of the valley, Mary's eyes popped open and Louisa murmured, "It must be Hampton and Thomas." Each time, those few seconds of hope hurt more. Yuri had stopped opening his eyes at all, though the knit of his brow each time Louisa spoke told us he was still conscious. For now, at least. By the look of his red cheeks, fever meant infection was setting into the wound. None of us had the energy to brush away the flies that tormented the living and covered the dead like crawling black dirt. When darkness finally fell, we heard another trickle of rocks clatter in the distance. "It's them," Louisa whispered in a rasp. I kept my eyes closed, not wanting to see the hope on Mary's face. But just 15 minutes later, a subtle commotion stirred from the center of the wagon fort. A dark figure ducked between the supply wagons. My heart beat so hard it felt like it might burst. Had Hampton returned? Had they found the Duke wagon train? And if so, was help on the way? Mary struggled to her knees and moved to stand beside me, her breaths fast and shallow. I glanced back at Louisa, who cradled Yuri's head on her lap. She pursed her sunburned lips and tried to smile. We waited in silence until the dark figure reappeared at the edge of the supply wagons and darted toward our section of the trench. Mary's fingers found mine. I blinked hard, barely able to believe what I saw, until the figure ducked safely into the trench next to Mary. She flung herself into the shadowy figure's arms without a word. It was Hampton, carrying a bulging leather pouch strapped against one shoulder. My eyes prickled with fresh tears that somehow hadn't dried up. Mary's fiancé was alive, and if I wasn't mistaken, he was carrying water in that pouch. "Let me pour a little into your bucket," he whispered, nodding to the dirty tin pail that lay on its side next to Yuri. At the sound of water pouring, all the children were suddenly awake and alert. "Oh!" Nancy cried, her tiny voice high and cracked. "Oh, look! Baby Try!" The last time I'd heard her this animated was when she got her toy horse. "Just a little bit now," Hampton whispered. "I'm sorry there's not more. My daddy, Captain Alexander, said to make sure everybody got just a sip. I'll go back for more when it's gone. There's a trickle of a stream that way." He nodded toward the other side of the canyon, where he'd disappeared with Thomas the day before. While the children clamored to drink and Louisa helped Yuri move to sitting upright, I studied the intricately stitched pouch that Hampton poured carefully, a little at a time, into the bucket. It wasn't one of ours.
I waited to ask the questions burning behind my thirst until I'd taken a swallow of water. It was still cold and ran down my blistered throat like dew from heaven. By the time I'd had my drink and passed the filled bucket down the trench, the children were already curled together and falling asleep again. It had become the only escape from the horrors that pressed in from every side. But at least, for the moment, we had a little water. "Where did you get this, Hampton?" I asked him softly, running a hand over the big leather pouch. He stared back at me, eyes huge in his pale face, but didn't answer at first.
"It took me and Thomas maybe an hour to climb to the top of the basin rim," he said quietly after a moment. "Then we ran. I thought we'd made it."
I closed my eyes. Mary had traded my hand for his and leaned against him while he rested his back on the wall of the trench.
"It was slow going in the dark. We got maybe 3 miles, headed along the overland trail the way we came, toward Cedar City, hoping we'd find the Duke train."
He drew a painful-sounding breath.
"Finally, we saw campfires in the distance. Heard voices when we came around the ridge. It wasn't the Duke wagon train, but there was a whole camp, maybe 30 people. A few cattle and lots of horses. White or Indian,"
Yuri choked out. I felt him stir behind me. Hampton glanced at him and set his mouth in a firm line.
"We couldn't see much, but we could hear some English. One of them said something about innocent blood. He sounded angry."
Hampton was talking faster now, the story tumbling out of him. Already, the night felt different, full of sparks ready to set everything ablaze, and I only prayed they would light the powder keg in our favor.
"I stayed back and kept watch while Thomas went down to the fires. We couldn't get past them, not easily anyway. We thought maybe it was another group trying to get out of Utah territory, that maybe we could approach them."
He closed his eyes and dropped his voice.
"Everything happened so fast. Someone started shouting when Thomas got close to the fire. He tried to turn around and run. Then he fell. They shot him in the leg."
He paused to gather his composure.
"He got up and kept running toward me. Then they shot him in the back. That time, he stayed down."
His voice shook.
"I wanted to help him, I did. But I couldn't do anything but watch."
The swallow of water in my stomach sloshed like it might come back up. I drew a breath. What happened next?
"I was sure they'd seen me. I ran back the way I'd come."
He looked up at the night sky, blinking.
"Then after just a few seconds, I ran smack into a boy, a Paiute. He looked to be about me and Thomas's age."
None of us spoke. Hampton kept going.
"He was holding a rifle. He looked shocked to see me. We stared at each other for a few seconds, both holding our guns. Then he fired his weapon in the air and shoved this pouch at me."
My mind went blank, trying to understand what he'd just told us.
"He seemed as scared as I was, like he'd seen a ghost."
Hampton choked out.
"Why didn't he shoot me? He must have told the others I was dead because nobody came after me. It doesn't make sense why he would do that."
What did your daddy say about that, Hampton? I asked gently. Hampton coughed, or it might have been a groan. Then he fixed me with a look.
"He just said to tell you that he knows what we have to do now. He wants one man from each household to come to the wagons in the center of the circle."
He paused.
"And you too, Katrina."
30. Lucy Robison, Corn Creek, Utah, September 1857. Loco weed. Women and children. Loco weed. Women and children. The phrases repeated in my head with each thud of the buckskin's hooves, long after Sally slid off and joined Enola along the dark trail. Was it possible she was right about the steers? That the animals had died from grazing on the poisonous plant in the drought-stricken desert for months? That it was perhaps not poison spread by the Gentiles? No. I rejected the idea before it had a chance to cool the simmering rage that made me hope the Paiutes would take every last steer from the Gentiles who had killed my boy. But a thought circled just beneath the surface of my mind like a snapping turtle ready to bite. What if the Gentiles didn't kill my boy? I thought of the 4 men whose heads I had just anointed with a blessing of comfort and healing. I thought of Robert Haslam, riding hard for Salt Lake. The Paiutes were doing more than just raiding cattle. But to what end? I squeezed the buckskin's flanks with my heels and pushed the horse harder. He obliged, finally willing to run if it meant getting home sooner. Whatever was happening down south, the 3 men who'd signed Haslam's note must have had things under control. William Dame wasn't just the highest-ranking military official in Utah. He was a stake president in the church. So was Isaac Haight. They were men of God, tasked with carrying out his will. The thought comforted me instantly. As the buckskin ran, I thought back to Apostle Smith's fiery sermon. Even if the Gentiles hadn't killed my boy, they still weren't innocent. They were the ones who had pushed my people here, into the desert, then followed us. Perhaps they were earning a taste of their own medicine right now. Even the children, though? The thought stopped me cold. Until tonight, I'd been imagining the Gentiles in the wagon train as the ruffians who had pushed me into the freezing Mississippi River in Illinois. I encouraged the horse to walk faster, but I couldn't help imagining a Gentile mother screaming like I had. Would you exterminate me? My children? I denied the thought more forcefully. There was no use speculating. Besides, maybe Sally was wrong. She was just a girl. She spoke English and was a marvelous translator, but that didn't mean her judgment could be trusted. I wished again that Vic was home from the north, that his strong arms would pull me close when I rushed inside the house to find the children already in their beds and a fire in the hearth. The buckskin came to a stop so suddenly that I nearly pitched out of the saddle and over his head. He stared into the darkness while I gripped the saddle horn and searched the dark brush for a coyote skulking along, or maybe a snake lying in the still warm dirt. Instead, I heard the distant hoofbeats and the whinny of another approaching horse. The buckskin whinnied back, a curious greeting. There was another horse and rider headed our way, fast.